what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. You can say and grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change your destiny. You can say what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your ray your light. Open your heart and show your eyes. Your destiny, and grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes. Your destiny,
what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio open your heart
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and welcome. I am finally here. I've been prepping stuff. You're gonna be a little surprised today, possibly. Especially if you haven't been here in a while. We've been massively raising the production value. I've been a busy little beaver, despite the fact that I was not on stream yesterday, and probably because of the fact that I was not on stream yesterday. Was just taking care of some much needed stuff. Weasel Cord is go. Some of you may have gotten your invites already. I'm not exactly sure how it works, right? But yeah, the Weasel Cord is our new Discord, currently named Weasel Ranch, because I thought it was a really funny joke to compare myself to Keffels. Yeah, that's hilarious stuff, right? Yeah, probably a bad idea. We'll change it to Weasel Cord. Weasel Cord makes so much more sense. I think even Keffels would agree. Okay, with that, you know, that like, yeah, I probably shouldn't name your shit Weasel Ranch. Anyway, we're God, it's a bad reference. It's such a bad. I'm just like, that's brain rot. That's internet. That's like the definition of internet brain rot, is it not? Is it not? Is it not, in fact, the definition, the very definition of brain rot? I do believe, is you know, being so irony poisoned and meme poisoned that you make jokes that are they're maybe funny, but like also like not funny at the same time. Yeah, it's like there's like a they're funny until you think about them. That's what I feel like that's the epitome of brain rot right there. I feel like I've defined it. I've won the race to define the brain rot, what it is, how it functions. I think I understand. I think I understand everything. I don't, like, the question is, do I know too much? That might be this. Yeah. Do I know too much? I think I definitely know too much about Keffels. I know too much about Twitch. I know too much about everything, chat. But that's okay, because we're getting ready to go. Let me fix the chat. I think that should fix the chat right there. Apply what I know, and boom, there we go. We got the chat fixed. I can read what you're saying. Comrade Waluigi agrees. Are you talking about Waluigi here? Are you talking about my good friend Waluigi? Ooh, that's so slick. See what I mean about raising the production value? It's fairly high. It's fairly high at the moment. Waluigi, also fairly high at the moment, it seems. Welcome in, everybody. Good to see you. You upgraded to Fancy Weasel. Congratulations. And that means you get the Fancy Weasel shout out, and you also reminded me to do the Fancy Weasel shout outs, because like this is the hardest part of Patreon, right? The easiest part of Patreon is taking money, and anybody can do that, right? But that's not what a Patreon's for. A Patreon's supposed to be for some perks, right? It's set up for you know, like, you know, it's great to support your streamer, and I appreciate it greatly. But I would be remiss if I did not offer certain perks for being a member of Patreon. And one of the perks for Fancy Weasel, Fancy Weasel, and Legendary Weasel levels is that you get the fancy shout out. The fancy shout out for the Fancy Weasel. So Jules, thank you for being a Fancy Weasel. I can't pronounce things. Omega Star, thank you for being a Fancy Weasel. I can't say it. What is a Weagle? What? It's a Weagle with a Weasel Eagle? Oh my god, chat, I feel like I'm in Fallout New Vegas. I feel like I'm in Big MT creating new creatures that are totally going to be safe. Don't worry. The Cazadors will not hurt anybody, okay? And neither will the Weagles, the half weasel. That's scary. That's fierce. Can you imagine? A freaking weasel with eagle wings. Oh my god, that's the stuff of nightmares right there. The Weagles. We're going to have to deal with the Weagles at some point. Let the mighty Weagle fly. That's right. Wait, there's more. Temporal Insanity is also a Fancy Weasel, as is oh my gosh, I'm gonna literally have to open up Discord to make sure that I'm not missing anybody. So I'm doing these fancy shout outs right, but that's what I mean. I you know, and so like one of the perks is the fancy shout out for the Fancy Weasels and above, and the other thing is that there's Weasel Cord, the new Discord. Right now it's just for we just got the mods, and I just added the Patreons. I'll be adding members, I'll be adding subs, and once I get everything figured out, I'll be adding it'll eventually be our new Discord. I hope. I just want to make it pare it down to one Discord, and one Discord whose roles and permissions, I fully understand, because I got to be honest, the person that set up the Discord for me that we're currently on, like the NCC Discord, I don't understand how they set up permissions, and I'm still trying to yeah, so I thought it might be good to set up. What am I trying to do? Open Chrome so it can suck more of my system resources. That's wonderful. That's great. And there is still one person that I'm waiting to hear back for. So there's one more Fancy Weasel. I haven't given you your fancy shout out yet, because I just need to know if you want me to call you by your name on Patreon, or if there's like another handle, like a YouTube handle or a Twitch handle that you would prefer, because, you know, when names are like a first and last name, I assume that maybe that is you know, maybe that's private, maybe that's like information that you don't want, like you don't want your, I don't know, chat. I respect people's privacy, and I never want to put somebody on the spot, or like, I don't know, put information out there that they don't want out there. So still checking on that one. Introducing community chats, what? I don't... Oh shit, okay, so so shouts out to Fancy Weasel, Funky Monkey. Thank you for you know, being a Fancy Weasel. Don't see anything clickable to join Discord. Is there an invite link? Hey, so some of you out there, I think you got that. I think you got in, right? Moe Nope is a Fancy Weasel as well. Yes, wait. I mean, yes, that is true, but wait, did I not? I'm sorry, my mind is on so many things all at once. Yeah, because I'm getting questions about how do you get into the Discord, and I know some of you got it, like, right? I saw people appear on the new Discord. Oh my god. Now, oh, this is great. I gave myself 2 Discords to manage when I can barely handle one. So Temporal Insanity says that they just got added. And I need to make sure that, like, this is it showing me everything? Yeah, Moe Nope. I don't know why I didn't call out your name, but yes, Moe Nope, Fancy Weasel, shout out to Jules, Omega Star, Shax BA, Funky Monkey, and Temporal Insanity. You are all Fancy Weasels, and hopefully I know how to work all this. I'm just like, I don't know, like, does this make me a boomer, chat? If I suck at technology, technically that's a boomer, right? Moe is a wiggling weasels are happy weasels. That's the cool thing about Twitch, is that the weasels wiggle. The uncool thing about Twitch is the top of the hour ad break, which is coming at you in like 25 minutes now. And you know, that's every hour at the top of the hour there is a 3-minute ad break. That would be wild if there was 30 minutes. Someday, chat, someday Twitch will upgrade its ads to 30 minutes. No, hopefully not. God, there's a lot of ads though. 3 minutes is plenty. You don't need 30 minutes. Don't even need to think about 30 minutes. But yeah, there's a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, one that you can get out of for free or for $5 by using a Twitch Prime sub, or by using $5. I say $5, and that is until July 11th, when Twitch does in fact upgrade their that's not an upgrade. Raise their prices to $5.99. So it might be a good time to lock in the $5 price. I don't know if that's a thing, but you might want to check on that if you're interested in watching Twitch in the premium ad-free version, and getting the fancy weasels, the weasels that wiggle, as well as the Irenes that dance, and the void coffee that sizzles, as opposed to YouTube, which has memberships. Memberships do not get you out of the ads, though. That's not how YouTube that's not how YouTube works. But luckily on YouTube the ads are skippable, so you know, c'est la vie, comme ci, comme ça, other French and Italian phrases which I barely understand. Did you see all this? Oh my god, I've been overwhelmed, Shakespeare. I've been overwhelmed lately, so I have not seen everything there is to see, but there's much to see. There's much to cover today, right? We got let me see if I can remember it all. Dr. Disrespect, whose name I think I can say. There was a while where they were like, so Vergonia. Yo, I want to put Vergonia on. I was thinking about putting Vergonia on the poll, right? Because I found a deep dive video into Vergonia. Like it's just like, I think it's like everything that MSNBC has ever covered on what's her on Samuel Alito and his wife and the secret recordings. Come see, come saw. Vergonia would be an interesting flavor of Ben and Jerry's. I feel like Vergonia. Okay, here, go with me if you will. All right, this might sound a little wild to you, but we're talking about like a pasta flavor, right? We're talking about basil. We're talking about tomato. We're talking about like oregano is in there, and it's an ice cream. You know, like those fancy ice creams, like the green tea ice cream. And you're like, how can green tea be an ice cream? And then I'll give you a scoop of it, and you're like, green tea is an ice cream. And then I tell you about white pepper ice cream, and you're like, white pepper is just a spice. How could that possibly be? I give you a scoop of it, and you're like, white pepper ice cream. Yeah, these things are actually good. Strawberry with balsamic. Oh, balsamic reduction. Yeah, there's definitely got to be some balsamic reduction in there. Autumn is right. Oh my gosh, like I gotta go and see what chatters are right about. When chatters are right, they need to be listened to. Dr. Disrespecter of Age of Consent. Yo, Autumn is right, and that's a banger. That is a banger. I was almost going to say tweet. In French, vagina is a masculine. Is it vagine? Is it vagine? C'est possible. Ça c'est. On se prononce comme vagine, peut-être. Anyway, well, yeah, you know that Trump says that word, right? I finally found the source of Trump saying, oh god, I might as well share it with you. Un vagine. Really, it is vagine? Vagine? It's vagine. It's not even vagine. It's vagine. I was thinking with an E on the end of it, which would make it vagine, where you do pronounce the N, but when you end in a consonant in French, you kind of swallow that consonant right up. It's like it goes up your nose or something. The article, les articles, c'est masculine. Masculine. Ce n'est pas féminine. Ça, c'est incroyable. Ces mots, ces paroles, c'est incroyable. On sait pas. Oh my god, chat. I'm too wild today, and it's completely natural. It's not even it's, well, I mean, have I had too much coffee today? No, I haven't. I've had just the right amount of coffee, I believe. Yeah, I would say so. It's not even the coffee. Gendered nouns are the most arbitrary thing in all of French. Oh yeah, I remember learning about this in Latin class, like the masculine and feminine words. It was just it was something like people in my class started coming up with like theories as to what determines whether a word is going to be masculine or feminine. And they were like, if it's like longer than it is wide, then I think it's masculine. And then somebody found out an exception. I was like, no, okay. Yeah, we didn't find a rule. We didn't find any rule. No rule of thumb. Vergonia sounds like some niche wine, vintage. It's probably made of the blood of your enemies. If I'm to, what's her name again? Miss Alito? Is it Sally Ann Alito? It's not Sally Ann. I want her to be Sally Ann. The super secret audio links. Should I put that on there? Should I add that? I was trying to come up with new stuff for the poll. Boomer adjacent. Yeah, if you can't work Discord, you're boomer adjacent. You're next door to the boomers. NCC is confirming. The best flavor of Ben and Jerry. True. Super Waluigi to the motherfucking rescue. That's right, Mad King. Welcome. Okay, so yeah, like I said, I've upgraded the fuck out of the stream in ways that you're not even gonna believe. So, wait, so I guess, okay. So here's how the stream works if you're unfamiliar, all right? Let's do this. Okay. So we have the dono goal. It's at 0%, right? It gets to 100%, we get to do another topic. I'm going to be covering, obviously, what's in the thumbnail. Obviously, I'm not going to leave you hanging on the Brianna Wu. That would be silly for me to ask my lovely and talented thumbnail artist to make a thumbnail and then not give you that story. That would be wild. I'm not going to do that, right? So we're not going to leave you hanging here, right? But then there's an optional, like, second, like, you know, topic, right? And I kind of let you vote on it. And in fact, eventually, I want to get some of the topics from people voting in Discord when I can figure out what how voting in Discord actually works, right? Then we're gonna do that and incorporate that and let people in Discord like sort of vote on stuff from stream suggestions of like, ooh, I really want to see that, right? And unless it's something like, you know, that's gonna get me in trouble with YouTube, which actually happened last week. If you don't know, last week I got in trouble with YouTube just for doing a Jubilee middle ground debate panel, right? This is where they bring in, like, we got detransitioners versus trans people or something, or like we got like the last one was like pro MAGA Republicans versus anti MAGA Republicans, and yeah, it's just wild shit. It's catnip. It's made for streamers. Streamers cover it. I don't think anybody would watch, to be completely honest with you. I don't think people would watch I don't think people would even watch Jubilee if it wasn't for streamers. But yeah, we watched it. We tried to watch it, and my stream got pulled down and my channel got in trouble, and that's bad. And they still have not answered as to what their policy is, right? So we're gonna have to deal with that maybe next week. We're gonna have to give them some shit. We're gonna have to make some noise. We're gonna have to, we're gonna have to get messy with Jubilee. Yeah, we're gonna have to like be like, the Jubilee, you fucking snowflakes. You fucking snowflakes. You can't take criticism. What the fuck, right? Because yeah, that was fucked up. So yeah, we did have one time where the vote did get me in trouble, but that's not your fault. Trouble. That is my trouble. That is my problem. All right, that is my fault for putting it on there. But yeah, unless something's gonna get me in trouble, or it's gonna be TOS or whatever, you know, like we'll do it live. Yo, did I just get an egg emote pop up on the screen? Oh wait, oh god, kick up a stink. That's what we're gonna do. Oh god, you just remind me, we have to cover kick. Probably do that tomorrow. Quebecois French, people are like tabernacle. Wait, is that a bad word in French Canadian? I feel like I'm gonna say a bad word or something. It sounds more threatening when you say it. When they say it. What does it mean? Is it like saying time in Japanese? Which literally just means you, but it's like an offensive way to say you. And you're also not supposed to refer to the other person because that's rude. You just imply. Like even saying anata is a little bit like, wait, do you hate my guts? You just call me anata. Like, right? Did you just said you just mentioned the second person pronoun. Do you hate me? And no, chatters. I do not hate anyone. I do not have time. I do not have energy to hate. I just I'm completely overwhelmed. But that's okay. We'll get through it. We'll get through it together. But yeah, this is how this works. What have we got here? Matt Taibbi's Gaza take. That just came out. That just dropped, right? Matt Taibbi also taught, and if we do the Matt Taibbi Gaza take, I think we'll also talk about the Twitter files, because he talks about that too. He gives more excuses for his collaboration with like Calice de Tab. Wait, but I'm not saying anything bad, am I? When I'm saying Tabernat, I feel like I'm saying something naughty. I'm gonna get in trouble. I'm gonna get banned from French Canada. Spanish has that too. As a Canadian, I feel like Irene just committed a hate crime against my country's second language. How so? Japan has the best green tea stuff. My favorite is the, if you've ever had mochi with like the green tea mochi with green tea ice cream. That stuff is the best. Don't stop talking about Gaza. Isn't a tabernacle religious? It sounds like it, but I don't know. For some reason, when I say it, I feel like I remember. It's just because Quebec has a deep religious background. But wait, is it a curse word? It's blasphemy. So it's like saying, like, did you know that Gadzooks is blasphemy? Like when you say Gadzooks, like, right, you're like a evil scientist and you're like, Gadzooks, my creature is alive. What you're really saying is you're referring to like the nails in Jesus's hands. Those are God's hooks, right? God's hooks, right? My grandmom went over this with me because she was like a super religious person, and she definitely didn't want me saying, you know, Jesus Christ or Jesus or God or anything like that, right? That was bad. That was forbidden. I shouldn't say that. God's gonna be mad at me if I take God's name in vain, right? I couldn't say that, right? So but then there was like G's, and my grandma would get mad at me. I'm like, what? I just said G's. I didn't say G. I'm not talking about Jesus. I said G's. G's, grandma, why are you so mad? Right? But no, Jesus, short for Jesus. Oh yeah, my friends used to say Ga, because some of them had like religious parents too, and they weren't allowed to say God, so they just say Ga. Like, I don't know, golly, you couldn't say golly. Oh my God. Because it's Galilee. No, just kidding. I don't think it's because it's Galilee. I don't know why it is. Quebec is national. Oh my God, I'm missing. Quebec is very nationalist with French heritage, because it forces you to know it pretty much everywhere. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. You got an investing ad? Mochi is awesome. It's, you know, if YouTube was smart, they would serve ads that had something to do with what I just said. Like if I say mochi, then it would give you an ad for mochi. Well, that would be the most effective advertising ever. That would be the most effective advertising ever. Omega Star, thank you for the gifted membership. Who got that gifted membership? Jerry McLean. You just got weaseled. Wait, I gotta press the button. I made this I automated this, so I no longer have to say something that I always end up saying. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. There we go. That is money going to, okay, so Omega Star just illustrated like how this whole thing works, right? Donate a membership, it goes up, dono goes up 10%. Although the exchange rate may change. You know, I'm gonna try to tie it to, like, you know, what I need to be able to run the stream eventually. We're not quite there yet, but that makes sense, right? And then the 2% for Shakespeare's super shot. Wait, no, I said it wrong. Wait, one of them is like, one of the ways that you say cat is like you're basically saying like pussy, right? And the other way is just a male cat, right? If you say, you never say la chat, right? You always say, wait, no, what is it? You always say le chat, because that's just cat if you say la chat. then you're like talking about something else there. Speaking of La Shah, but yeah, what else does this make happen? This makes $3 go into Jink Uyghur versus RFK Jr. That's a debate. And look, like, we don't love Jink Uyghur, and we definitely don't love RFK Jr., but there's that debate's still worth watching. I've previewed it, right? So I can tell you that for sure. So yeah, 3% for what does that 3% mean? Okay, that means it's plus 3%. So when I do the poll, which I'm about to, oh, let me make sure. Whoa, I wasn't even top chat yet. Similar to Gata versus Gata. Wait, so you can't say la Gata. If you say la Gata, you're talking about your tortilla. I don't know if that makes sense, but I know what a tortillera is, so I don't even know if that's still a thing though. NCC is a 3%er. Yeah, get me out of 3%, chat. Japanese cursing is wild. Like you just using a direct sound second person pronoun. I know, right? Can be rude. Using one that's historically a term for supreme respect is the most insulting. Wait, is that what Time is? El gato. El gato. It's only el gato. It's no la gata. We don't feminize the word for cat. Okay, so what am I trying to do here? Well, I've got to do two things. The first thing is set up the sister stream over on Shorts. What? Now I'm talking with a fake French accent. It's not a real French accent, of course. It's a fake one. Which is not to compare that to the fake German accent, which basically makes you sound like a Nazi from a World War II movie. It's not good. Oh wait, do I have my... Oh, these don't work unless I'm logged into not just any Twitter, but... Or not just any Discord, but a very specific Discord. Discord. There we go. Now I can press.
Cheers, my dude. Love ya. No homo.
All the homo in the world for Pride Month, okay? Like, Tipster got that part wrong. I think even Tipster would retcon the no homo part if he could. No Diddy? Oh my god, speaking of that's what they're calling him now. They're calling him not Dr. Disrespect but Dr. Diddler. That's what they're calling Dr. Disrespect now. Chat, I can neither confirm nor deny that the chord that Dr. Disrespect struck with the Twitch Safety Council was a minor. All right, we don't have that information. I can't say that, and even if I did, I would probably be too afraid of Dr. Disrespect's legal team to actually say that. But that is what people are talking about right now. And we do have, I guess, a witness, like somebody who worked for Twitch and claims to know the reason that Dr. Disrespect was banned for, and it's not for cheating on his wife. Spoiler. It is not for cheating on his wife. I just realized that. There we go. That's not good. I mean, it's white noise, but that's still not what we're going for here. What are we going for though? We're going for putting together the poll and then getting into it. I've got a lot to cover today. Like I said, what content you like to see next? It's been a rough week for male influencers being abusive. What's the other one? Like I'm Alex is the other. Perhaps what you're referring to? Dr. Diddley Spect? Oh my gosh. River Rune is right. Whenever a chatter is right about something, it's good to check in on. But I can't find the chat in question. Oh, come on. Is this not going to work for me? Maybe we have to equip the new stream key. That's a pain in the ass. So I was trying to get started with the poll. But yeah, that's how the poll works. When you donate, you have the chance to increase the increase or decrease like the the ranking, the poll number, the vote, right, the percentage. Right, you increase it by donating and saying I want Jink versus RFK, or I want the Brett Cooper is a fake video, or I want to see Matt Taibbi's Gaza take, or whatever. Right, that's how you increase it. If you want to decrease all of them, or in other words, make all of the donations count less, you say Vox Populi, and then you put your money against any sort of interference in the poll, and that is how that works. Let's see, we got to go here and feed the new stream key to the robot. There it goes, it ate it. And then we hit this button. What was the other thing that I said? So I said Matt Taibbi's Gaza take. Brett Cooper is a fake. I didn't mean for those first two to rhyme. I'm not trying to have bars here, but I guess I kind of have bars nonetheless. Jink Uger versus RFK Jr. debate. That kind of also rhymes. And what is this? Blair White. I can't make that rhyme. Blair White shows up at Pride. What the fuck was the other one? Could smell the Charlie from across the room. Neko is my cat's name. That's a good name for a cat. It's better than the name for that apparently Eugene Carroll gave her cat, which is the explanation behind why Trump said vagina. Now, why did he say vagina like that? I can't answer. What was the other thing that chat? Does anybody remember? What was the other thing that I mentioned that I was like, or somebody mentioned it in chat and I was like, oh yeah, I thought about putting that on the poll. If nobody can remember it though. Oh, okay, so is there any one of these that people are just not interested in and you want to like replace it with Vergonia? Should we make a, yeah, it was Vergonia. There's a deep dive into Vergonia. Never found where she actually named her cat. I don't know if this is true, but I got the clip from that. I've got the Trump clip where he says vagina. And he says it just like that. No, he says it kind of like that. I can't do Trump's voice. Most people cannot do Trump's voice. She's telling me about her hometown in Colombia called Bucaramanga. They get a lot of Venezuelan immigrants in that town specifically. But yeah, do we have like consensus to replace something with Vergonia? What would we replace? What needs replacing? We've had Brett Cooper up there for a while, but it always gets votes. Blair White doesn't get votes. Should we replace Blair White with Vergonia? That's kind of like an old story. Yeah, she showed up to Pride, and you know, obviously trying to cause trouble, and she got kicked the fuck out. You replace it with Taibbi. Okay, 1 vote for Taibbi. Sasha G says Blair. Autumn says Blair fell off. Narwhal says Blair replace Blair White. Period. That's what I'm trying to do, chat. I'm just not enough of a trans. I'm not. I'm not enough of a trans med, which is to say I'm not one, which would be by definition not enough. Anyway, chat. So you know what I'm trying to say. You know what I'm trying to say. I'm not self-hating enough to replace fucking Blair White. Blair White's getting the votes. Oh no, Taibbi got another vote. So it's between Blair White and Taibbi as far as the stuff that people are just like not interested in. I actually don't blame you on either of those. I feel like those are sleepers. I'm not sleepers like as in like they're good and people don't realize it until later on, but I mean sleepers as in they'll put you to sleep, potentially. Put me to sleep. And if I fall asleep on stream, I don't know what happens. I don't know what happens. Like anything could happen. The cats could take over. The cats could take over the stream if I fall asleep, right? Anything could happen. Did not see the poll. The poll's not up yet. But I'm trying to decide. Okay, so far I already saw the Taibbi thing. Are we doing shorts? Let's see. Why is it not giving me the option to start that stream? Yeah, I'm trying to start shorts. I don't know what's going on here. Let's hit that button and then hit that button and see if that lets it happen. Oh my god, no. This is an old meme from when I beefed with another hateful transmet on Twitter. But I don't even want to bring that up because like that's like there we go, here we go. All right, there shorts is startable. So far I've gotten that we want to replace Blair White. Maybe we can find something else. Okay, Vergonia. I feel like Vergonia might win though. And that's but we haven't done Vergonia yet, so I'm glad we're putting it on there. Yeah, maybe we could find something to replace Matt Taibbi with. We'll figure it out when we figure it out. All right, what content would you like to see next? There's your poll. And that means that I gotta repeat the poll. Okay, so we gotta take Blair White leaves. Yeah, Blair White was not getting votes, so this makes sense. Vergonia. Secret tapes. Live chat and create a poll. What content do you want to see? Want has a T in it, to see next. And not Blair White goes to Pride. Wait, I thought I replaced Brett Cooper with something else. What's going on? I did, didn't I? Vergonia's winning. Wait, it is Brett Cooper as fake. What did I replace? Oh god, I'm so mixed up. Okay, so that one is Brett Cooper. Well, yeah, Brett Cooper keeps on getting votes, so I mean, not Brett Cooper herself, but the concept of seeing how fake she is. That's what's getting votes. There we go. Starting the other poll. Okay, we got it. We got it. Okay, there we go. So we got the poll ready. People are still on Twitter. They don't know about Blue Sky yet, Luna Rose. I replaced Blair in the hearts of transmeds everywhere. No, I don't know, God, chat. It's like I don't know what it is. I always end up fighting with these people. Like, I'm amazed that I haven't gotten in a conflict with Blair White. If there's like a transmed out there, like especially one involved in like Twitch politics or whatever, I always end up in some kind of conflict with them. They just don't like me because I say love yourself for who you are and stuff, and they're like, that's cringe. That's cringe. You have to hate yourself for who you are to be a transmed. So yeah, I think I'm. They're allergic to me. They're allergic to me. That's what it is. Oh yeah, oh yeah. So I mentioned that we got some special that I changed some stuff around, right? And most of you have already seen the Waluigi cam, right? And then the Waluigi close-up cam. What you may not have seen yet Wait, where is this? Oh, there it is. What I don't think you've seen yet is this. Now, anybody recognize this format, right? Does this ring any bells for anyone? Does this feel familiar to anyone? Anyone on Twitch? Anyone on YouTube? Anyone in Shorts? Anybody recognize this? Apparently, I did not put myself on. I see Caitlyn's face? Wait, you think that's a Caitlyn Jenner? I see. Oh wait, no, just somebody different. Sorry. No, that no. Oh my God. Yeah, apparently the delay is strong. Kaylin Collins from the presidential debate, is it? This is the presidential debate. Yeah, I think you're right, actually. Okay, so that's Kaylin Collins. Okay, actually, I didn't know that. But like anything else, like about, you know, that you're seeing, like seem familiar, like the format, like the. Anyway, we'll get to it later. We'll get to it in a second. I'll if no one has any guesses, right? Does anybody remember who copied Sam Cedar's background? Who was it that copied Sam Cedar's background? When is mainstream news gonna do kick or keep? That's sounds like a good format. It's better than what they've got. Yeah, David Pacman. David Pacman stole Sam Cedar's background, and well, I thought I'd return the favor. I thought I'd return the favor, David. How does it feel? How does it feel to have your background lifted, as it were? We're gonna make Pacman's blood boil today by stealing his background, right? To get this is for Sam. This is for Sam. Anyway, yeah, so somebody correctly identified this locality as being the Republican presidential town hall debate with Donald Trump. I think he went to this one alone. Now, if you remember, which you probably don't, what time this was, like it was right around the time that Donald Trump was had gotten held liable for essaying E. Jean Carroll in a dressing room at a certain department store. I can't remember, so somebody in chat probably remembers the name of the department store, right? This was around the same time as that happened. CNN decided to have Donald Trump on to do a town hall. right? And well, if you're, we're gonna see where the, God, I'm doing this all wrong already. Okay. So months ago during the Republican primary, CNN invited Donald Trump, fresh off of being found liable for defaming E. Jean Carroll, who claimed to have been essayed at a department store by Donald Trump. The court found that when Donald Trump said that she was lying, that was defamation. So he was held civilly liable for that. Obviously, the statute of limitations on what he did was had already run out, but he was held liable civilly, right? So fresh off that, CNN brings on Donald Trump for a town hall, and I was always wondering where the soundbite that I hear a lot of streamers, a lot of YouTubers, a lot of people have the soundbite of Donald Trump just saying vagina, right? He said it in a particular way, kind of like the way that he says China, like he says vagina. And I was always wondering where this came from. Well, chat, now we know. Now we know exactly where that came from. Failure. Okay, I know why that's a failure. I was trying to be slick. I was trying to... Oh my god, chat. Let's try it again. Studio mode. Let's try this again. So now we know where that soundbite came from. Why do you suck? Why do you suck? Oh my god, chat, I set this up, like I stayed up late last night setting this up and now it doesn't work. What is even going on here? Yeah. This should work. This should fucking work. Let's try it one more time. You fucking... Oh, because I changed... I get it, I get it. I renamed things, and that fucked everything up. I love how delicate this shit is, that like just renaming something, you know, you'd think that if you renamed something that it would track along with it and be like, oh, okay, let's change the name of the thing. But it's like, no. Oh my god, chat, we're off to a great start, aren't we? We're off to an amazing start. Okay, so now we finally know where that clip came from. Piece of shit. Sorry. Now we know where that clip came from.
Sexually abused the writer E. Jean Carroll and defamed her. You've denied this, but what do you say to voters who say it disqualifies you from being president?
Well, there aren't too many.
Notice, chat, the crowd is laughing about this. Like, this is a big joke to them. This is hilarious stuff, right?
Because my poll numbers just came out, they went up. Okay. The judge wouldn't allow us to put that in. Her dog or her cat was named Vagina. The judge wouldn't allow to put that in. All of these things, but with her, they could put it.
That's the disqualifying thing. And his crowd is eating it up. Like, how could someone who names their dog or cat Vagina be the victim of sexual assault? Obviously, you've debunked it right there, Trump. The courts are just lying. right? Is what he thinks. It's what he thinks, right? It's what he's trying to imply. It's not what he thinks. He knows the truth, right? But he's just lying to you, and he's lying to you confidently. And this is the magic of Donald Trump. This is why Trump bangs with the algorithm. Somebody that will lie and lie confidently is like the closest thing to an authority in this day and age, right? As far as our epistemological crisis goes, we're just gonna go with the dude that seems like confident. Anyway, let's see some more of this.
In anything, Access Hollywood.
So yeah, there we go. There it is. That's the whole clip. That's the whole clip right there. The answer to the question, what do you say to voters who believe that the jury verdict in the E. Jean Carroll case disqualifies you from being president? And his answer is vagina. And they're like, yay, Mr. Trump, you got it right. So yeah, I mean, like, that's where the clip comes from. Like, I was like, wait, Trump says vagina? Because he says, I know he says grab him by the, you know, the pussy, but like, I didn't know where this clip came from, but I did a little research and I was able to find it. That's where people are getting that from. And wow, what a memory, right? That's all it takes to disqualify the finding of a court in the opinion of your average MAGA voter. Her dog or her cat, I was unable to admit this as evidence, folks. They would not let me admit this as evidence that her dog or her cat was named Vagina. Like that would have swayed the jury. Would be like, oh, I'm sorry, never mind. That's, you know, you're totally not liable for defamation over. But there we have it. Anyway, that's the. I am just like, get me out of this. Okay, well. That's kind of how the clips work now, right? That's kind of how the segments are going to work. So we're going to try. Hopefully we will not have the same sort of technical difficulties. Let me test this once more. Okay. I think I see what let's try this again. Awesome. Okay, well, I can see I have some work to do. What do you think, Waluigi? How did that go? That was terrible, wasn't it? That was terrible. That was awful. Wait, this is the result of a life devoid of discipline, accountability, and responsibility? Do you think so? Do you think like everybody, given the conditions of Trump's life, would end up like Trump? As far as the confidence, right? As far as the false confidence, as far as the entitlement, and you know, like, honestly, I almost don't think it's confidence. I think it's entitlement. I think that what Trump displays is entitlement, and there's something wrong with the American zeitgeist that the majority of people associate entitlement with confidence, right? But when you think about capitalism, does it sort of make sense? There's a lot more workers than there are capitalists. There's precious few capitalists. Capitalism is like a pyramid scheme, and the tip top of the pyramid is getting ever smaller, and the base is getting ever larger, and the sort of precarious position that you're put into by capitalism is getting ever more precarious, right? It's set up to fail. This is what Marx noticed, right? And like, while I am not, you know, somebody who like holds Karl Marx as some kind of like religious figure, I don't, you know, the part of Marxism is probably you know, not buying into those opiates of the masses. I do think that I see why he thought that. I'm not sure. Do I think that it's inevitable that capitalism will fall, that capitalism contains the seeds of its own dissolution? I guess only time will tell, but you can sort of see, you know, where that comes from, and you can sort of see what's actually holding capitalism up. And at the end of the day, it's not much. It's the false confidence of the capitalists, the entitlement of the capitalists, and the dysfunctional morality of the rest of us, the morality imposed upon us by capitalism, right? You break out of that, and that's the real red pill. That's the, you know what I mean? Forget Andrew Tate, right? That's the real red pill, realizing that all this is held up on is the entitlement of the capitalists, and our belief that that entitlement is justified somehow. Anyway, Donald Trump was groomed into becoming Donald Trump. He'd never have been half as bad without Roy Cohn. Oh, good point. Yeah, he had Roy Cohn there. Roy Cohn is a lawyer. God, was he like involved with J. Edgar Hoover or something? I feel like I've heard all kinds of shit about Roy Cohn. He does have the behavior of a spoiled monarch with divine... Oh, shit. Big Man Dogs actually connecting this to the previous mode of production before capitalism, that being feudalism. Held up by, you know, the not quasi-religious, but actually religious belief of the divine right of the of kings. I'm imagining some kind of Dragon Ball Z fusion dance between Vegeta and someone with a name ending in Gina to turn into Vegina. Yeah, I don't know any Dragon Ball character like that, but if you think of one, let me know, general public. This is a result, yeah, this is, wait, Baron Trump? Yeah, Karl Marx, the black sheep of the Marx brothers. Capitalism is just an endless string of pump and dump schemes and short trading. Marx had some really bad ideas, bearing in mind he was around in the late 1800s. Yeah, and we've talked about Marx's, you know, anti-Semitism as well. So it's definitely not about like standing dead white dudes of any description. Or Donald Trump, let's see. Textbook display of white mediocrity that goes unchecked. Trump is the culmination of a 50-year political project. I do kind of blame the Republicans and the Democrats, but mostly the Republicans, in terms of their intentional cultivation of an anti-intellectual base. You could go back to Nixon to find this, right? That there was a refusal to accept any sort of accountability from the public, a desire to go around the quote-unquote gatekeepers of the news media, who to some extent, you know, kept people honest, you know, exposed people like Richard Nixon. And you know, their solution for that was just to cultivate a fucking base that hates education, hates authority, and ultimately hates truth, resents truth, right? What, we got to not vote for our guy just because he was, you know, caught in a scandal? Forget that. The only thing keeping capitalism going is there isn't another system to replace it immediately, like Eastern Europe, when capitalism immediately... I mean, that's why things like parallel power structures are so important, right? And there is work that we can do right now because, like, you know, it's capitalism is very unstable. Capitalism is built on a rickety foundation, and when it falls down, right, I see the world could just as easily fall to neo-feudalism or fascism or whatever, as it could to you know, as it could to like a new mode of production that does not strip you of your surplus labor value. So anyway, what else we got? We got, oh yeah, Boebert. We got Boebert. Oh yeah, let's try this. So we're going to try out some of my fancy new toys, right? I got fancy new toys, and we're going to try them out. Let's take a look at this. fancy new toy right now. There we go. That's not quite fancy yet, but it will be. Okay, so here we go with Lauren Boebert. She's been in the news recently for a lot of things. For a lot of things, right? But the latest thing is this 10 Commandments take that she had.
I don't think that it's bad to have something that says honor your father and mother so that you will live a long life. That is the first commandment that has a promise attached to it. I don't think that it's bad to teach children that adultery is something that you should not do. And also listed in the 10 Commandments, thou shalt not steal. And maybe the left and some of these politicians are having a meltdown over having that right there listed in our classrooms.
That's it.
Not steal is because
we're all BK gay do crime, right? That's right. The left are the Democrats. They're a bunch of illegalist anarchists, right? They like what? I did just realize that there is an issue with I've got a I knew there was some stuff that I left out. Oh my god, chat. Okay, let's try this again. From here to here. There we go. So at least, yeah, I just realized I'm kind of like leaving out, I'm leaving out the shorts people, or I was leaving out the shorts people. I think I got it fixed though. All right, I think I fixed it. Okay, so yeah, Lauren, but let's watch this again for those on shorts who missed it. And again, remembering that at the
government hates competition and they don't want our children to realize that that's something you shouldn't be doing. So I don't think that it's bad to have something that says honor your father and mother so that you will live a long life. That is the first commandment that has a promise attached to it. I don't think that it's bad to teach children that adultery is something that you should.
What is she on here? This is Real American Voice. At first I thought this was going to be Fox News, but this is Real America's Voice. I'm sorry. That's the War Room. This is Steve. She's on Steve Bannon. That's what this is.
Not do. And also listed in the 10 Commandments, thou shalt not steal. And maybe the left and some of these politicians are having a meltdown over having that right there listed in our classrooms, thou shalt not steal, is because government hates competition and they don't want our children to realize that that's something you shouldn't be doing.
Okay, so yeah, Lauren Boebert, she's been, she moved to a different district, right? She anticipated that she might not win re-election in the district that she was in. She switched districts. She's been in a primary with other Republican candidates, and they kind of been kicking her ass, right? The moderator that she got for the debate that she did actually held her feet to the fire, right? Unlike the moderator for Jamal Bowman versus George Latimer, the moderator for Boebert, versus the rest of the Republican field did want to talk about Beetlejuice. And speaking of Beetlejuice, we now have a Democratic candidate filming his campaign commercial in the same seat that Lauren Boebert was in.
I'm sitting in the very same seat that Lauren Boebert got kicked out of. The same way she got kicked out of Colorado's 3rd congressional district. Now she's picked up her bags and fled to eastern Colorado to run in the 4th Congressional District. That's a race I've been running since May of 2023. Boebert's an opportunistic carpetbagger, and we deserve real leadership here in Colorado's 4th. Please, if you can, chip in $5, $10 today to make sure that we have the resources we need to win this race.
Okay, so yeah, Pandora. So I mean that's a pretty good idea for a commercial. Wow. Oh, here we go with the so this is what she got in trouble for. You can barely see it, and that's probably a good thing. In fact, we shouldn't even linger on that because yeah, she was caught doing naughty stuff in the Beetlejuice. You know, this is like the Beetlejuice the musical. Oh my god, I don't even want to. Yeah, I mean literally this is what that sign is about. This is what she's doing here. This is apparently what somebody did to a Trump. This used to be a Trump. See, like TRUMP, and then Pence, PENCE, right? So make me gag, make America great again. Changed to a completely different meaning here. But that's what's going on with Lauren Boebert. She's trying to institute the 10 Commandments to cover up the fact that she is not living exactly the exemplary Christian life. And look, as much as I don't want to bring people's kids into it, or you know, like her, you know, she's talking about like thou shalt not steal. Well, I mean, like that seems to be a message that she failed to instill in her children as a mother. And it's wild that Lauren Boebert exists, but yeah, that's what they have to do. They have to appeal to Jesus. And this is their go-to thing. This is their pivot, right? They get caught being hypocritical, caught being ridiculous, caught with something that if they weren't in the Republican Party would just like end their fucking career. How do you screw something up as simple as making the sign of the cross? Wait, is she even Catholic? Wait, what is it? Spectacles? Is it like it? Oh my god, I'm not gonna make the sign of the cross, but like, what is it? Spectacles, testicles, wallet, and watch. I don't even know what the watch is on the left side, so wallet would be on the right side, I guess. Like here I am trying to figure this stuff out. I don't think that's actually Lauren Boebert there. I think that's somebody that looks like Lauren Boebert. But there's her opponent again. The 2023. I love this about Elon's. Oh my god, get that out of there. Get that out of there. Okay, nothing else is wholesome from Lauren Boebert. You know what, chat? If we want something wholesome, we're gonna have to go to Dr. Disrespect. Why would the name of her pet be relevant? It's a distraction. It's a distraction, but like, no, here's why it's relevant. According, so Jules is asking about the Donald Trump thing. Like, why did he bring up the name of the pet of E. Jean Carroll? And it is because not just Republicans, unfortunately, but a lot of people, their idea of a victim is a perfect person. This is why when, like, you know, like a black kid gets shot by a cop, they will go back through, they will try to find pictures of them, like mean mugging or posing with a gun or doing something bad. You know, do they have a criminal record? Did they ever shoplift? Aha. There, I guess it's okay that they were, you know, that they were unalived, right? It's the same kind of thing. So he's going back through of like, oh, okay, so says she's a victim of sexual assault. Well, what kind of victim of sexual assault names her cat Vagina? Right? And the answer is like, that is a boomer joke, right? Pussy, vagina. I guess that's the joke, you know, like I could call her pussy, but instead I'm going to call her, I don't know. People naming their pets weird things all the time. And it's, oh my God, what the hell? Yeah. So we got to go through to something more wholesome. And it turns out that is Dr. Disrespect. What is this? Dr. Disrespect loading up Fortnite, gets stream sniped. User named Age of Consent. Did this really happen? Loads up Warzone, gets killed by user Dr. Epstein's Island. Loads up Elden Ring, gets Invaded? Wait, you can get invaded in Elden Ring? Can somebody explain Elden Ring to me? I didn't know Elden Ring was like a multiplayer. I thought Elden Ring was like a single player deal. Gets invaded by Dr. Divorced Pedophile. Wait, This is Caseytron bringing up a video from Nick Merckx, which hopefully won't get me banned. Hopefully Nick Merckx is not going to have a wardrobe malfunction.
Checking in. Look, I open Twitter. Bunch of my mentions are he, they, she, hey, they, fucking, I identify.
Remember this guy? Remember this guy? Remember Nick Merckx? Right? He was the one that was like, I'm not hateful towards LGBT community or to anybody, but the one thing I will tell them is to leave the kids alone. Leave the kids out of it. In other words, I'm okay with the LGBT community as long as they continue to allow, you know, parents to abuse their gay kids. Right? That's what that's a very ironic leave the kids alone, right? Considering what he's you know, asking is like, leave the kids alone so we can fucking homeschool them, we can gaslight them, we can bring them up to believe that, like, you know, that nobody's gay, and that if they have feelings of attraction for somebody of the same sex, if they feel like they're trans, if, you know, anything, right, then that's a problem with them. That's a defect, that's a personal failing of theirs, rather than there are a ton of people that are like that, right? That's what these conservatives, unironically, they are like the person that, do you remember when Bugs Bunny like was trying to fool Elmer Fudd into thinking he had rabbititis, you know? And wait, I don't even know if it was the rabbititis thing, right? But he paints Elmer Fudd's windows black to convince Elmer Fudd that it's night and it's day. The windows are painted black, so it looks like night outside, right? That's what these fucking conservative parents are doing to their kids. They're painting the windows black. Like, no, there's no sun. It's totally night out there. And it's like, you know, no, there's a bright sunshiny day. There's rainbows in the sky, okay? You know, it's not like it was back in the day. You do not have to hate yourself for being gay. But, you know, some you know, of these right-wing parents want to keep their kids in darkness. Anyway.
And I seen the couple tweets about the doc.
The doc.
I'm as taken back as a lot of you guys are, okay? But the fact remains that these are some crazy accusations. Crazy. Big time accusations. And until we know more, until we know them as fact, until they've been proven with evidence, what are we talking about? What's anybody talking about? As far as the leave little kids alone stuff, this doesn't make it any further from the truth. Leave little children out of your shit. Have a nice day. Yo.
Yeah, let conservative parents continue to abuse their children. That's what he's saying. Because children are property to these assholes. Children are properties that they can mold into their own image. And if the child does not comply with that, if the child disappoints them, then more abuse happens, right? That's what leave little kids alone, leave little kids out of this actually means. This guy is standing child abuse. Fuck him. Oh my god, another protect kids from trans people person gets outed as a pedophile, that being Dr. Disrespect. What did Dr. Disrespect? Maybe we'll be able to see it. Oh god. They got this mega edit of wait, I don't like what? The FemC? Okay, I don't even get this one. Why is the FemC in there? Did he actually say this? Oh my god. The Heart Part 6 by Dr. Drake. There's the new setup for Dr. Disrespect. Wait, did Destiny talk about this?
Involved is probably okay now.
My memory is really bad because this was like 2 years ago, and I was in Outpost buying a minicopter, and I remember someone saying Doctor's Disrespect got banned from Twitch because he was messaging underage girls on Twitch.
Why he said that?
Wait, what?
That's not it.
We're about to learn all about the DMCA process now.
That's what I'm saying. What I heard in Rust.
Did he say that?
Destiny's more worried about getting in trouble with YouTube or getting legal trouble. Again, like, you know, when you say this stuff, you gotta say it's allegedly, and like as much as Dr. Disrespect is, or sorry, as much as Nick Merckx is an absolute clown, right? What we don't have proof, right? We don't have proof yet. What we do have though is the words of a Twitch employee, a former Twitch employee that has now come out and said. Well, let's see exactly what they said. So this is, we're gonna have to work backwards here. So here we go, the original tweet. Why does it say he and not Dr. I don't understand why anybody tweets like this. He got banned because he got caught sexting a minor in then existing Twitch Whispers product. Like, last I checked, Twitch still has Whispers. He was trying to meet up with her at TwitchCon. The powers that be could read in plain text. Case closed, gang. No, but it's what I literally don't understand. Why not say Dr. Disrespect? Oh, I guess because you don't want Dr. Disrespect to find your tweet. But if you fucking say this shit, he's gonna find your tweet. This has got 24.5 million views according to Elon's sus metrics. So what, at least 10 million views, let's say. No one makes the wrong decision. F him and his boys. So we don't have verification for this yet, but I think we have some corroboration. People still trying to bring this back to him cheating on his wife. Some people thought that he got banned for Twitch for cheating on his wife, but that is not something Twitch would do. That is not something that Twitch would do, right? That's, you know, maybe not a great look, but it doesn't really reflect on Twitch in any way. You know what's a bad look though? What's a really bad look? What Twitch has to ban is if somebody's using Whispers, which Whispers are like the DMs of Twitch. If somebody's using Whispers to, you know, approach and inappropriately interact with an underage person, then, you know, that makes sense, right? So he isn't denying it, somebody points out, right? He is not denying it. He says, Jake, wait, anyway, let's, we'll have to get back through. A former Twitch employee has come forward. This is Jake Lucky, who reported on the Dr. Disrespect issue at the time when it happened, has come forward and stated that the alleged reason for Dr. Disrespect's permanent Twitch ban was quote-unquote sexting a minor in previous Twitch Whisper. I don't know why they say it like this. As far as I know, Whispers still exists. Maybe they changed it. Maybe they changed it. Male streamer, just be normal challenge. Impossible. Basically. Very particular way of denying wrongdoing. So yeah, this is what we're talking about. This is Dr. Disrespect replying and saying, Jake, seriously, I get it. It's a hot topic. But this has been settled. No wrongdoing was acknowledged, and they paid out the whole contract, right? You're not denying it. That's the weirdest thing to say. That's the weird. So in terms of like what this looks like right now, it looks like he's not denying it. Like the right way to respond to this, if you never did this, if Cody just made it the fuck up, right? Cody, former Twitch employee here, is to say, I did nothing of the sort. That's not true. That never happened. These are lies. And you might follow that up with like, you know, if anybody wants to keep lying, my legal team, right? Because if Cody said this shit and it's not true, and Dr. Disrespect can prove it's not true in court, that's that's a pretty slam dunk libel case, right? That's a defamation libel, slander. Yeah, I think it's slander, and it's it's defamation, right? Some kind of defamation. But yeah, there's still people asking for verifications, including Nick Merck. But I mean, this is the whole crew. This is the whole crew of anti-trans streamers. Dr. Disrespect, Nick Merck, Heel versus Babyface. If we can bring ourselves back to the
Fucking pronouns! Fucking pronouns!
Not looking good for the doc. Not looking good at all. Okay, so we have another tweet from somebody who at the time said something very similar, right? This is Slasher, aka Rod Breslow. He says, "I didn't lie. Dr. Disrespect, the age of consent." No, somebody is calling him out here. You allegedly knew about a terrible thing that happened involving a minor, and you refused to say anything for years. He did say something, but like, I don't know exactly what this call out is about. If anything, people should have no more respect for you as a journalist. Wait, Slasher is a world's #1 certified gaming insider, esports consultant, master of the metaverse, internet culture expert. Let's take a look and see. And chat, we're gonna get to the Brianna Wu stuff, right? I'm just covering some stories before we get to the main content. I realize I'm 2 hours into stream, so let's take a look right here. If we go to
Well, you guys do not know her. A very entertaining stream and some stream.
So yeah, this is Jake Lucky.
Stream technology that I talked about a while back. She definitely does her own thing. Not necessarily my thing, but she had a guest. And the only other thing he does.
Well.
Oh, shit.
I really enjoy leaking people.
What's the biggest thing that you've leaked?
Oh, shit. Okay, I didn't even realize that's Code Miku. I was like, why is he talking about VTubers? But that's Code Miku. Code Miku is a VTuber. She apparently had an interview of this guy, Rod Breslow, aka Slasher, and this subject came up.
What's the biggest thing that you've leaked?
Well, not yet, thankfully.
What?
Yo.
What? The biggest
Yo.
thing? Oh, you mean like a story? Oh,
What? Okay.
What's he talking about? I wonder.
Well, you know, it's sensitive information.
Well, you've already leaked it. What was your biggest story that you've leaked?
It hasn't come out yet. Hasn't come out yet. But until then, I really enjoy leaking people's games.
For the people.
For the people.
Why did Dr. Disrespect get banned?
You know, for several months now,
Yeah.
I've been told from credible sources the reason that Dr. Disrespect has been banned. However, due to the importance and sensitivity around the subject, I have refrained from responding or telling anyone the answer.
But you will now.
Well, the thing is,
and if you guys don't know, that was actually his response literally hours after the event that did happen. Let me blow your guys' mind for a second. Maybe it won't blow a single mind out there. The doc ban from Twitch happened in June. It's now the end of 2020.
Okay, wait, so there was, look, for several hours now, I have been told from credible sources the reason Dr. Disrespect has been banned. However, due to the importance and sensitivity around the subject, I refrained from going on it. Okay, so now this tweet makes more sense, doesn't it? This makes a little bit more sense, right? Like if we take a look at this, you know, I didn't lie, right? And then this person saying, you allegedly knew about a terrible thing that happened involving a minor, and you refused to say anything for years and kept on streaming, potentially doing this. What are you supposed to do? Stop streaming? Oh, I know a secret, so I'm going to stop streaming now. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, you would have hoped this would have gotten out sooner. You know, if this was what Dr. Disrespect has done, he has had 3 years of a career unblemished by, you know, some pretty bad stuff that if people knew was going on, I guess you'd expect that someone, you know, I don't know what could be involved in this, NDAs, lawyers, guns, money, I don't know. If anything, people should have no more respect for you as a journalist. Okay, so that makes a little bit more sense, what this person is saying. Let's go back here.
Guys, I don't know what this year has been, what this year has felt like. Everything happening in between June and now December has been madness, not only in esports and gaming, but in the world in general. But hours after it happened,
so this is 3 years ago. He's talking about the pandemic.
Back in June, on that fateful date, he did tweet out that same exact line he joked about on Miko's stream, saying for several hours he had been told by several credible sources exactly what did happen. And we actually had a few figures out there, if you remember correctly, say the same exact thing. They had been told the reason for his ban and that he was going to be done altogether, not just on Twitch. And then, as we wait now, 6 months, nothing has been revealed. They go on to joke a bit more about this same exact bit, and the only other thing he does add, as you guys have, I'm sure, heard, is that he almost regrets leaking this in the first place, which I actually thought was pretty interesting.
Games.
The what?
Like
games?
Yeah, like Valorant or Overwatch 2 or Apex Legends. I was the first person to reveal a few of those stories. And, you know, like when Jeff Kaplan, who runs Overwatch, works for Blizzard, at BlizzCon last year, you know, before the whole pandemic and everybody dying thing, on stage, he talked about how, you know, they were finally going to announce Overwatch 2 and show it to the world, but that's just some pesky person out there on the internet had to go and spoil it all. And I was sad for a few seconds. But it was good.
I don't like that sound. Is this girl a VTube avatar? Yeah, this is Code Miku. Code Miku, I don't know, I'm assuming, you know, I'm assuming still is a pretty popular VTuber. You know, like this is a pretty fancy rig that Miku's got. You can tell by the sort of body movements and the expressions that she's able to do. The mid stream costume changes that she's doing. I don't know if that's like a stream reward or what, but yeah, this is Code Miku in the pink hair here.
Because Overwatch is trash, so I'm super sad about that. You know, it's more of a culmination of a lot of stupid shit. Okay,
Yeah,
a lot of
I mean, compare this to, you know, apartheid anime girls model, right? Not to have a dig on anybody's VTuber. You know, obviously, like I did a little bit of VTubing myself, right? And my rig was much less advanced even than Aristocracy's. But right, if you remember Aristocracy's, you know, VTuber, it was kind of like this. It was like, you know, like, right, it was doing this shit, like, right, there was like, you know, Code Miku's obviously spent a lot more money on her rig. If you don't know, VTubers, I think the fanciness of a VTube avatar is sort of dictated by the number of sensors that they can put like on their body and on their face and stuff. Obviously, it's very easy for a computer to like look at your face and then to map those movements and those gestures and those expressions onto, you know, more or less like a VTube model. What's not as easy is, you know, being able to animate like the full body motion. And so like the more, yeah, and those sensors are not actually they're not cheap. So that's what's going on here.
Video game nerd shit.
Do you regret
Hundreds of nerd things over the years.
Do you regret leaking anything or like a tweet that
What the hell?
Do you regret any of that? Is there a particular tweet that you
no.
regret sending? No.
So yeah, she's literally trying to ask him about. What are we on right now? 5:11. It's about this tweet, right? This tweet right here is what she's getting at and what she wants to talk about, right? He's made this tweet, and you know, he's alluded to what he was saying there, but he's just been a little bit evasive.
Regret sending? No.
Maybe a certain one recently, a few months ago.
Which
possibly
one's that one?
Possibly a bad idea. Possibly a bad idea. However, everyone else, no.
No.
I do it for the community.
Right. You do it for us.
I really do. I do it for my gamers, okay? My fucking nerds out there. I do my reporting. I leak things because they want to know what is going on. And now we have...
Well, we want to know what's going on, and you're being evasive, so...
multi-billion-dollar corporations.
I mean, again, this is 3 years ago.
That control all of our lives, including all of our video games. And so I do not have any allegiance to the, you know, the corporate entity on their products. So my allegiance is always to the people. I'm always there to look out for my community and look out for my people against the evil instincts of video game developers who want to do dumb shit all the time.
All of this, especially I'm recording right now at 6:42 in the morning, only had a single cup of coffee. Every time I talk about this stuff and rehash this kind of drama, it really does just, it baffles me because I cover a lot of drama and a lot of stories out there, of which usually, especially when it pertains to bans, which we cover a lot of Twitch bans and other bans as well, the reason is usually revealed, right? Some twitlonger is out there, some statement is issued, something is reported or given out there in terms of knowledge. In this case, we have really seen nothing. If anything, we've seen Doc actually do that weird thing where he hints as to the reason why he was banned, in case you guys missed the 3 cadet theory. And then we have the 3 cadets, of which that are referenced, denying that said theory, and we really do not know the truth yet. It really is something we will likely never see again. And
Anyway, yeah, so this is Jake Lucky reporting years ago. Let's take a look at some of the reactions that have come out since the tweet came out. This is real bad, true. This is, in fact, real bad.
For years now, Dr. Disrespect's ban has been a massive mystery. No one knows the exact reasons why he was absolutely banned from Twitch like Voldemort. People weren't even allowed to play with him without getting threatened to be banned from Twitch. So a lot of speculation has happened for the reasons. Well, I
mean, chat, just to let you know, there was times where there would be news that came out about Dr. Disrespect, and I didn't mention it at all. And it was because, like, there was theories that you could get banned for saying his name. Like, Twitch cut ties with this guy like they've never cut ties with anyone before. They dropped him hotter than a radioactive potato, right? From Fallout, which, you know, adds 2 rads if you one plus 1 hit point plus 2 rads, right? You know, they dropped him you know, faster than a radioactive potato. And like, you know, so I just didn't want to even like mess with it, right? And like, I don't know if that was true. I don't know if anyone ever got banned for mentioning the name Dr. Disrespect, but that's how afraid you know, people were about even saying like this guy's name.
Now, pretty much like 20 minutes ago, a former Twitch employee has come out and given crazy allegations towards Dr. Disrespect and allegedly revealing why he's banned. If you remember, the days Dr. Disrespect was banned, a massive esports reporter known as Slasher first tweeted out this. Look, for several hours now, I've been told from credible sources the reason Dr. Disrespect has been banned. However, due to the importance and sensitivity around the subject, I've refrained from going on it. I don't feel comfortable with it currently. And that was in 2020 when he was initially banned. So, Cody Connors, an former Twitch employee, just tweeted this out about Dr. Disrespect. He got banned because he got caught sexting a minor in the then existing Twitch Whispers product. He was trying to meet up with her at TwitchCon. The powers that be could read it in plain text. Case closed, gang. No one made the wrong decision. Fuck him and his boys. I mean,
second to none on that one, considering who his boys are. But yeah, it's still weird to me that it's like, it's just this like a person, like, right, because usually like how this works is like, you know, when you tweet he did something, when you don't put a name to it, people wonder. I think the only reason that he was able to do that is because people knew, like, he was involved with Twitch, and like there was just nobody else, right? There was nobody else that would fit. Like people automatically knew this was Dr. Disrespect, so I guess he didn't even have to say the name. Still kind of weird that he doesn't say the name.
First of all, what a massive allegation. 100%, as anyone should, would need way more evidence to substantiate such a insane claim. Especially when, you know, the doc hasn't shied away now from talking about this. This is something he said about his ban.
I make probably a quarter of what I was making on Twitch. A year later from being banned from the platform, well, you know, a lot of people think, hey, Doc, you did good. You're incredible. I listen, we've certainly tried to maximize the most of what we have to work with. And that's certainly been the case, champs, and I appreciate the support. You guys have just been absolutely amazing. What the Twitch ban has really, how it's really affected us, not just from a financial standpoint, but from a networking standpoint, from all the relationships we've built over the past 5 years in terms of Activision and EA. I mean, everyone, all the big sponsors, all the big partnerships, they have to question, why did you get banned, right? So our ultimate bigger building out of the umbrella and the doc universe and everything, whether it's obvious or not, the blacklisting, the shadow banning, it's happening. And as well as you think we're doing, and I think we're doing well enough. I'll tell you, man, it's been extremely disheartening. It's been a roller coaster of emotion, and it's absolutely fucking sucks. And to end off my little discussion here, but a lot of people ask me, do you know the reason? Yeah, I do know the reason why now. I've known for months now the reason why. And I'll just say this right now, champs. There's a reason why we're suing the fuck out of them, okay? I don't know how else to put it. The amount of damages and you just don't... No.
Apparently, back then, he was suing the hell out of Twitch. Not sure what came of that. The Twitch CEO even talked about the Dr. Disrespect ban in a really weird analogy and way.
Twitch chat wants to know, after all these years, why was Dr. Disrespect banned?
Wow, I've never had that one. Whoa! Well, now that I'm on Mrs. Channel, let me tell you what really happened.
Damn.
So,
oh, that's hilarious.
Invasion. Okay, many people did not know about the alien invasion. Okay, and the aliens actually possessed Dr. Disrespect.
Oh.
Okay, and it actually took over the globe using Twitch
with the Shungite.
Yes. Okay, and so
Okay, so I gotta say, if what Cody said turns out to be true, this is a horrible joke. This is a joke in such unbelievably bad taste. Like, I don't know. I also don't know what stops Twitch from saying this, right? The only thing I can think of is that there's something that they did that, like, there's or didn't do that, like, and you know what I mean? There's something. Twitch's hands maybe aren't clean. I don't know. Like, I'm saying this on Twitch. I'm sure they don't like me speculating like this. I am definitely not making any claims about Twitch or its you know, management or anything else, right? I literally don't know. I'm a, you know, politics streamer. I'm completely on the outside of this stuff, right? I got no idea. I got no idea. I just think this is really weird.
Only way we could save civilization, okay, was to take the action we did. Okay, so it was to save civilization.
Clearly, the Twitch CEO was like making a weird joke of it all, but if these allegations were as serious as the former Twitch employees claiming, I don't know the Twitch CEO would joke about it all. Slasher, when this all came out, Slasher...
So yeah, what he's saying is essentially maybe this isn't right. But okay, here's the deal. Okay, one or two things are true. Either Cody did something that could very likely subject him to severe legal repercussions, like just getting sued for all that he's worth, right? Either Cody came out and said something that's just unsubstantiated and unsubstantiatable, or the CEO of Twitch was making a joke in incredibly poor taste, right? And these are both hard to believe. So which one do we believe? I don't know. I can't tell you.
Ben tweeted today, "I didn't lie," referring to the tweet I read you earlier. So he's basically saying that these were the claims I heard back in 2020. Jake Lucky reported on this, saying a former Twitch employee has come forward and stated the alleged reason for Dr. Disrespect's permanent Twitch ban for being sexting a minor in the previous Twitch Whispers product. Dr. Disrespect replied with, "Jake, seriously, I get it, it's a hot topic, but this has been settled. No wrongdoing was acknowledged and they paid out the whole contract." So that also answers my last question with what happened with the settlement. Apparently, they paid out his whole contract. However, a lot of people are tweeting saying they need a stronger response than that to these serious allegations. I guess I agree with that. If I'm Dr. Disrespect and I'm being levied these insanely heavy allegations, I would be like, I absolutely did not do that shit. I did not sex the minor and try and meet up with her. That's a complete fabrication. Not, no wrongdoing was acknowledged. That's a very corporate way of trying to get around something. Now, I'm...
Yeah, in other words...
So peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
That implies that he can't say that he didn't do it. I don't know. Could there be an NDA surrounding this? I'm trying to think. My mind is going in several different directions, and I really don't know which of these are right, because it's all just kind of like hard to believe, hard to understand what might be going on. But yeah, he can't say the obvious thing that somebody does when they are you know, hit with false charges of sexting a minor, right? Is that, like, that didn't happen. It's not real. I didn't do it. These are lies. Or like really most people, like in Dr. Disrespect's position, would say, you know, at the very least, you'll be hearing from my legal team, right? And but yeah, I can't tell you.
Not saying that's implicating him. I'm just saying I would like to see a much stronger response to...
Oh, and by the way, this is not macaroni and cheese. This is stir fry, and the rice seems to have it seems to have had a little too much water in the rice.
These insane allegations.
Oh, well.
Like, Twitch paid out the full contract. Does that mean if these allegations were the actual allegations that he didn't do it? You know, we need a stronger statement from the doc. I'm sure he'll go on stream and fully address this tomorrow, because it absolutely needs to be addressed. But at the moment, that's the only thing the doc has said. This is massive news and stuff, so you got to wait before jumping to any conclusions here.
Anyway, yeah, I can't tell. I'm confused. I'm as confused as you probably are. Let's try this again. Switch over to It doesn't seem that the doc has tweeted anything out. Let's look at his Twitter page here. I didn't know that people sell merch on their Twitter pages now. Okay, 4 hours ago. Oh, here we go. Okay, so this is something maybe. Listen, I'm obviously tied to legal obligations. Okay, so I just can't imagine anybody signing an NDA that says, like, I cannot say that I'm not guilty of, you know, text diddling of a minor. Tied to legal obligations from the settlement with Twitch. But I just need to say what I can say, since this is the fucking internet. I didn't do anything wrong. This has all been probed and settled. Nothing illegal. No. You know what he's saying, chat. You know what this is. You know what this amounts to here, right?
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Elden Ring tomorrow. I was paid, right? So what he's trying to say, that he signed a settlement, he got his full contract, right? And that if they had something on him like this, that wouldn't have happened. That like the settlement might, you know, include them not saying anything about what they knew about his activity in Whispers. But in that case, they'd have the leverage to say that your contract does not get fucking paid. You put us all at risk and you're not getting shit. I stand with Doc. Okay, great. That's anyone who believe. Whoa, Quartering does not believe the claims. What? What? Quartering's not buying it. Okay. It's funny. As bad as Quartering is, he always has smoke for other right wingers, I guess. I don't know. Anyway. That's what's going on with Dr. Disrespect. This is the latest that we have. This is somewhat of a denial, but it's such a cagey denial, right? If somebody accuses you of like the worst thing, one of the worst things that, like, you know, yeah, I mean, I guess if he'd actually met with the minor in question and you know, then, you know, like I mean, you could imagine like a worse situation than him just you know sexting in Whispers. Like I guess it could be worse, right? But it's like one of the worst things that you could possibly be accused of, and you can't just say like I did not do that, right? I don't understand how his legal obligations bind his hands as far as denying the specific charge, but they allow him to say I didn't do anything wrong. Anyway, this is super. Well, I don't know if we're gonna get more information about this now. I really don't know. That's wild. All right, chat. Fallout New Vegas was Obsidian's work too. New Vegas was the last good Fallout game. Yeah, and kind of like the only game of its type. You know, in terms of like something that is true to the spirit, I guess, of the original Fallout games. But it is a, you know, three-dimensional first-person shooter type. Yeah, it's unique. Oh my god, chat. It feels like, I don't know, it feels like people were talking about everything but the story here. Doc was lost in the sauce a bit with conspiracy theories too. Oh yeah, he said that he liked David Icke. In fact, we're not going to watch this right now because I didn't find anything too interesting in it, but I did rewatch his last moments on stream, and he was talking about Roblox, which is in and of itself, I don't know if that's sus or not, right? Roblox, if you don't know, is a game that was maybe at the time played by mostly underage people. I don't know if that's true or not. I never played Roblox, but it was kind of like, you know, the Minecraft for Zoomers and Gen Alpha, I guess, is how I describe Roblox. And it's got a bad reputation because there's been a lot of, just like the Minecraft stuff, there's been a lot of allegations about like content creators and other people you know, being inappropriate with minors because it's the kind of, you know, the multiplayer facet of Roblox is, you know, there's a lot of underage people playing that, right? So, so yeah, he went over some Roblox content, and he said, like, that he believes David Icke's. He thinks that David Icke's is maybe onto some stuff. Like, he doesn't know if he believes everything, but that it opens your mind, and that's what you need. You need to have your mind opened by David Icke's. This is like a time vault story. I mean, like, yeah, it's a story that started. What the fuck just happened? Oh my god, Matt Taibbi's Gaza take is in the lead? What? I barely put that up there. I thought that people would not be interested in it. Vergonia Secret Tapes. That's not a huge surprise. It's winning in shorts. Matt Taibbi's Gaza take, surprisingly, what? Yo, Vergonia is tied for last place in the regular chat. That's where I thought people would be interested in hearing about this. Wow. Wow. Probably borderline stuff that happened, and that's why there's an NDA. Probably all speculation, etc. He would now have not have been paid out if he was in the wrongdoing. Okay, so Derek, I do agree. Can you please go dark mode? Oh my god, I would love to. I would love to, except that people say they can't read dark mode. Like, look, dark mode is my favorite, right? Twitch, YouTube is on dark mode right now, just to for the record, right? I put everything on dark mode. I guess if everybody agrees that they don't, that if everybody feels like it's easy enough to read, I just do this because, like, whenever, especially like if I do a video, right, I wanted the Twitter post to be like super easy to read, and I've had, I think, some problems with dark mode in the past, but I don't know. It's up to you, chat. It's really up to you. I always down to watch Taibbi embarrass himself. Well, he's gonna do that. He's been doing that. It's fake news. See, here's the thing. Okay, so I get what people are saying, you know, that he wouldn't have been paid out and, you know, etc. Right? But here's what I don't get. Why would somebody who worked at Twitch put himself, like, okay, so if you're right, chatters that think that Dr. Disrespect did nothing wrong and this is all fake news, right? If you are correct, then Cody just fucked himself for no reason. Please explain that. Omega Star with the gifted membership to Chad Alpha. Chad Alpha, you just wait. I can press it now. I can make it happen. I don't even have to say shit anymore. I just press the button. You've just been weaseled, and that's that easy. A good thing. It's that easy. Dark mode is pretty stable. Well, I know, Doc. You don't have to tell me that. Boom pow. I love dark mode, okay? I was born in dark mode. You've merely adopted the dark mode, Boom Pow. You've merely adopted. I was formed by it, whatever Bane says. Omega Star, are you still going with Jink versus RFK? Or have you changed your mind? Yeah, Chad Alpha, you just got weaseled. You just got weaseled. I'm all like, did anything else happen while I was gone that I need to shout out? No, it looks like everything is... but what does that do? That changes a few things here. Let's take a look at the poll. Okay, so we're gonna change, first of all, Donegal, and I'm gonna have to raise this at some point, chat, because I'm not surviving right now. We're close to surviving. But surviving is important, because otherwise the stream completely goes away if I don't have a roof over my head and electricity and internet and all that good stuff. So yeah, might have to might not be 10% for YouTube membership forever, but Oh yeah, this is okay. So that goes to Jink versus RFK. That's now at 6%. All right, so if I look at the entire thing, Vergonia is winning, but not by that much. Jink versus RFK, close second. Matt Taibbi in third, decently close third. Brett Cooper in a distant fourth place. I look at the other poll. Matt Taibbi's Gaza take is somehow ahead. Jink versus RFK is second place here. It looks like I expected I think, you know what I think it is, chat? I think that people don't know what Vergonia. We have 2 eyes for dark mode. Steve Gordon, if you donated 1 more cent, it would have read that out for you automatically, but that's okay because I'm just gonna approximate what that would have sounded like. Stephen Golden super chats full 99. What's up with Taibbi now? Except she probably would have mispronounced Taibbi because it's like, you know, the TTS always mispronounces people's names. What's up with Taibbi? Or something like that's what it would have said. But anyway, yeah, thank you for the super chat. I'm just giving you shit about the 499, by the way, but that is literally where the cutoff point. But yeah, I always try to read out people's super chats that are close. 6 eyes. So people like the dark mode, at least on stream. Dark mode. Here, what do we have to do? Go to clean, and then I can. Nope, I can't. Wait, is there one mode for this that's like plain vertical? There we go. Okay, now I can change it. All right, chat, I'm gonna make it happen. So many people want dark mode. I didn't realize that there was such a. Oh, also Stephen Gordon. I should mention this. I don't know how to adjust the amount on my phone. Oh, that's okay. I appreciate you. I'm just giving you shit. But you do have, I will tell you that you have the ability to influence our poll. So like we got the poll, I ask people, you know, what they want to see. But also for anybody who donates, I try to give you like 1 percentage for each US dollar donated towards the particular topic that you want to see, that you want to hear, that you want me to cover, right? So you can let me know what you're favoring. You can also say Vox Populi, and that means you just want whatever is winning to win, and you want actually your money to go against those who are trying to skew the poll, those that are putting their thumb on the scale. You can say Vox Populi, whatever is your preference. I'm here for the stream's title content. Yeah, we got to get to that. You're right about that, Natalie. I'm just trying to do a few more segments now that I got the cool setup to be able to do Pac-Man-esque clips. And we're going to take over Pac-Man's algorithm. We're going to take over Pac-Man's algorithm. We're going to take over Luke Beasley's algorithm. And we will definitely be taking over Pondering Politics. Pondering Politics, I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you with love. Anyway, yeah, we're going to see some Pondering Politics later on. Anti-Corporatist just became a sponsor and is putting $3 behind Vox Populi. So Vox Populi just went up by 3. Steven, you also have, if you want to, Taibbi. Oh, okay. So Taibbi just got 5. Wait, where's Taibbi? Taibbi's right up here. Let me make sure I'm adding, so that's, we raise it to 33%, and or 32%, and then we raise it to 42%. We're 42% of the way there, chat, making some amazing progress so far. Pac-Man is awful. That's why we're stealing his background. That's why we're stealing Pac-Man's Look, Pac-Man stole Sam Cedar's background, and so I'm going to steal Pac-Man's background back. I'm going to steal it back. Brianna Wu probably sponsoring Matt Taibbi because nobody else will. No. I mean, he had Elon for a while, but then they broke up. All right, let me find dark mode. Let me try to gaslight you that I am such a boomer that I don't know where dark mode is. I think it's display, lights out, dim, or We're going lights out. Lights out, something's out. I can't make it, I'm trying to make it into like suns up, guns up. Suns out, guns out, right? Except, okay, chat, tell me if this is to your liking, okay? Yo, Christina with the bass, look at this. You're gonna have to check this. I'm gonna show you something Christina just, Cosmopolitics just posted here. All right, look at that. That looks delicious, Christina. This is just my regular timeline, but I'm just showing you. Is this what you meant? Right? Because there's two dark modes. There's the lights out, and I forget what the other one is called, but I'm pretty sure when you say dark mode, you mean this. As long as you can all read it, right? That's the big thing. I didn't change dark mode. I didn't change like Twitter to dark mode because I wanted to. I changed it to to light mode because most of the YouTube videos that I see when they show Twitter, they show it in light mode, and I assumed that was because it was easy. Is it easier on your eyes now? And that means that I can change. Wait, what else can I change? Oh, I gotta go in here somewhere. Gotta change this thing right here. Color source, select color. That white. There we go. Ooh, now I gotta change mine to match that. Well, that's so much better. Change that color source to, yeah, there we go. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. It's so good, chat. It's so good. I don't know. I kind of like cleaning up my stream. Like, it feels good. But yeah, we're now on dark mode. Asked and answered, right? Your chats do make a difference. I do listen to you. Sometimes I get overwhelmed. I have a lot that I'm trying to keep a hold of, trying to keep mind, body, air, water, earth, fire, you know, all together. Keep an eye on the Fire Nation. Like, when are they going to attack, right? There's a lot on my mind. There's a lot on my plate. I try to get to it all, but sometimes it's a little overwhelming. So I appreciate you, chat. And oh yeah, that's right. Threads is on Meta. I hate Meta. I'm sorry. I'm gonna get in trouble for saying that. Chat, what if someday the actual AI that takes over the world is Meta like based? It's a like a Meta product, and then we get the Rocco's Basilisk thing where it like tags me as having said I hate Meta, and then it tries to kill me. We'll have a good plot for a sci-fi movie at least, right? Try to keep me alive though. Seriously, chat. I appreciate you, all of those out there who try to keep me alive and understand that although I am a platform, you know, technically speaking, although I am software on another level, right, I'm still human deep inside. And those who, you know, those who care about my well-being, I appreciate you greatly. Oh yeah, I also gotta shout out a throne donation that happened yesterday when I wasn't streaming. Shaxpia, thank you for donating to my throne. Thanks to Shaxpia, I will be receiving a USB hub that is pink and triangular. It's like a pink pyramid hub. And I actually have run out of USB ports, so that's very timely, a very, very timely gift indeed. And I appreciate that, Shaxpia. Question, did he do it? Did he done? Oh no, God. There's so much, no heart. Oh wait, is it heart? Is it heart in Captain Planet? I was thinking of Avatar, The Last Airbender. Yeah, but like I said, chat, I am just like overstretched and a little bit, I'm not burned out though. You know, burned out implies that you've lost your passion for what you do. And if anything, my passion for what I do has been massively increased by the massive amount of faith that people have in me, the amount to which people have invested in me in terms of making the stream better, making the content better, right? The fact that I'm talking to you through a nice microphone that's hooked up to a clean gain machine, that's hooked up to a like a interface, right? You know, like this is a much more professional sound setup than I'm used to. Is thanks to thanks to viewers like you who donated to stuff that I'm crowdfunding right now on Throne. The fact that Waluigi's got a better seat, and in fact even has, look at this, the Waluigi cam. Look, like, I mean, do you see how much the production value has gone up? And look, I add stuff to it too. Like when I have people, like, it I don't know how to explain it, but it's a gratitude that I can't entirely express. And so the closest I can come to expressing the gratitude is when people donate to raise the production value of my stream. I try to raise the production value in it myself. I know I'm kind of like the opposite of professional, and I don't know, do I even fit this like look, right? Do I even, you know what I mean? Do I fit here? Do I work here? Does my room, you know, work? Is it too messy, right? To have like the DPAC setup, to have the Luke Beasley Pondering Politics, you know, kind of setup, right? I don't know. I guess only time will tell. But supposedly the algorithm favors the those who have this set up. So we're gonna try to ride that algorithm as well. Irene's passion forever. You're edging us. Yo, you're right. Thanks for getting me back on track. Natalie, I appreciate you. Will it count to today's dono goal? I want it to go for Gaza, please. Okay, I see. I was like trying to figure out which one you wanted to go for. Yeah, let's see. I think that what puts that at 20%. I mean, generally, like the dono goal is like stuff that like happens during the stream, but I'll make an exception, Shakespeare. I'll make an exception today. Does that put that at like 62%? Edmonton won last night. So we're talking about hockey. Oh shit. This is after, so chat, there is a little bit of politics in this story, right? We're talking about the Stanley Cup. This is the not the Stanley Cup that you drink out of, that I should be drinking out of. I don't have a Stanley Cup, but I do have my moonshine jar, as chat has dubbed it. Delicious and refreshing. But yeah, Stanley Cup is the grand prize for the NHL in hockey. This involves like teams in the US, teams in Canada. I think that's it. I think that's all the NHL is, for some reason, just US and Canada. Right, but including a team in Florida, in is it Miami? I don't even remember where. Right, but yeah, the Florida team, what are they called? Are they the Florida Panthers? I can't remember. They were playing against the Edmonton Oilers, right? The Edmonton people that come into your stream and donate lots of money. No, just kidding. That's another word for Oiler, chat. I don't know where that one got started. I don't know why that's called an Oiler, but apparently it is. But yeah, the Edmonton Oilers and the is it the Florida Panthers? Okay, in Miami Panthers. There we go. They were playing, and Miami was up 3-0. It looked like, you know, it's over. Miami's going to win it in the next game, right? And Donald Trump came along and gave his approval to the Florida team. He's a Florida man himself, you know, and he was like, yeah, the Miami Panthers doing great, gonna win that Stanley Cup, right, folks? Gonna win that loser Donald somehow let his loser energy rub off on the Florida Panthers. They went from 3-0 to losing 4 in a row. at least if chat is to be believed. I love me a Stanley Cup riot. Not to be confused with the other. Oh, there's another Florida team, the Lightning. Don't recall if Canadian fans do a lot of rioting or whether the team wins. They do their rioting. Wait, how does the rioting work in hockey? I think it works. I think the players are the ones that riot, right? They regularly fight each other. They get put in the penalty box. And it's like part of the attraction of the sport. It's like pro wrestling on ice, basically. If you wanted pro wrestling on ice, go watch an NHL game. So yeah, congratulations to the Edmonton Oilers. Sorry, Florida. Better luck next time. And speaking of better luck next time, I gotta get Natalie's right. I gotta get moving. Let's see if I can figure out. There we go. So yeah, somebody put this in stream suggestions, and I do read those, and I do occasionally integrate that content into the stream. We're gonna do this, and then we're gonna get to the Brianna Wu stuff, I promise. Okay. So here we go. We got Mehdi Hassan talking about AIPAC, and I am gonna put this on for you now.
Picture this. An official with one of Washington, D.C.'s top lobbying groups sits down for dinner with a journalist. The official is asked about the time their organization was caught on tape bragging about cutting a deal with the White House and whether it's impacted their group's influence on Capitol Hill. The lobbyist smiles, points to a napkin and says, proudly, in 24 hours we could have the signatures of 70 senators on this napkin. Now, that statement alone could be considered a huge scandal, especially if that lobbying group was, say, the gun lobby, the NRA, or Big Pharma, or Big Oil. There'd be headlines everywhere about the power of special interests and big lobbies, outrage from constituents and the media. A lot of Democrats would be lining up to take shots at that lobbyist. But believe it or not, that story I just told you is real, it happened, and yet it's barely ever mentioned. Because it wasn't an NRA official who said it, or a rep for Big Oil or Big Pharma or even the AARP. It happened back in 2005, and the quote about the napkin was from an official with AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, perhaps the most powerful and famous or infamous member of America's broad pro-Israel lobby. And today, we need to talk about AIPAC. Because despite over 70% of Americans saying that lobbyists in general have too much influence, despite AIPAC's shameless bragging about their brazen power and influence over our elected officials, their seemingly unlimited access to the people in charge, we just don't talk about AIPAC that much. Not in our mainstream media, for sure. And look, I get it. There are some very dangerous conspiracy theories out there about rich Jews controlling the government, the Jewish lobby, the puppet.
But again, like conflating like AIPAC with the Jewish people is in and of itself anti-Semitic, right? In this case, failing to hold AIPAC to the same kind of scrutiny as you would any other lobbyist organization is anti-Semitic, right? You're buying into the bullshit conflation, like the bullshit tropes, right? You know, because like, you know, Jews controlling stuff with money. That is a classic anti-Semitic trope, and that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about AIPAC, a lobbying organization for Israel that a lot of Jewish people are stepping up and speaking up about and oppose, right? It's conflating it with, you know, conflating it with the Jewish people is just wrong. I don't know how else to say it.
Is the secret cabal that's really running the country. Anti-Semitic tropes and conspiracies that have led to hate and persecution of Jewish communities throughout history. These days, many of them are being perpetuated by Republicans who are hyper-obsessed with Jewish billionaire George Soros, who they blame for funding everything from the white supremacist rally in Charlottesville to the hush money trial against Donald Trump. And look, anti-Semitic tropes about rich Jews, whether they're Soros or the Rothschilds or the Jewish community in general, should absolutely be condemned. But that's not what we're talking about when we're talking about AIPAC. We're talking about a self-described powerful lobbying group, one that brags about its influence, puts out literature claiming that its conferences get more members of Congress than any other event bar the State of the Union, one that openly spends millions of dollars trying to unseat pro-Palestinian members of Congress. A group that in no way should be associated with bigoted conspiracy theories about Jewish space lasers or Jewish financiers, but absolutely should.
And chat again, AIPAC's, you know, one of the groups that's donating a lot of money to George Latimer to take out Jamal Bowman, which is a race that has seen an unprecedented amount of money poured into it. Some of it just straight up right-wing money. Some of it apparently AIPAC money.
Should be associated with the wider, corrupt, anti-democratic role played by lobby groups in general, and absolutely should be rejected in the same way that we reject, say, the NRA. And just have a listen to one of their top targets, AIPAC's top targets this year, New York Congressman Jamal Bowman.
There we go. There we go.
Who currently faces a primary challenge from George Latimer, a pro-Israel Democrat backed by AIPAC. Here is Jamal Bowman speaking with Ziteo's Cynthia Nixon just last week.
AIPAC represents special interests in politics, big money in politics, trying to buy elections. They represent all of that. When we win, inshallah, we show the world that you can challenge power and win, right? In a big way. And that's what's at stake.
And indeed, the stakes are...
And that is, I'm trying to remember in the debate if the subject of AIPAC came up, as I remember, at least as far as I watched into the debate, the subject of MAGA money, which very much was going to support Latimer, the Republican, you know, donations, like, were not brought up. I don't know if AIPAC was brought up. I don't know if AIPAC was even brought up there.
High in the primary race for New York's 16th congressional district, where AIPAC has already spent over $10 million trying to unseat Bowman, making it the most that AIPAC has ever spent on a race. Bowman is, of course, not the only one AIPAC is going after. According to Politico, AIPAC is expected to spend $100 million this election year as they specifically take aim at pro-Palestinian progressives within the Democratic Party. And remember, AIPAC is actually quite successful when it comes to targeting and taking out members of Congress they disagree with, the ones they dislike. Take the 2022 midterms, for example, when AIPAC helped defeat Congress's most progressive Jewish member, Andy Levin, with their super PAC spending over $4 million against him in his primary. Of course, AIPAC's same super PAC, United Democracy Project, a rather inconspicuous name for a nakedly and hardline pro-Israel group, is now running attack ads against Bowman, just like they did against Levin, with many of those ads having nothing to do with Israel. They don't mention Israel. Funny that.
Oh, yeah, that's the weird thing. Okay, so the other thing that AIPAC's been doing recently is I believe they funded over 100 candidates that were doing, like, election denial, that were denying the results of the 2020 election. Essentially Jan 6 candidates, right? Jan 6 candidates, if they support Israel, with you know, just like unlimited, right? Whatever Israel does, they just like stamp of a, you know, rubber stamp that, right? They're getting support from AIPAC, right? So this is not an organization that seems to, you know, care about you know, stuff like that, but they do seem to really care about defeating, you know, any squad members, anyone who speaks up for Palestine in the Democratic Party.
Instead, the ads accuse Bowman of being unable to compromise, even with President Biden, citing Bowman's refusal to vote for the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act. Now, maybe AIPAC could have gone around preaching about the virtues of bipartisanship, of reaching out across the aisle 10 or 20 years ago, back when the organization was widely considered to be bipartisan. But today that bipartisanship is long gone. AIPAC panders more and more to the far right. In fact, AIPAC's targeting of progressives has turned them into the perfect vessel for GOP megadonors trying to kill progressive policies. And looky here. Earlier this month, Politico reported that AIPAC has now become the biggest source of Republican donations in the most competitive Democratic primaries, making it a clear case of GOP meddling. Now, AIPAC would say that they're simply fighting off the extremists in Congress, a classic racist dog whistle they love to invoke against the non-white members of the squad. We've seen them use this before in their 2021 attack ad against Congresswoman Ilhan Omar when they told voters to stand...
Jeez. Oh my God. Oh, wrong button.
Against terror.
For Ilhan Omar, there's no difference between America and the Taliban. You are essentially, like, I mean, look at the subtext of this ad. They're calling Ilhan Omar a terrorist, and for what reason? I would argue a racist reason, right? Just the same as conflating, you know, AIPAC with Jewish people is anti-Semitic. Conflating Muslim people with terrorism is Islamophobia. God damn.
Terrorists. Ah, yes, because calling out legitimate war crimes while being a black Muslim woman must make.
So they've spent $1.4 million on just the Bowman election. Yeah, and that's just AIPAC, right? There's a lot of other, there's other groups dumping money into the Latimer campaign as well. Just an unprecedented amount, an unheard of amount, into this one congressional race for New York's 16th district.
Make you pro-terrorism, right? The truth is that AIPAC couldn't care less about fighting actual extremism. Quite the opposite, they're actually supporting it. In the aftermath of January the 6th, during the 2022 midterms, AIPAC chose to endorse over 100 members of Congress who voted against certifying the 2020 election results, who chose to perpetuate Donald Trump's baseless election conspiracy theories even after those lies had inspired a violent insurrection from America's own right-wing extremists, or as the FBI likes to call them, domestic terrorists.
So again, yeah, Mehdi on top of it. Like everything, like I had to say, he's got in his segment as well.
So much for a united democracy. Oh, and just in case you think the people who dislike or are opposed to AIPAC are all brown Muslims like me, I would remind you that one of their most vocal critics is another pro-Israel lobbying group, a more liberal, more moderate pro-Israel lobbying group, J Street, which has accused AIPAC of undermining American democracy, as well as the, quote, true interest of American Jews and pro-Israel Americans who AIPAC often claims to represent.
I have not heard of J Street in a really long time. Like, right, it's a, I mean, I'm pretty sure J Street is actually like a you know, ostensibly like Jewish lobbying group, right? It obviously that doesn't mean it represents all Jewish people, right? It's an organization, and we need to get out of this mindset of like, you know, this organization represents like all of these people, or that like Israel represents all of the Jewish people, or anything like that, right? But yeah, I had not heard about J Street in a really long time. So even J Street, you know, another lobbying group, but, you know, another, you know, something that exists because of the United States permissiveness towards money in politics is, you know, calling out AIPAC here.
By the way, on the subject of who AIPAC represents, again, we have to be careful here. AIPAC consists of Americans, not Israelis, and we have to avoid the dual loyalty trope when it comes to American Jews. Having said that, AIPAC does often tend to take the Israeli government line over the American government line. For example, when it came to President Obama's Iran deal.
And chat, that's something that you don't hear nearly enough, right? When AIPAC is brought up, when AIPAC is discussed, especially if it's brought up by somebody like Haas or Hinkle or somebody like that, right? I don't know if they directly say this, right? I mean, they're lying if they do, but it feels like it's heavily implied that this is this like Israeli, you know, entity, this Israeli, this foreign entity, you know, coming in here and messing with our elections, and that's not what's going on here. There's problems with AIPAC, but it is an American lobbying organization.
And have done so for decades. Back in the 1960s and 70s, the prominent, influential, very respected Democratic Senator William Fulbright, the longest-serving chair of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee in U.S. history, he said he wanted to see AIPAC register as a foreign agent, but it didn't go anywhere. Now, today, thankfully, some progressives in the Democratic Party are finally starting to take action to fight back against the influence of AIPAC, against this Republican front group. This past March, over 20 advocacy organizations, including Jewish Voice for Peace and Justice Democrats, launched a coalition called Reject AIPAC, which says its goal is to defend members of Congress who are being targeted by this pro-Israel organization. In 2022, squad member Summer Lee in Pennsylvania was successful in fending off a primary challenge from an AIPAC-backed candidate. Now, whether squad member Jamal Bowman in 2024 is similarly successful in his New York district, we shall see. Meanwhile, sadly, Shamefully, inexcusably, the majority of elected Democrats in Congress continue to remain silent on AIPAC, and many of them continue to take money from AIPAC and its proxies, even as the GOP uses the organization to interfere in Democratic Party primaries, even as AIPAC itself just backs the Netanyahu government line here in Washington, D.C. Isn't it weird that we can criticize every lobby group on Capitol Hill, from the gun lobby to the oil lobby, but not the pro-Israel lobby, not AIPAC, not the group currently defending a genocide in the Middle East, not the group currently flooding Democratic primaries with Republican money. No, they're off limits, or you're an anti-Semite.
And again, I've talked enough about the dangers of using anti-Semitism as a cudgel, of essentially, you know, and what that is like the weaponization of those charges, which would be one thing if anti-Semitism is, as many people treat it, a thing of the past. Unfortunately, chat, it's not. Unfortunately, anti-Semitism is, you know, as big in the United States today as it's ever been. And there's lots of people that are coming more and more mask off. There's, you know, Nick Fuentes is the obvious name that comes to mind, but, you know, there's a lot of other people, RFK Jr., you know, Candace Owens, you know, there's anti-Semitism is becoming more common, more brazen, and the fact that so many of the people that would care about anti-Semitism, which you should care about because it is a real thing and it's not historical, it's clear and present danger. So many of these people are paying attention, you know, to people who just want to stop a genocide, rather than the actual anti-Semites, and giving these assholes a pass. Look at Elon Musk. Look at Elon Musk and the anti-Semitic tweets that he has signal boosted, and the fact that just by, you know, just by standing Israel, he's able to be like, well, so clearly I'm not an anti-Semite if I'm pro-Israel. Same thing with RFK Jr., right? They use this shit as a fig leaf. This is dangerous. They are playing with fire here, and you know, we could all get burned in a big way. So that is some scary stuff. Anyway, chat, I have probably been edging you for long enough. I sent you another Mehdi Hassan clip about this topic. I thought your video included my clip. Oh, wait, what? There's another? Oh, a Twitter, okay, let's take a look at this, and then I promise you we'll get to the Wu tent. And look, I want to talk a little bit more about progressive voice in specifics. So there's some things that I'm confused about, right? And at this point, I think it's important that we sort of separate out or consider the possibility of separating like Brianna Wu and progressive victory. She has been involved in it. She has recruited for it. The whole like reaching out to streamers, getting them on board, that seems to be Brianna Wu's baby. However, she's officially, you know, or she said that she's cut ties with it when she's been asked about that again, and when they've been asked about it again, Sam from Progressive Victory did not give as clear of an answer as I would have liked for him to give. The other thing that I really meant to add to the poll this time, to give you an option to watch, is the Matt Bender segment where he interviews Sam. He interviews Sam from Progressive Voice, and it happened on the same night that I was talking about Brianna Wu and oh my god, what were we were covering? Yeah, it was the documentary, the video essay on Brianna Wu and Progressive Voice, right? And like some people were like, ooh, is this a conflict? And, you know, did NCC and Matt Bender disagree? I'll be honest with you, I haven't had a chance to watch Matt's interview just yet. I know Matt is going up to New York's 16th district in order to canvass for Jamal Bowman, and it's through Progressive Victory. You know, like it's something that I would try to avoid, but I don't assume that every other content creator is able to pay as close attention to these things and to the sort of dark money nature of Progressive Victory as I am. So you know, I haven't you know, like I said, I want to keep an open mind and watch Matt's content at some point. And I do think that the Jamal Bowman race is huge, right? I think stopping, you know, AIPAC and all the MAGA money that's coming into it. Like, this is a precedent, right? If MAGA and AIPAC are able to, and AIPAC's taken out candidates, people have mentioned this in chat really recently, right? People have mentioned that that AIPAC has taken out a lot of progressive candidates. But if especially this precedent of like of Republican money coming into Democratic primaries, and maybe successfully, because like look, Bowman is way down in the polls, right? They have dumped a huge amount of money. They have spammed ads all over the 16th district and beyond. Sam Cedar, not even in the 16th district, he's getting ads. He's seeing ads, right? Like, right, it's the ads are all over the place, right? They're even they're putting so many ads, you know, they're missing with some of their ads. So yeah, this is I do think that's an important thing, and I understand why Matt is you know, wanting to canvass in New York 16th district. I don't know why, you know, he's decided that the Progressive Victory is the best vessel for that. But again, you know, I'm you know, not going to criticize him for doing canvassing in a race that I think really needs you know, Bowman needs your support. And Bowman's been one of the more outspoken on these issues. So yeah, like, no, I'm not I'm not trying to you know, start any drama with Eddie Wood. I don't even know what I think about, like, you know, Matt's overall you know, interview with Sam from Progressive Victory, because I haven't even watched it, right? My understanding is that Brianna Wu, just to be real clear about this, right, still involved in Rebellion PAC, the TYT thing, right? Still involved in that. So TYT, you know, they've definitely got their hands dirty. I think that she's cut ties with Sam and with Progressive Victory, but I don't know. And from what I've heard about Sam's answer to one of Matt's questions, right, that we didn't get like a firm the answer that you'd expect if there was no relationship. And also, as we're going to see today, right, we're going to meet somebody else that you might be familiar with, somebody who's kind of blown up on YouTube, that Progressive Victory has that Brianna Wu recruited specifically for Progressive Victory. That being said, Natalie sent me a little bit more of this Mehdi Hassan. It's Mehdi Hassan with a guest here. Let's take a look at what this is.
The other week, we saw 4 Israeli hostages rescued from inside of Gaza by an Israeli military and police operation, returned to their families. A very good thing. President Biden, Secretary of State Blinken, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, all reacted with praise, with celebration. None of them, in their initial responses, had a single word to say about the over 200 Palestinians reportedly killed, over 700 injured in that rescue operation. Many of
So this is Dean Phillips, if you remember, ran for president for a short period of time. I feel like there's a lot in the background. I'm trying to remember of Dean Phillips. I feel like I heard something really recently about Dean Phillips that I haven't really heard of. I haven't heard his name mentioned in a long time, and something about like a campaign ad or something. Oh my God, Chad, I don't remember. Anyway.
them innocent women and children. A lot of people have been asking this for the last 8-9 months. I'm sure you hear it in your constituency. Do Palestinian lives just not matter to the modern Democratic Party?
Oh, I think that's a horrifying statement. Let me acknowledge
It's a question.
let me acknowledge the 38,000 human beings killed in Gaza, the 1,200 Israelis, but particularly the innocents. To me, it's all the same.
But look, acknowledging the death toll and virtue signaling is not the same as having these things inform your policy, and that's really what I'm worried about here.
They're human beings. I'm appalled and disgusted. First of all, there are Americans being held hostage. Here, let me change the lens for a moment.
Let me change the subject for a moment.
If anything, it has been the United States and the Biden administration should have been the foremost responsibility to extract our hostages, our nationals. I think there are 6 or 7 still, we don't know even if they're alive.
He's talking about boots on the ground in Gaza from the U.S., which there was some. I don't know if we have like if this is confirmed. I saw it reported. In fact, I think somebody in chat may have mentioned it, but I haven't seen the confirmation of this, right? The idea that the United States did send forces through the pier, the pier that was supposed to be for humanitarian purposes. Just to opposition says they sent Delta Force in. Look, not even Delta Force, okay? Not even the Delta Force can save you from the oncoming ad break, which is coming at you in 2 minutes on Twitch. So this is your 2-minute warning that you're about to see 3 minutes of uninterrupted ads, and there's no way to skip them. Unlike on Twitch, or unlike on YouTube, where you can skip your ads, Twitch, you can't skip your ads. But unlike YouTube, Twitch does give you the option to skip all ads if you use a Twitch Prime, or if you spend $5 to get yourself a sub on Twitch, or possibly even if you get a gift sub. That can happen. That does happen, but it's more likely to happen to you when you're active in the chat. To get the hostages, but Israel started carpet bombing. So they sent in Delta Force. Is this confirmed? Is this confirmed? Aaron Bushnell claimed that there were U.S. troops in Gaza. Interesting. Yeah, Gus, I've heard that too. I've heard statements from the from parts of the Israeli government that they intend to settle. Oh wait, the West Bank you're talking about. The West Bank is about to be thoroughly absorbed. Okay, I had not heard that, but I have heard people talk about restarting settlements in Gaza. Yeah, if you don't know, the West Bank is kind of carved up like Swiss cheese with settlements. It's impossible to get from one place to another without going through multiple checkpoints. And in fact, if you have a license plate which identifies you as a Palestinian, the Palestinian living in the West Bank, there are roads that you are not allowed to go into. There are zones from which you are excluded, including the place where Destiny and Lonerbox went to talk to Yishai Fleischer recently. The IDF is taking the leash off the settlers in the West Bank. No more oversight. Let the settlers do what they want and enforce things how they see fit. I mean, Netanyahu has bragged about frustrating and making impossible anything in the lines of like a two-state settlement. That being said, a two-state like a separate Palestinian state, aka the two-state solution, right? It still sounds like a vehicle for apartheid to me. So in my mind, the only way to do this equitably is to make the same kind of changes that South Africa made, and form a single secular state with everybody enfranchised, and also obviously rights, like guaranteed, right? Something along the lines of what the United States purports to be, but what the United States is always coming up short as, right? That's the fair way to decide this. But like, I mean, that's not even on the table, according to the U.S. and according to yeah. Let's watch the rest of this interview here.
So the question is, would we undertake an effort to extract American hostages 2, 3, 4, 7 if we knew 200 civilians would be killed in the process?
What's the answer?
Boy, that's a tough. That's
a tough question.
That's a tough question. If you're the leader of a country, absolutely.
You killed 200 people to save 6.
Mehdi, look at our. First of all, I'm the son of I'm a Gold Star son. I lost my dad in Vietnam. One of the most despicable, I think, wars of the United States has ever prosecuted. We've killed hundreds of thousands of innocent people over the years.
This is the fucking problem with liberals, right? They often, but not always, recognize unjust situations, wars that were in no one's interest except for the military-industrial complex, or you know, inequities like after the fact. They often, you know, recognize liberatory movements as being just, right? After the fact, after they're over. But whatever protest movements going on right now, they tend to be against. They tend to really do a lot of hand-wringing about it at the very least, right? And, you know, in terms of standing on the right side of history, they don't do it when it's important to do. They do it when the books are closed and history is, you know, sort of settled and it is established that, yeah, the Vietnam War was a fucked up, bloody affair.
We continue to look at what we did in Japan to end a war. These are philosophical questions that most Americans would never want to be faced with.
But you're a member of Congress, right?
I'm a member of Congress.
You wanted to be president.
Yes.
So let me ask you the straight-up question.
Let me answer your question. Please. I believe, as the President of the United States, his or her obligation should always be the safety and security of Americans first. It doesn't.
Motherfucker just said America first. Did you hear that? That's supposed to be Nick Fuentes' line. That's supposed to be the Republicans' line. That's supposed to be MAGA's line. Motherfucker just said America first. And don't fucking at me that he didn't specifically say America. Oh my God, fuck. I'm so mad that I fucked up my sound, chat. That's how pissed off that made me. He just said America first. Right? If you don't know, America first was also sort of a slogan around the you know, around the fascist contingent within the United States prior to World War II. Oh my God, I'm literally gonna have to take my headphones out, aren't I? This is terrible. Ow, ow, ow. I just have a cord that sticks in and it doesn't stay, but that's okay. We'll deal with it. We'll deal with it. Okay, we're good. We're good. But yeah, he just fucking asshole just said America first.
Not mean dismissing other humanity, but in the case of hostages, when it comes to this, and we've tried this before, and we've seen carnage. The fact of the matter is, I think we should extract. And by the way, if that means there are civilian deaths as a result, unfortunately, that's I think a cost.
Well, the cost implies
that's a cost. Innocent fucking people's lives is a cost, right?
No other choice. We of course know that there was another way to get the hostages out.
I have empathy.
No, well, hold on. There's another way to get the hostages out. We got over 100 hostages out in a deal in November. You could have got Benjamin Netanyahu blocking another deal. But just I want to be very specific. In your view, is killing 274 Palestinians, including many children, an acceptable price to pay?
He is like, Mehdi is like the only one who will do this. Mehdi is like the only one that'll just like nail somebody down on this and make them fucking answer these questions. If this was Meet the Press, Dean Phillips would have wriggled out of this. Dean Phillips would have never had to answer this question. It would have been put in front of him once. He would have like sidestepped it and that would have been it. Oh, I guess he doesn't want to answer my question. Well, you know what? I need access to this piece of shit, right? I want to bring him back on some other time. So let me not force him to answer the question. Mehdi's got his own network now, and I'm loving what you know. I'm loving how he started off. He started off strong.
For the freeing of 4 Israelis.
Like I said, I don't. You want a clear answer, and you want to make a
Yeah. You're not used to this because the fucking press doesn't do this to you. Yeah. We want a clear answer.
To make this black
and
white.
Is it an acceptable price to pay?
It's an unacceptable price, but I think it's a price that has to be paid.
What the fuck does that even mean?
Wow. So if you're saying that to get free people from the clutches of horrible captivity...
This guy's got a advanced degree in yapology. What the fuck did he just say? He just said a whole bunch of nothing. That is not a fucking coherent statement.
Hostages, people possibly being abused in captivity. To free them, you have to pay a price, right? It's a horrible price. Does that ratio work the other way? How many Israelis can Palestinians kill in order to free Palestinian detainees who are currently being tortured?
So if you want to say something that fucking monstrous, that these innocent lives are the cost of doing business, then you gotta be consistent in that fucking logic, right?
in Israeli captivity.
And the only reason you get out of being consistent in that logic is because America is Islamophobic. America's been inculcated with years and years and years of demonization of Muslim and Arab people to the point where they just look at to the point where most Americans just regard Palestinians as like evil NPCs.
Some of them being raped to death, according to the New York Times last week. Can they kill 200 Israelis? Hold on. Let me finish the question. No, can they kill 200 Israelis to free 4 Palestinians who are being tortured in an Israeli prison?
I think it's a question that I'm sure Palestinians are asking the same way as Israelis. But no.
You answered it.
You're just gonna dodge it.
For Israel, I would like you to answer it in reverse.
Let me just clarify something you just said. You said Palestinian prisoners are being raped to death by Israeli soldiers.
Yes, this is a report in the New York Times last week.
Okay. I don't.
That's fake news? Is that what you're gonna say? This is like a MAGA response, right? This is what happens when you you show like a MAGA person something that Donald Trump said on Truth Social, and you ask them to explain it, and they say that's fake news. It's literally a fucking he truthed that out on Truth Social, right? That's literally what he says. And in this case, like this is like the New York Times, if they have a bias, it is not a bias in the direction of caring excessively about Palestinian people. Let's just put it that way.
Believe that to be true. Nonetheless,
a 41-year-old detainee said the interrogators made me sit on something like a hot metal stick and it felt like fire. He said another detainee died after they put the electric stick up his anus.
No, it's repulsive.
This is an Israeli dungeon that CNN and New York Times have both reported on. UN investigators. So to free people from that prison, can you kill lots of innocent people according to the logic of the raid in Gaza?
You know how this is going to get twisted, though? Somebody's going to get a hold of this, and he's going to say, they're going to say that Mehdi was justifying October 7th. Mehdi was justifying, killing Israelis. Like, this is going to get twisted. This is going to get twisted. But Mehdi is just applying, like, the logic of Congressman Dean Phillips here to, just turn it the other way around. Is that justified? Or is the only thing that lets you justify this twisted morality racism?
What I'm trying to say is, if you represent the Palestinian people, you represent the Israeli people, we look at this quite differently. I don't want to
see... I know you do, which is why I'm asking the question, Congressman. I understand that you see it differently. A lot of people watching at home say, why? Why aren't all lives equal?
They should be.
But they're not.
Damn. Yeah, shouts out to Zateo. Shouts out to Mehdi Hassan. Is this a link to... No, that's the website itself. I kind of want to put their... I want to... If you're not following yet, this is Zateo. Right here. Zateo News. This is Mehdi Hassan's media company. They're doing some good work. You'll find Natalie Klein over there, not Natalie Wolf, whose name I sometimes still mix up together. That's the subject of the book, one of the jumping off point for the book Doppelganger. Natalie Klein's latest... Natalie Klein? I still fucked up her name, didn't I? Naomi Klein. Naomi Klein is who I'm talking about. I don't know where, but because I'm thinking of Natalie Marie. That's right. Sorry, Natalie Marie. I mixed. Now I'm doppelgangering you with hey, look, I bet that if Naomi Klein is going to be doppelgangered with anyone, she would much rather be doppelgangered with Natalie Marie than she would with Naomi Wolf. So there you go. That's at least an improvement. I don't know what it is about this. Anyway. So yeah, this is frustrating. But it is kind of cathartic to see someone who was part of the mainstream media finally pin down somebody on inconsistent logic that is based on what I can only assume is racism. And as much as I would like to say that Dean Phillips is the exception and not the rule, that's not true. That's not true. This kind of fucking racism informs so much of the twisted logic, the twisted morality that you hear all over the place, that you hear people spouting all the time. So unfortunately, these brainworms are quite common. Anyway, chat. Anyway, this is super, super frustrating. Let me get a chance to read some shorts. Wait, you know what? I don't actually have you set as the shorts chat, which is useful to me and probably to people clicking on the stream too, because sometimes people will click on the short stream. They'll think that that's all that's available. They really want the you know, landscape rather than the portrait. They get the portrait. They think that's all they can get. Nope, this is the portrait. So. Oh, thank you, mods. Looks like you've been dealing with some bullshit over there on shorts. If you love freedom so much, why don't you move to an objectively less free country? Is not the flex that people think it is. Yeah, what a disingenuous piece of poo is right. Landscape gang. Wait, aren't you portrait gang over here on shorts? Have I got it right? Portrait is like up and down, landscape is left and right. Media has always avoided saying the words Palestine or Palestinian on air. Yeah, they out of sight, out of mind, right? A lot of it is rooted in racism. He doesn't see Palestinians as equal to Israelis. Yeah, portrait is up and down. Okay, so I do at least have that part right. Wides gang, what's up? What's up, landscape gang? Landscapers. Yeah, the minute that you say Black or Palestinian lives matter, you'll immediately be met with all lives matter. But yeah, Medi's doing some good things over there on Zateo, so we will... Oh yeah, wait, did I give this to you? I meant to put this in chat. I don't know if I put it in all the chats. Probably not. Probably not in all the chats. Oh my god, what the fuck? I've got the weirdest window here. It's a vertical. Oh my god, chat. Everything is. It feels like I feel like I'm in Wonderland all of a sudden. Like, right? I'm talking into a functioning professional mic, using a stream deck to do semi-professional transitions, which, you know, if I work out, will be really professional and put me on the same level with the likes of much larger content creators like such as David Pacman, whose background we're literally stealing, right? But it's also super weird. Like, I'm dealing with multiple chats, I'm dealing with like landscapes and portraits and bears. Oh my. They have Basim Yosef. Yeah, they have a lot of people. Many's putting together a really cool media company over there at Zateo. I remember all the lib hand-wringing about around Iraq. Liberals protest every war but the current one. Tom Trask, where does that come from? Whose quote is that? Because I that's what I was trying to remember, and you got the words for it there. But like, who said that? Where does that come from? Vietnam, after defeating the United States, put an end to the genocide. True. Fought the Khmer freaking Rouge, which the United States supported, and which often gets described as being an authoritarian communist government, right? The actual communist government in Vietnam fought them. Vietnam has had to fight off. Let's see, let's go down the list, right? The French, the Americans, sorry, the French, the Japanese, the Americans, the Chinese, right? The Cambodians, right? The Khmer Rouge, right? They've had to really struggle, you know, for anything approaching freedom, and they're still kind of, you know, hemmed in by the global hegemon that is the United States. Shakespeare wants to talk about the allegations. You know, I need to fix the talk about the allegations thing, right? You know what? Shakespeare is talking about this, right? Let's see if I can find it. Okay. So whenever I have to press this button, the first thing I have to do is turn down the desktop audio.
Talk about the allegations!
That's Boeblax, right? And Boeblax is blowing up. If you don't know Boblax is the talk about the allegations guy. He's also the guy that says stop laughing at Sonic. He's got a lot of sound bites. He's like the fucking mass. Like if you thought Tipster, you know, with the
cheers, my dude, love ya, no homo,
was the master of sound bites. You don't know about Bobby's got like sound bites on sound bites, and recently actually got shouted out by Ethan Klein and H3, I think because of, what did he do? He went on with Keemstar, and like chat, it's like, you know, just kind of a shit show. Like it's not like, I don't know, like I'm not trying to direct you towards that content because it's just you know, it's kind of it's pretty yikesy on all levels, but Boblax absolutely dressed down Keemstar, and so that's gotten Ethan Klein's attention, and Ethan Klein, who once made fun of Bobby for being the stop laughing at Sonic guy, is now he's gonna blow up. Bobby's gonna Bobby's gonna blowy. What am I trying to say? Bobby's the new Bluey. I don't know, chat. I don't know what I'm saying. Anyway, we need to get to the main topic, but before we do that, let us take a look at our poll and see that Matt Taibbi's Gaza take is somehow in the lead. Yo, I didn't expect that. I also really wanted to add that Matt Bender content. We need to get to the Matt Bender content at some point. I didn't think of it in time, but I do want to watch what Matt had to say, you know, in his interview with Progressive Victory. Also, call me out if I ever say Progressive Voice instead of Progressive Victory. That's another boomer thing that I do, in addition to calling Naomi Klein Natalie Klein for whatever reason. You know, lucky I don't call her like Natalie Portman or something. I don't know, but yeah, I do want to watch the Matt Bender interview with Sam from Progressive Victory and get a sense of what that's all about. But yeah, we're gonna get into some Progressive Victory stuff nonetheless today, and it's gonna mean that we're gonna get to watch some Whick. Chat, one in chat if you even know who the fuck Whick is, and the real answer is like, who is Whick? Nobody. It doesn't matter. Whick is a whomegalol. Whick is, you know, worse than irrelevant, right? Good quote, but I forgot who said it. Get yourself another monitor for the next upgrade. Huh. That's not a bad idea. The stream has gotten a pretty big glow up. Just to be able to check on more things, Jonathan. Honestly though, if I get another monitor, the first thing I'm gonna need is like those see, because like I got like a monitor here and I got a monitor here. I don't know where I would even put another monitor. It wouldn't fit on the desk, I don't think. So I'd have to have the monitor. What do you call those arms? Like, right, they lock to your desks and they like hold your monitors like there and there. Like I would need 3 monitors. If I get 3 monitors, chat, though, it's going to turn into Dr. Dalla and she's going to call me a teddy bear, and I'm going to have to use Cherchez la Femme on her, you know, and that she's just going to be incredibly horny, like horny on main, right? That's Dr. Dalla. But yeah, we got to get to the Brianna Wu content that is coming up. I'm checking. Let's see. Look at Shorts. Shorts is voting for Jink versus RFK. Interesting. Chat, you're full of surprises today. Who? Natalie Portman was good in Garden State? I haven't seen that in so long. Like a candle wick? Nobody knows who Wick is. John Wick, the opposite of John Wick. I don't know. There's not much Keanu and Wicks Reeves. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Okay, Wick definitely took the blue pill. So Jink versus RFK ahead with 29%. Vergonia close second with 28%, going back between 27 and 28 here. This is very close between Jink versus RFK Jr. and Vergonia. Matt Taibbi coming in third with the Gaza take, 23%. Brett Cooper coming in fourth. Nobody likes Brett Cooper. Nobody likes Blair White. Brett Cooper is tied for last in the other poll too. Yeah, Jink and RFK. So it looks like it's kind of like coming down to like Jink and RFK, Matt Taibbi, and I would say Vergonia's in the running. Vergonia is definitely in the. Vergonia is only 1 point behind by my latest check. So let's check and take a look at what's going on. Our dono goal is actually doing okay today. Our dono goal is doing all right. We got 62% out of 100. We are more than 6/10 of the way there. Could I get 5 monitors? Is that a thing? Do people have 5 monitors? I feel like 5 monitors is like something out of Fahrenheit 420. No, it's not Fahrenheit. What is it called, chat? Fahrenheit 420. No, wait. It's not Fahrenheit 420, is it? 451. What am I thinking? I thought it was Fahrenheit 420. That's a different story altogether, right? That's a different Ray Bradbury novel. Yeah, Fahrenheit. Yeah. It's like the thing in Fahrenheit 451 where they got like, if you're poor, you have like one wall covered in TVs. If you're pretty poor but not totally poor, you have 2 walls covered with TVs. If you're middle class, you have 3 walls covered with TVs, and if you're rich, you can get that 4th wall covered, so you're just like immersed in entertainment. And that's what 5 monitors. There'd be like one on top too. It'd be like 6, right? Then I could just be encapsulated. Like I should just get like a VR that just like everything. My whole world is the internet. I don't know. At least maybe I would keep up with chat better. But yeah, 62% out of 100. Let's see what people are putting their money towards. We have 20. And that is mainly Shakespeare donating that USB hub, which I massively need. So thank you, Shakespeare, for that. That is going towards Matt Taibbi's Gaza take. We got Brett Cooper is fake, getting 0% of anything. Jink versus RFK getting 6%. Vergonia, nobody's donated for Vergonia yet. People have voted though for Vox Populi. So the first thing I do, right, like this is complicated maths, right? I'm incredible maths. This is complex maths, but I think I can handle it, right? Because I'm a cyborg. I got turned into a cyborg in order to pay off my student loans. And that's my story. Anyway, Matt Taibbi 20%, Jink versus RFK 6%. That's really going to be 17%. And it's going to be 3%, right? Because we got Vox Populi at 3%. That takes 3% off of everybody else's shit, right? Vox Populi brings everything back down closer to 0, but that there's still, overall donations going towards Matt Taibbi. So Matt Taibbi in 3rd place on the shorts poll. 1st place. Ooh, so Matt Taibbi doing actually pretty well. Might be even in the lead. Jink versus RFK, 1st place in the shorts poll. Is 2nd place in the okay, and it's got 3 extra percent going towards it. Remember, we subtract the 3 from everything, but Matt Taibbi is adding 17%. So I think Matt Taibbi is actually in the lead. That is so surprising. But chat, you're full of surprises, aren't you? You're full of surprises today. Man who fell to Earth was David Bowie sitting watching a wall of satellite feeds. Does the Vox Populi go to whichever is in the lead at the time? Yeah, well, no, whatsoever in the donation. Yeah, there's no way I could keep track of like what was leading at the time. It gets it basically gets tallied to the winner. So you can donate to whatever's in the lead if you want to, or you can say Vox Populi, which means that like you're just saying like, hey, whatever people end up choosing, whatever people end up voting for is cool with me, because you're just taking points off of the other donation. Like the other things that have where people put their money where their mouth is, right? You're taking whatever the Vox Populi donation is, that comes off of everything else. So it's sort of, yeah, it's basically you're like, the will of the people shall decide. That's what Vox Populi is all about. Wait, happy birthday, Natalie? Wait, which Natalie's birthday is it? Natalie Portman refused to go to Israel in 2018 to accept a prize, criticized Israel for the nation-state law she called racist. She is actually good. Nice. Wait, we got a difference of opinion here. Somebody else says Natalie Portman is Israeli and Zionist. It's called a mount. Thank you, Sisyphean Task. Yeah. You can get a 3-arm mount. Okay, I mean, like, maybe I should put that on the throne. I can look for one of those. Which Natalie has a birthday today? I didn't even see. Anyway, so that's where it's at right now. It looks like Matt Taibbi is in the lead. If I were to guess, I'm pretty sure I'm right about that. Jink is not far behind though. So it's in, and also Vergonia is not far, but we got a 3-way contest. I don't think Brett Cooper is going to win, but if somebody really wants to see the Brett Cooper thing and comes in here and makes it happen with donations, it could happen. Remember, you can vote up until the point where I'm done with this segment. You can vote in the chat that you're in, unless you're on Twitch, in which case, I'm sorry, but Twitch won't allow me to do a poll for longer than 10 minutes, so you're going to have to go to YouTube to vote. Apologies, Twitch. But you can, so if you're in the landscape stream, like, right, the regular stream as we call it, like, you can go over into the short stream and you can vote. If you're in the short stream or the portrait stream, you can go over into the landscape stream and vote, right? And I'm telling you this because I know that some people are doing it. I can almost tell, like, I don't know, maybe it's my spidey sense that tells me that some people have figured this out already. And I want to make sure that everybody's got the chance. If some people are going to vote twice, that everybody has the chance to vote twice. All I ask is that if you do that, you go ahead and leave me a like on the other stream, because it helps me out a lot. Likes are very important, and thumb gang is very much appreciated. And, you know, although this stream is supported by donations from viewers like you, the reason that we have decent sound equipment, the reason that, you know, I am able to pay the bills is very much because of donations from viewers like you. But thumb gang, don't sell yourself short, because the likes translate into greater views, and one day, chat, one day maybe the greater views will translate into a little bit of ad money for me. So you're doing your part. You're doing your part, thumb gang. Never sell yourself short. Am I a political streamer? It almost makes it sound like am I a political, like, I know what you're asking. Yeah, I guess so. Am I a political streamer? I think the answer is yes. You're asking for a simple answer. You're not asking me for me to, like, 5-head this, right, and give you some kind of philosophical bullshit about, like, oh, political streamer, the nature of politics is, you know, a great philosopher once wrote, man is a political animal, and while, well, they didn't say anything about woman. I'm assuming that applies to me too. Anyway, chat, let's get going on the Wick tent. Is this Wick tent or is this Wu tent? I think this is Wu tent. I think nobody cares about Wick, so it's Wu tent. We got the Wu tent. Oh my God, why is this working like this? All right, so I gotta tell you about a debate that happened on a stream of a streamer who really doesn't matter anymore. You know, there's an open question whether he ever mattered in the first place, but he is relevant in this case because he is virtually the pet of one Brianna Wu. Brianna Wu, if you are on Twitter, you may know her as a bad take machine. Right, this is the, you know, like, I think the Majority Report has covered her. I think Hassan has covered her. She's just like the person tweeting ridiculous shit about Israel. That's Brianna Wu. But what you might not know is that she was deeply involved in Progressive Victory. Right, she is a PAC mama. Is that a thing? I feel like I'm saying weird stuff here, and I don't know if it, like, means other things. Right, but she's the you know, she was deeply involved in the Progressive Victory PAC, right? And Progressive Victory, despite its name, according to a video essay that we just watched, kind of an expose on this, is actually doing dark money. In other words, their major donor, the person behind their effort, is anonymous, right? And so, you know, they're a PAC, they're a political action committee, they're a hybrid PAC, meaning that they both, you know, they both, you know, collect donations and donate money to political candidates, as well as do like advertising for them, and they've got Brianna Wu involved in this, and it's a really weird because right now what they're doing is they're canvassing for Jamal Bowman, who is a candidate I am pretty sure Brianna Wu like must hate, right? Brianna Wu, like everything about her is, you know, she's like the person, like I told you, that's always on Twitter, you know, bitching about pro-Palestine people. So she came on, so she pays streamers, including streamers who would not be financially viable were it not for that money, right? Or she has been accused of, let me say this a really legally defensible way. She has been, it has been reported that she pays streamers in order to, or you know, kind of recruits them for an organization called Progressive Victory. Another aspect of Progressive Victory that people are uncomfortable with is the fact that they've got a system that that essentially gives money to streamers to be at meetings, strategy meetings for Progressive Victory. And this seems to be a way to get around Twitch's terms of service. Twitch changed its terms of service as far as sponsorships, and one of the rules that they've instituted is that we can't have political sponsorships, right? And it makes sense because, you know, if political Twitch, political YouTube, you know, gets, you know, like astroturfed, then you don't know whether, you know, like, right, if I'm getting money from, you know, some PAC, right, you don't know if I'm saying what I really believe or if I'm being paid to say that, right? It's a question of transparency, right? So Twitch actually has it ensconced in their rules that you can't be sponsored like that. So in other words, no one can pay Whick or myself or any other Twitch streamer, you know, for streaming. Nobody can sponsor the stream. So they found a way around that by saying, what if we said that we were hiring Whick as a consultant? We need his skills. We need his knowledge. We need to bring him in on our meeting, okay? And we'll pay him for the meeting. And we'll pay him a ridiculous amount, right? That no way really corresponds with, you know, what he's doing for the organization. So yeah, that's what is going on with Progressive Victory. And recently, Brianna Wu went on a show called Trigonometry. Trigonometry purports to be politically unaligned, politically homeless, politically centrist, and you know what that means. They're right-wingers. They're right-wingers, but they like DeSantis more than they like Trump. That's who that's who Trigonometry, and then their name, you can tell it, right? Trigonometry. Okay, yeah, you're gonna get triggered, right? It's a very like 2016 you know, anti-SJW kind of vibe that they're kicking over there. And these are like two of the biggest cringe lords in the world. Let me see if I can find you a thumbnail. And I don't always give Sunday the credit that he sometimes deserves, but I'm going to give it to him today because, or rather to his thumbnail artist, right? There we go. Let me show you what President Sunday's the thumbnail of Brianna Wu going on Trigonometry looks like, or looked like. I think he's changed it since then. Go open that up. See it? That's Trigonometry. Oh my God, they're not quite coming through. They're not quite coming through as well as I wish they would. Brianna Wu is a bad take machine. I used to feel so bad for her. Yeah, I mean, she does get shit on a lot. But if you can't see, that is Francis from Trigonometry as Wallace from Wallace and Gromit. And that is Constantine from Trigonometry. In other words, the person that, like, if you believe due dissidents who were there, kind of mischaracterized the reaction of Brianna Joy Gray after that debate ambush that she was involved in, that Constantine moderated for. So yeah, that's what Sunday's doing with his thumbnails. And I gotta say, it's pretty good. Wu forgot the crackers. This is a Wallace and Gromit reference. I think they go to the moon to get cheese for their crackers, but then when they get back, they realize they forgot the crackers. And it's like, if you're gonna have cheese, you can't have just like, you can't, if you want cheese and crackers, you want cheese and crackers. If you forget the crackers, it kind of defeats the point. So Brianna Wu defeating the point of her existence almost on the daily. Let's get to, oh my god, chat. You didn't see any of that, did you? I am confusing myself with, there we go. There we go. That's what you should have seen just now. Wu forgot the crackers. And Irene forgot to hit transition. The transition button's important if you're using studio mode. You will see, I tricked myself because I could see you know, this thumbnail. I could see the scene that I wasn't showing you, right? It lets me like edit the scene so that I get it perfect and then show it to you. Anyway, chat, you don't care about all this behind the scenes inside baseball stuff. You care about Wu Tent. That's what you're here for, and that's what I'm about to give you. 100% unadulterated Wu Tent. Brianna Wu forgot the crackers. Let's go.
So Josiah, did you watch the episode? What I used my...
Okay, so here we go. Here we go. So let me describe what we're seeing here, who we're seeing. Top left, Josiah from Pondering Politics. Yeah, I mentioned Josiah earlier because he's one of these people that has kind of taken the formula maybe pioneered by David Pakman, maybe pioneered by Luke Beasley. I don't know exactly who pioneered this, but it seems to work. It seems to get people views, so we'll hope it'll get me views as well. That's why I'm stealing Deepak's background right now, not as an homage to Deepak, but because Deepak, David Pakman stole Sam Cedar's background, and I feel like turnabout is fair play. So that's what I'm just... Do I have a cat in my room? I do. Do you see the cat? Let's have some cat time. That's Bowie. Everybody say hi to Bowie. Look, even shorts can see Bowie. Bowie's right down there. Meow, Bowie, what do you want? Did you come in here to say hi? You're just gonna sit here and meow? Bowie's just gonna sit here and meow if that's okay with everyone. Okay, so let's get back. Let's get back to what we're doing here. Yeah, we might have guest stars come in from time to time. I've left the door open, so if the cats want to, they can come in and out. If you see a cat, say something. Let me know, because I won't always notice them, especially Tyrion, who meow. See, I can hear you. You're noisy, but Tyrion's very silent. Tyrion's kind of, you know, Tyrion can sneak in, right? So if you see a gray cat come in, that's Tyrion. White kitty, that's right. Yeah, that's Bowie. Meow. I don't know what Bowie's meowing about. I'm pretty sure she's got water. And if it's a food, I don't know where her food is, so I can't really help her with that. Anyway, let's get back to Whick. Okay, so we got Pondering Politics. Like I said, no, like as far as like what are Pondering Politics' views on things, I don't know entirely. There's some subjects, contentious subjects that that Josiah does not touch on, does not cover, so we really don't get to you know, hear much, for instance, about Josiah's view on the Gaza situation. You know, and a lot of it is just like you know, covering like what Trump said, what MTG said, what Lauren Boebert said, and stuff like that, right? So it's you know, to the right, you know, it's more along the progressive liberal side of things, from what I can see. Meow. And then there's Whick. Whick is a sort of fashioned himself as a panel host a la Dylan Burns, although this is Dylan Burns at home. Okay, this is the great value Dylan Burns. This is the great value Prime Kai. This is somebody that's come along in their footsteps, tried to do the same thing as a much more successful streamer, and just doesn't have, you know, really the charisma or the wherewithal or anything to really attract much of an audience. That's okay though, because Whick has got Brianna Wu, and Brianna Wu uses Whick to set up conversations between her and streamers. Because what does Brianna Wu want to do? She wants to be relevant. And she doesn't care if she has to jump into the orchestra pit to do that, right? She is the bawdy trombonist that jumps into the orchestra pit and gets written up in the news article the next day, rather than the sublime, you know, clarinet soloist who, you know, played a beautiful solo on clarinet, who you don't hear about because everybody wants to hear about the trombonist who fucked up. That's Brianna Wu. So essentially, Whick is the vessel for Brianna Wu's Xehanort. Right? Yeah, Whick is basically Terra. He's like the worst character in Kingdom Hearts. Sorry, Terra. Sorry, Terra fans. And all he basically does is gets possessed by Xehanort. That's his whole deal. And Xehanort is Brianna Wu. So here we go. We got our trifecta, you know, like just like Kingdom Hearts. There's always like 3 characters: Brianna, Josiah, Whick. And this conversation is taking place because even for people that are being paid by Progressive Victory, even for people that are on, you know, that are friendly with Team Wu, Brianna Wu going on Trigonometry, going on what is really a right-wing podcast, and just to complain about the left, complain about how fucking awful, you know, just doing some, like, leaving the left content, right, has left some of these people in a position where they have to stand up and say, I do not agree with this. And this is kind of, you know, a difficult line to walk for somebody like Josiah, who I think, you know, very much has some trepidation about Brianna Wu's performance, if you can call it that, on Trigonometry. Brianna Wu's supplication to a right-wing anti-SJW channel, her virtual, you know, Dave Rubining on Trigonometry. He has to walk the line between letting people know that he's not about that, and possibly burning his bridge with Brianna Wu. So yeah, we got progressive, liberal, center-right, intellectual dark web centrist in Whick, and I don't know what the fuck you want to call Brianna Wu. She's a hot mess. She's a hot mess, and really grifter is like probably the best definition of her politics. So let's see what they have to say.
Cis hetero white male powers, okay? And I gave.
Are they loud enough, chat?
Talking to over there, and they rescinded everything. Full Whick victory, 100%.
Okay, so Whick was banned from Twitch from being boring until he convinced them that he was too boring to keep banned, so they unbanned him. That's what Whick is trying to say there.
Return on investment here. They overturned the suspension.
I'm gonna have to put our volume up.
Removed all strikes from my channel. They apologized. So welcome, Twitch viewers. I know I missed you, but we're back, and here we are. But today's topic, let's get to it. Recently, Brianna Wu, our guest tonight, went on the Trigonometry podcast. For those who are not aware, it's a more center right-leaning podcast that talks to people from across the political spectrum, and has sometimes...
Oh, Wick's mic is low throughout his video. So wait, is this just Whick? This is going to give us problems. This is going to give us problems. Did Whick buy like a nice mic and not put gain on it or something? Oh my god. Terra was the original Final Fantasy. Was an original Final Fantasy character? Oh, I see what you mean. It's like, yeah, like not like a Disney character. Brianna Wu was used as an example of... God. Brianna Wu was used as an example of Nakba denial in a recent video essay of the plan to expel the Palestinians from 1947 to 1948. She's a great example of that. Terra is amazing. Like Terra had, oh, you're talking about Terra from Final Fantasy VI. Yeah, that Terra is good, right? I'm talking about the Terra from Birth by Sleep, who's not so good. Leon, Squall, Lionheart, Stomps, Cloud Strife. That's the Final Fantasy VIII protagonist, right? And Cloud Strife is 7. I've played 8. I have not played 7, I must confess. Aqua Supremacy. So yeah, Wick's mic is apparently low throughout this whole thing. Donald is a useless companion. Hey, don't talk shit about Donald. He might come in here and take some exception to what you're saying. Yeah, Terra, main character from Final Fantasy VI, and green hair. Green hair to boot. Green hair is the best.
Interesting, sometimes kind of boring conversations. I watched it. I enjoyed it, and I reached out to my friend here, Brianna Wu, to come talk to us about it, and that's what we'll do. But again, before we get into it, just full disclosure,
I reached out to my friend, Brianna Wu. Again, what is she doing? She's paying to be relevant, right? She's you know, donating in order to be included in conversations with her favorite streamers. This is fantasy camp. This is boomer fantasy camp for Brianna Wu, right? She watched Destiny, she watched Vosh. She couldn't make it as a politician, she couldn't make it as a game dev. So now she wants to play streamer, I guess, and Wick's letting her do that. So this is like fantasy camp for like, look, I gotta say, it's an ingenious business model that Wick has got here. Hot take, but Waluigi's overrated and mid, according to what? Compared to who? She wasn't even a game dev. She paid people to do. Oh shit! Sorry, vodka. I overstated Brianna Wu's credentials. I apologize. Who are these people? Oh my gosh! I just went over that. I'll name them again. Josiah from Pondering Politics on the left top. Wick on the right top. Brianna Wu on the bottom. With no video. And, you know, we're talking about Brianna's appearance on Trigonometry. Wick's describing this as a centrist stream. It's not. Centrist. Wait, they just insulted. Oh, wait, they just insulted Waluigi. Well, look, Waluigi. Okay, to be completely fair, all right, Waluigi, you know, can handle that smoke, right? Waluigi can deal with his own drama, right? He gets into drama all the time, and I can't be constantly defending this guy. Or else I'll just never, you know, like I said, I'm overwhelmed as it is. So, and also remember, chat, we are 62% of the way towards our sub goal. Matt Taibbi is in first place. Jink versus RFK is in second place. Vergonia, the secret tapes, in third place. Brett Cooper pulling up last place, right? You can change this by voting. You can vote up until the end of this segment. You can also donate. And remember, when you donate, you can let your money do the talking. You can put your money where your mouth is, and you can affect the outcome. Right now, Matt Taibbi is at plus 17%. It says 20%, but it's 17% because, right, we got the -3 from Vox Populi. You can also put your money where your mouth isn't, I guess, and say that you just want the popular vote to decide, right? And that's what Vox Populi means. Or you could pick one of these topics and say, I really want to see Jink versus RFK Jr. And for every dollar that you donate, and that is through that is you know, whether it is super chat, a super sticker, whether it is you getting a membership, weaseling up yourself, passing the weasel on to other people through gifting memberships. That's over on Twitch also, through subs, which get you out of the ad break, which is in about 7 minutes. We've got another ad break coming up on Twitch, right? That'll get you out of that. That's an unskippable ad break as opposed to YouTube's ad breaks, which are skippable usually. They're either skippable or short, or you can use a Twitch Prime to get yourself out of that break for free. Yeah, bits work as well, as do throne donations, as does signing up for. Wait a minute, Jules, I think you didn't you I think you added. Did you? I don't know. Did you add $2 to your Patreon thing. Anyway, sign up for Patreon account as well, and as do any kind of donation. The other things, the links are down in the description for if you want to donate to me directly. But any sort of donation, like I said, you have the ability to increase the poll standing 1% for every $1 US through donating. So just let me know what you want to see after this segment when you're donating, and I will add your money to that tally. Right now Matt Taibbi's got 20 points, Jinx got 6 points, and everything's losing 3 points because somebody put $3 in Vox Populi. I did add $2, but it was before the stream. I'll add it this time. Vox Populi now at -5%. I think I added somebody else's that was done in between the streams. So this is a one-time only thing. Usually it's just like what goes on during the stream. Anyway, we're gonna get back to Whick and Pondering Politics and Brianna Wu. But remember, if we hit the we're at 62% right now. If we hit 100%, you get extra content. Let's go.
You get a check from Progressive Victory. Okay. Josiah
had
gets a
nothing to do with tonight.
Yeah,
Nothing. I didn't ask for this topic. You invited me.
Yes, that's true. And
it's just such a weird thing, because by saying I didn't ask for this topic, what she's also saying is that sometimes she does, right? So that Whick is like a short order cook, right? It's like, imagine if there was a Denny's out in the middle of nowhere and the food sucked, and so nobody went there, right? Nobody ever goes to this Denny's, but there's one person that's like paying the employees of that Denny's just to be there in case she is coming back from a bar late at night and she wants some
Boom Pow super chatted $6.33. Loving the stream.
Aww.
Keep playing that leg violin.
The leg violin? Wait, is this like a... It's like a... It's a cartoon reference, right? The leg violin? But yeah, thank you, Boom Pow. Let me know if you want to put that what was it, $6 to a certain topic that we might be covering today. You get to vote. You get to put your money where your mouth is, basically. You get to increase the tally of one of these subjects, or you can just say Vox Populi. What the fuck is leg violin? It's like the cricket thing, right? It's like a cricket and I don't know. I'm gonna have to look this up. Were you talking about celebs in the other chat? You did add sorry, yeah. Oh, cellos.
Brianna isn't paid by Progressive Victory as far as I know, so here we are.
Is that what a leg violin is? A cello?
Okay. Let's get into it. So I guess first of all, let me ask you, Brianna, how did this happen? Like, who reached out to who? Tell us about like kind of the lead up to the experience.
Matt Taibbi
on the Trigonometry podcast. Go ahead.
Sure. So before we get started, I just want everyone out there to know I'm recovering from surgery right now. I'm a little bit weak. So if I'm a little bit dyspeptic today, it's not because Whick or Josiah are boring me. It's because I'm not quite myself yet. So
I always think like, I don't know, is it dyspeptic? I always get that mixed up with like something else, right? That's like if you're having heartburn. Meow Bowie. We've got a very vocal cat back there. I don't know if you can hear her or not. So that money is going towards Matt Taibbi. Matt Taibbi now is, yo, that's 26%. -3 is, no, -5 is 21%. Yo, Matt Taibbi's cleaning up today. People really want to see this Matt Taibbi shit. I'm here for it. I'm here for whatever you're here for, chat, honestly. That sounds like a good topic.
Love a little bit of grace today. So the way this happened is, obviously after October 6th, I've been a lot more pro-Israel than a lot of people on the progressive side, and it has opened up the doors to a lot of people that I've been talking to. So Constantine over at Trigonometry is one of the friends that I've made in the aftermath.
I gotta add one thing to that. All right, it's not pro-Israel, right? It's not just like I really love Israel. I think Israel's fucking great. It's like pro-genocide. It's like anti-Palestinian. It is the kind of twisted morality that you don't get to without like a non-zero number of bigotry particles floating around your head. So that's what she's talking about. Hope you'll call that. Becoming pro-Israel since October 7th has opened up a lot of doors for me. Wait, did she literally say that? She literally said that, didn't she? Jesus Christ, let's roll it back and hear that again. Hello, Bowie. Meow. Meow.
And it has opened up the doors to a lot of people that I've been talking to. So Constantine over at Trigonometry is one of the friends that I've made in the aftermath. I don't agree with him on everything. If you looked at our DMs, you'd see me taking him to task on trans stuff he said, disagreeing with him on many of his political views, but it's respectful, right? So he invited me on. I thought it was really, really important to go there and kind of counter some of the things he said about trans rights.
Oh my god, I don't think she did that. I think all she anyway, we covered her appearance on Trigonometry. If I remember correctly, all she did was throw trans people under the bus
with some of his other guests there. So I felt a responsibility to go on and kind of represent a different point of view. So I said yes.
Okay.
God, chat's really loving the Squeenix games. Did you know that they just came out with Kingdom Hearts is now on Steam, and I got my eye on that. Right, they're selling like all they're selling like all 3 game packages. I think for like $60 something. And I don't really have that money right now, but oh my god, if I did, chat, you'd be seeing some Kingdom Hearts streams maybe. I don't know.
So our other guest tonight is Josiah from Pondering Politics, who I reached out to as well.
Pondering Politics.
Because
he's probably pondering why he's here right now. He's like, you're probably wondering why I'm here, and so am I.
I wanted to get his opinion on some of the things that were talked about. So Josiah, did you watch the episode? What are some of your thoughts, I guess, after seeing the show?
Yeah, I did watch the episode. So a couple of things. I, too, am affiliated with Progressive Victory. I was actually recruited into Progressive Victory by the guest of honor herself, Brianna Wu.
There we go, and I did not know that. That's new to me.
True story.
It is. And
it's a Wu story, in fact. Her calling some podcast dude she met once a friend. No, so they do have, like, they have worked together before, right? Just to be fair, but Whick is the person that she gets when she wants to talk to she wants a platform to be able to talk to some of her streamer heroes, right? She just apparently like watches Twitch poll like 24/7, and she wants to be part of the action, right? She's got plenty of money and like none of the talent. So what's a Wu to do? Well, the Wu is gonna spend money on Whick, and he's given her a pretty good rate. I don't know, maybe you should charge more to kind of put me in coach. I'm ready to play with the big leagues, with people that are actually professional YouTubers, professional streamers, people who actually make money doing this, people who other people want to listen to. Now Wu can get in on that conversation too, and Whick is facilitating that for her. So that's what we're dealing with here. Not Wick. Constantine called her. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, I don't think that Constantine is her friend. I think that Constantine is very much using her. But that's to be fair, she's using Constantine as well. So I guess it works out. I'm a centrist who's anti-woke, and I support Ron DeSantis. I am part of Progressive Victory. Now, to be fair, okay, the Constantine and Francis Trigonometry support Ron DeSantis. Pondering Politics, very anti-DeSantis as far as I know. Wick, I don't know. I couldn't say, and nobody cares because it's Wick. So
And that was actually the genesis of, the interaction between us, which has always been pretty civil and pretty friendly. And a lot of this is kind of rooted in a shared, stated mutual interest that we want to elect Democrats and defeat Republicans.
Yeah,
And,
we'll just pause that.
So we've had a pretty friendly civil rapport ever since then. And I did watch this conversation. I was actually, the second I found out about it, I was excited because I wanted to see basically how Constantine and the Trigonometry, the pair of them, I don't even know the other guy's name. I'm blanking on it. But do you know what it is, Brianna?
I'm tired. I'm sorry. I'm
no, it's okay.
Well, yes.
It's okay. If he's watching right now, he will be wildly
I'm
offended.
so sorry.
I believe that they're enlightened centrists, right? So I believe that they're really...
I don't know what they seem like they lean more right.
Yeah, I would say so. Wow, that's me agreeing. That's me nodding my head with Brianna Wu. Yeah, they definitely lean right. Oh my God, they're called Trigonometry. What? Of course they lean right. What? Look. Maybe Pondering is like Pondering. He's usually covering, like actual right-wing politicians and stuff like that. Maybe he just hasn't had time to really check in on what Trigonometry's what Trigonometry's like content is like. The Overton gap. The Overton window is like a garage door now. She sounds, I don't know, I wouldn't want to speculate on that, SM. She says she's tired, and she's recovering from surgery, so I don't know what that's about. Brianna is always tired, sleepy, but wakes up in milliseconds to scold or yell at someone that she doesn't like. She's really crappy to be on someone's stream when you're not fully with it. Yeah, I'm still not clear about the genesis of this, right? It's kind of put forward as like that. I guess I thought it was that Josiah had like sort of an issue with, some questions to bring up about her appearance on Trigonometry, right? Because he's in some ways thrown his lot in with Brianna Wu by letting her recruit him for Progressive Victory, and he doesn't want to be tied to somebody that's just going to do a Dave Rubin, right? So I think that's where he's coming from, if I've got that right. Josiah is riding with Biden.
No, in my view.
Well, that's what I call the enlightened centrist, basically
Sure.
somebody who is conservative but doesn't want to say that they are.
Yeah.
And so to have somebody who was a Democratic operative on their podcast who wasn't Tulsi Gabbard, I thought that would be an interesting conversation to have. And so I did watch it, and I was a bit disappointed with some of the decisions that were made by Brianna strategically. That's basically, I walked away from it thinking that she was very generous to the Trigonometry.
Okay, so she said that she didn't ask Wick for the stream, meaning that she didn't initiate it. Josiah saying that he had some questions. I think Josiah was like, hey, I need to talk to Brianna Wu, given, the fact that they're kind of like tied together. They've worked together. She recruited him for Progressive Victory. He feels like he needs to state his, difference of opinion, maybe with Brianna Wu, and concerns about her performance on the Trigonometry podcast, right? So it sounds like it's Josiah that's initiated this, whatever this is, and just was like, oh yeah, hey Wick, you're the person that always has Brianna Wu on. Can you get her for me? and Whick was happy to oblige.
Three folks, and they did not reciprocate her generosity. So
Bro was like, Whick, I want to speak to your handler. Yeah.
She gave them everything in perhaps what was, good faith. It was an attempt to establish a dialogue with a more conservative podcast, more conservative audience. And they didn't reciprocate. They gave her nothing. And that's something that I think that is worth discussing as far as.
So I think this might be a good place to dig in, because I think the mission objective that you're outlining here, that I need to go on there and be Team Democrat. Yeah, look, obviously I want Democrats to win. I don't like Republicans. I'm not going to vote for Republicans. But my mission objective was a little bit different. In researching for this, Josiah, I was looking at your channel, and I don't think there's a lot of trans content there. It's not that you're silent on it, and I assume you're an ally. I've never talked to you about that. But it's not really a major focus for you. So I want to be really...
So what's she trying to say there? Right? Because if that's any kind of, shade that she's throwing, she is the wrong person to be doing it, right? Brianna Wu, one of the things that she's known for, outside of this, pay to play, scheme of getting herself in conversations with streamers, right? By keeping a lot of them on retainer, she's known for having a toxic group chat with a lot of just notorious trans medicalists, right? We're talking about trans people who are somewhat conservative, somewhat define themselves in opposition to other trans people, essentially, and self-hating trans people, right? That's so she was in this group chat, and she said stuff that was so disgusting that other members of the group chat leaked it, had a problem with it, did not want to be associated with it, wanted to separate themselves from, she's just basically in that group chat being transphobic to other trans people, right? So every identity has people that are self-hating and that will look to people that are antagonistic to them and try to say, I am one of the good ones, I am the pick me, right? To try to be I'm not like the other trans people, I'm good, right? And essentially throw the rest of the community under the bus as a some kind of a as a way to placate their antagonists, right? That's what she's famous for. So for her to say, look, you could say that Josiah hasn't said shit about trans people, and I don't know, right? So people cover what they want to cover. I don't expect everybody who does progressive politics to talk about trans people. In fact, I think there's some people, if they don't have the knowledge, if they don't know trans people, if they don't know the issues, there's some people that I would prefer, kind of stay away from those discussions, right? I don't know if Josiah, I'm not saying that Josiah falls into this category. I'm not even, necessarily agreeing with Wu that he doesn't cover trans issues, because I literally don't know. But what I'm saying is that if Josiah is a net zero for trans people, right? Worst case scenario, Brianna Wu is a negative number. Brianna Wu is like a shittier version of Caitlyn Jenner, basically.
Straight and say that the main thing I wanted to talk to that audience was shoring up the arguments for several things, which is in some cases children having access to HRT if the indications are extremely clear, making the case that adults needed access to HRT, and kind of making a more moderate pitch on trans rights, which I thought his audience would really appreciate. That was my main mission.
So this is the idea, this audience of transphobes, which is what they are. And if I would show you the replies to her Twitter posts regarding her appearance on trigonometry, except for the fact that I think they're probably against Twitch's terms of service, right? Twitch does not want me showing, you know, you can get banned for showing, you know, vile transphobia, and that was what was in her comments. Most of the comments were like misgendering her or dead naming her or just being, you know, gross, transphobic, and abusive to her. So that's the audience that she thought she could pitch this like milder version of transgenderism to, and get them to, you know, reach out and touch some chuds. That's what she wanted to do. She wanted to reach out and touch the hogs, and the hogs. Meow, Bowie, what's wrong? Hello, do you want me to pick you up? No? You don't like to be picked up, right? What do you want? I think she's hungry. I think she's like hungry. It's basically like YouTube Shorts chat. Hey, shots fired. Shots fired.
Objective. The second mission objective was understanding that the trigonometry audience is generally more right-wing. I wanted to go there and be just a normie Democrat, right? And particularly after October 7th, where, you know, so much of our party has steered into what I consider to be outright anti-Semitism, I wanted to go there and give just a face saying, hey, you know, there are Democrats that are really upset about this too. And some of this more communist direction that we've moved into, that doesn't represent me and that doesn't represent my party. So does that make sense to you? It's not, my mission wasn't to go there and be like, vote Democrat. It was a little more nuanced than that. Does that make sense?
It does make sense, but I would argue that even with that mission, I question some of the rhetorical tactics that you use, because you could have, I think, adopted a more moderate approach on trans rights, and also went out of your way, as you did, to, you know, distance yourself from what you described in the conversation as the progressive fringe with respect to Israel-Palestine. I think that that's fair for you to do, but it was other aspects of the conversation where I felt that you did not stand your ground in a way that you should and gave too much, like with respect to, we can get into it, you know, in more detail. I know Nitwick was going to say something, but like defending Biden's record, Afghanistan, and also the extent to which the progressive fringe represents the Democratic Party. Because you may recall, the one time that we ever had any sort of public disagreement prior to this, because I usually keep my eyes focused on MAGA Republicans and, you know, unrepentant right-wingers or enlightened centrists, so I tend not to punch left.
Sure.
But the one time that you and I had a public disagreement, it was about this, like to what extent we can say that the entire progressive movement is characterized by its fringe, to what extent that progressive fringe embodies.
Dark mode for Windows Notepad? Is that a thing? Is that a thing? Is there a dark mode?
The Democratic Party or President Biden. And these were the things that I took particular issue with. I think you were too charitable to a party that, or to a group, two people that had no interest in reciprocating your charity.
Yeah, and I'm just going to interject here, because this is kind of like, I think, a very important thing to discuss. How much charity should we give the other side in these things, in these discussions? Where should we fight? Where should we stand our ground and say, no, what you just said is wrong, and possibly derail into the conversation?
Wick, you are the other side. What are you talking about?
And where should we be like, you know what, we disagree on this, but let's tackle it another day. I'm here to talk about X, Y, or Z. And I think that this is a very interesting kind of strategic discussion. So just to get my thoughts out here about the discussion is, I thought that if your objective was to go out, and this is to you, Brianna, if your objective was to go in there and to build bridges, I think that you succeeded. However, I do agree with Josiah in that there were a few places where I would have liked that for you to push back more. The Ukrainian one and the Afghanistan one are the two that come to mind immediately, but I'm sure there are more. But I just wanted to ask you, Brianna, when it comes to your objective, like as you said, you wanted to go in there and be a normie Democrat and also represent trans issues you felt were important. How do you feel you succeeded at that? Like, how do you feel about it coming out of that? I just want to talk about that for a minute, and then we can get back into the back and forth.
Well, I think it was a good interview in the sense that I think it clearly got a lot of buzz, right? So I think it was successful from that point of view. And, you know, I got probably 300 or 400 emails, you know, PMs, you know, private messages from people saying that I really helped change their mind on some things. So that's, you know, non-trivial to me. You know, right after it, I want to tell you, my own husband, who was there with me, told me he thought that I should have defended Biden a little bit more strongly. So I take that criticism. I think that's fair. In my defense, you know, typically when you go on these shows, you get a real breakdown of what you're going to be talking about from the producers. So what I'd planned to talk about with the producers was a lot more talking about, you know, trans issues, talking about the October 7th, the direction that, you know, things had gone with progressives after October 7th, which is, you know, what I've talked to Constantine about quite a bit. So I'm not saying that you're wrong, that I shouldn't have defended Biden more. But if I'd known that that was going to be a subject, I would have prepared for that. And, you know, before I do this major media hit, I always go through and I say, what are the points I want to hit? I write them out, I research them, I word them, I practice them.
Before I did this major media hit, like, who the fuck does she think she is? Failed candidate, failed gaming studio. Like, she's a fail daughter. You don't fucking do media hits. Who does she think she is? Paris Hilton? Like, what the fuck?
And I think that's probably why the trans stuff was so much better than the Biden stuff. Because frankly, I just had not really extensively prepared for that, if that makes sense.
No, it makes an entire sense. I understand. It's just, I think, further evidence that there's certain venues that when I go in, right, I know, or I'm pretty sure that certain topics are going to come up in a wide stretch. Now I get it that if you don't want, if I'm confronted with someone who has a topic that I'm not very well researched on,
Destiny orbiters don't seem to realize how repellent they are to anyone remotely well-adjusted. Yeah,
that I am not comfortable discussing.
It's a very sweaty community there.
I could be like, well, you know, I've heard differently, but I'm not prepared to talk about that. I don't know at this present time.
Yeah, lack of prep to defend Biden while Wait, see, Queen Bey, you say operating Rebellion PAC? I know she's involved in that, and I know that, like, Jink and Anna definitely have not distanced themselves at all from her. But, like, is she running Rebellion PAC? I don't even, I guess I just don't know what her role is in Rebellion PAC. I also don't know what her role is in Progressive Victory. I would have thought it was nothing, because officially, like, she stepped down, or you know, she tweeted something about, like, leaving Progressive Victory, but the way that they're talking about this, and, you know, her as the recruiter for streamers for Progressive Victory, coupled with some of the answers that Sam, who is, like, in charge of Progressive Victory, gave to Matt Bender when that interview went down, right? It kind of feels like she never left. I don't know what actually. I don't know if they cut Rebellion is her PAC. Yeah, Rebellion PAC is. Well, I mean, like, she's involved in it. I don't know. Oh, she founded it, didn't she?
I think that's.
But I did defend Biden off the cuff.
No, you
I mean,
did.
Yeah.
You did.
Yeah.
But I think that, like, you gave too, as Josiah said, I think you gave too much. But I don't want to.
So get specific. Get specific. I want to hear like specific.
Well, I'll let Josiah articulate it. He prepared the timestamps and all that, so he probably has those transcripts ready, and he can do it. But we're gonna do that. But I wanna hit also on the point after this.
That says she founded it. Yeah, yeah. So she founded it, but maybe doesn't run it. Is that it?
of this bridge building. I'm curious to hear what some of the message is about what you change people's minds on. I'm just curious to hear that. But let's go to Josiah with the transcripts. Go ahead.
Yeah. So a couple of things. When it comes to defending Biden and the Democrats, right?
She's the executive director. Chat says she still runs it.
And again, just assuming that was at least on the back of your mind as a Democratic operative, somebody who wants to get Democrats elected. A couple of things that stood out.
And that's wild. Democratic operative. Look, usually the Democrats, like when it comes to somebody that, I don't know, maybe like joined in a certain chant at a protest, against what's happening in Gaza, right? I feel like the Democratic Party would be really quick to distance that kind of Democratic operative from them, right? However, Brianna Wu, somebody that's been, exposed as a transphobe, like, right, the stuff that she says about like about like trans streamers and stuff is just gross, right? It's just straight up like, I think she called I can't even repeat the word. These are words that are not in the Bible, chat. These are words that would probably get me in trouble with Twitch were I to repeat them. Google claims Jink and Brianna started a rebellion pack together. Wait, so wow. So TYT's been involved with Brianna Wu for quite a while then. Like one of the normies I met was this lady who was like a volunteer who organized counter protests at a local Planned Parenthood against anti-abortion protesters, a pro-abortion pro-choice person.
Out to me, and it's about at the 38-minute 40-second mark on the transcript, or excuse me, on the video, which is, Constantine turns to the topic of the border. Okay, now you did a really good thing here, which is that you mentioned that Democrats attempted to pass, or rather there was attempted the passage of a bipartisan border bill. You said that it would actually make Democrats very unhappy, which I understand the rhetorical tool there. You're saying, like, listen, this is actually something that was done that would have made my side unhappy, and we attempted to do it.
That's right.
And Republicans killed it. Constantine didn't respond at all. And I think that would have been a missed opportunity. That was a missed opportunity. You could have said, Constantine, I want to pause on here for a minute. So you and your co-host bring up the border. You're really upset with the situation at the southern border. It seems that you're pretty critical of Democrats. You're pretty critical of President Biden, but government is more than the three branches. There's a legislature.
I would be critical of the situation over multiple administrations. I mean, right, this didn't happen
100%.
under Biden. Yeah.
Right. We haven't had comprehensive border reform in 30 years.
Yeah.
That would have been a great moment for you to push a guy who says he's nonpartisan, who say he's not Republican or Democrat.
And who's full of shit.
To you and say, do you agree, Constantine, that it was wrong, that it was a controversy, a crisis for Republicans to say that there is a crisis at the southern border, use it as a cudgel against the president and the Democrats, work in good faith for months to come up with a bipartisan border bill, and then the second that Trump says he wants to use it as a wedge issue, they cynically pull it away. Does that not make the Republicans morally culpable for the ongoing crisis that you're worried about? And see what would happen. Because I don't know if he was just unaware of that particular legislative history, but he didn't respond at all. And then you kept going, and then you kind of threw him a bone back and said Democrats have their heads in the sand about this.
Oh my God, what's that? Oh my God, chat. I don't want to make assumptions, but maybe she threw her dogs a bone in the background. I don't know if those are her dogs or Wick's dogs or Josiah's dogs. It kind of sounds like it's coming from her end. But there was a bunch of dogs barking, and then one of them yelped. Take that as you may. Take that. I don't know what happened in the background, but now I'm worried. I'm worried for those dogs.
But I would argue, with respect, at this point,
oh no, there they are. I was going to say there's no sound now. Let's even know.
Point. Republicans own the issue at the southern border. If you and I agree that there's a crisis and we work to solve the crisis, but then I pull away to gain a cynical electoral edge, it's my fault now because I have sabotaged this thing in good faith. And I think that you should have made Constantine pay a price, so to speak, for. I think this would have been a good opportunity.
Just to you, Josiah, before Brianna responds.
Sure.
How hard do you press on that? Out of curiosity, like if it's clear that they don't want to engage, how much do you insist that they take this point, right? I'm just curious.
So there, I think it's a judgment call. So if Brianna had circled back and said, Constantine, again, in the interest of good faith, are you aware of this? Can we talk about this? If you are aware of it, will you concede? Don't you agree that it's a problem that Republicans sabotage this cynically to gain an electoral edge? And then see how he responds. If he ultimately responds, I don't know anything about that, Brianna, then you could have said, it's a perfect opportunity to educate you. Here's what happened. Or if you weren't, brushed up on the facts because you weren't prepared to discuss it, you could have said, this is something worth examining because it is dishonest. And I don't think you're trying to be dishonest, Constantine, but it is dishonest to suggest that President Biden alone carries blame for the situation at the southern border. The other party does too. So that to me is where I think some of this is a judgment call. And also even the entire enterprise. I know she caught a lot of flack for having this conversation on trigonometry. I don't share that criticism.
Can we talk about that for a minute?
I want to respond to this.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Finish, then Brianna respond. Then I want to talk about the.
Yeah, I was going to say, if Brianna would like to respond to that.
Yeah.
There's no crisis at the border, but we're dealing with Democrats here. And apparently they just take their lead from the leader. And if the leader says that Trump's being racist by saying build the wall, that's what they say. And if they say that there's a crisis at the border, that Biden's new executive order is meant to take care of, then that's what they'll say. This is what it looks like to be tied to the Democratic Party. And how do you gotta feel, being the constituents that Biden threw under the bus in that? How does that feel? And just to see all these fucking normie Democrats just be that's right, there's a crisis at the border, we got to take care of this. So they can't be claiming asylum just because human rights work like that. No, we gotta limit, we gotta stay in Mexico policy now, right? This is, they're just whatever. They never cared. They never fucking cared.
So I hear what you're saying. So first I want to make a meta point. And, I know everyone in Twitch Paul hates it when you bring up gender, but it is just simply true that women pay a different price in these spaces.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, they hate it when you bring up gender. Aren't they always having debates about is dear gender invalid? That. It's one of their favorite topics is to bring, in debate whether xenogender should be allowed, and it's not your gender, not your problem. That you got zero to say about somebody else's gender, but whatever. They just want to have this is what Twitch Poll does, but she's talking about Twitch Poll hates it when you bring up gender, when you bring up the fact that in Twitch, for instance, right? Twitch is a great example of a place that is was back in the day a boys club, is still very much a boys club, and where women generally get treated like shit in a myriad of ways, right? So yeah, she's right. People they don't want to hear about it. They're like, oh, please, how dare you insinuate that you're not treated great here.
For being aggressive, particularly if you're being aggressive against the host. It is.
She's claiming that because she's a woman, that's why she couldn't push back against the. So, oh my God. Look, if I believed that, and I do think that it's difficult to push back on on any kind of guy interlocutor as a woman, right? I do think that's true. But if I thought what she just said was true, that you have to literally, you can't fucking disagree, then what's the fucking point? What is the point anyway? It doesn't make sense.
It's a tool that I have to use way more selectively than someone like Destiny has to, right? He can go argue flat out.
Whoa, wrong button.
Constantine. And I actually watched clips of him doing this ahead of time. It doesn't really... the reason I push him on it is because he won't really answer if you drill down on him. I watched 4 or 5 Destiny clips of him doing that, so I was not under the impression it was going to go well. Secondly, I think y'all just don't have the experience where if you get really aggressive with a host, where you are a bitch, you are difficult, you are a bad guest, you're anything but what is helpful in that moment. Yeah, I'm going to go do David Pakman's show in about a few weeks to talk about, kind of bridging this fringe and the party. The one time I've ever lost my temper in an interview was with David Pakman 10 years ago. And it really did not go well for me. It was
Shall we? Shall we? What the fuck, David Pakman? Wait, I feel like I watched some of these TYT adjacent shows like 9 years ago. I did not know that David Pakman had Brianna Wu in fucking... That's 4 different videos. He had Milo on. He had Milo on to talk shit about Brianna Wu. Then he had Brianna Wu on to talk shit about Milo. See, this is the thing. Like when the fact that Jink worked with Brianna to start Rebellion Pack, and the fact that David Pakman had her on to perpetuate the notion that she is a central figure of Gamergate. It's just like, wow. Like you just got fooled. She just finessed you. She just worked you, right? I don't know. It feels like this is the kind of person that if you do any research about, you will not want to have anything to do with them. And you know, as low of an opinion as I might have about TYT and yeah, maybe David Pakman too, God, I just like, are they really that clueless? Anyway.
Reactionary movement of mostly white male gamers, and that it has a strong misogynistic and in some cases even racist underpinning. Tell us how you were initially brought into the Gamergate fold.
Well, you know, Gamergate is not a new thing. It's a phenomenon that's been going.
He's always been willing to have anyone on, even the Westboro Baptist Church. Well, it's not so much that I'm like saying that she's like she's the eldritch evil and she must not be platformed, right? I don't think she's like, you know, Voldemort here or something. But I just think that she's not, in terms of the David Pakman thing, she's not a central figure to the subject that she's being investigated, or she's being, you know, brought on to talk about, right? So my bone to pick with Pakman here would be that there would have been other better guests for a discussion of Gamergate. That being said, he's following a specific like micro story about some interaction that she had with Milo Yiannopoulos. So I mean, I guess if you cover the, you know what I mean, it might be one of those things that you get into talking about this, and your audience wants to know what happens. Your audience wants to, you know, follow up on this stuff. I don't know, but it's just like I said, it feels like not a worthy subject for a David Pakman segment.
On for basically 2
with Jink, it's more of an issue of like, you know, this is not somebody that you should trust. This is not somebody that you should want to be associated with. Being associated with this person long term is going to get you in trouble. It's going to subject you to you know, scrutiny you would not otherwise have to deal with. And you know, is gonna, yeah, it trashes your reputation to work with Brianna Wu. But yeah, with Pac-Man, it's just like, why? Brianna who?
Years now, starting with Anita Sarkeesian, you know, trying to get feminist frequency funded. I was brought into Gamergate because they basically have targeted several of my friends in the industry. What happened back in July was they went after my friend.
Again, I hate to say it, but X to doubt. X to doubt. Is she talking about people that are actually her friends, or is she talking about people that she wants to associate with herself with? I don't know. I can't tell you.
Friend Samantha Allen, who is a video game critic, and she criticized an industry, a publication here in game development called Giant Bomb, which is a very popular journalistic site that chooses to not hire anyone but straight white men. So she tweeted about this and was basically kind of critical of a new batch of hires that they had that, you know, did not do anything towards making the site more inclusive. And what you saw from that was Gamergate basically targeting her and harassing her, that she was, you know, basically bullied out of the industry. So I've been very frustrated with this movement going after my friends. And I've been critical of it online. 2 weeks ago, I tweeted a joke, just very mildly making fun of some Gamergaters. And this escalated to the point that my husband and I were sent extremely specific, actionable death threats, to the point that we had to get the police involved and leave our home. So, you know, they gave my address. They told me they were going to castrate my husband, you know, choke me to death with his genitals, rape me, murder any children that my family might have, you know, stick bars in my story this weekend, showing that I am currently the most targeted figure in all of game development.
Yeah. What?
As I can about that. And because of that, Newsweek actually ran a story this weekend showing that I am currently the most targeted figure in all of game development.
Newsweek. Is that true? How Brianna Wu injected herself into Gamergate when it had nothing to do with her? Just wanted free publicity and made that up to grift. Yeah. Like, I mean, I don't know specifically, you know, of her claims of harassment, you know. Obviously, there was a lot of, you know, harassment going on back then. And even, like, you know, one person harassing you is more than, like, right, it's more than you should have to deal with. But yes, in terms of her being, you know, one of the figures at the center of Gamergate, that is, you know, a lot of people have said that's overblown. And you know, by doing things like making a documentary about Gamergate with sci-fi that sort of places her at the center, right? That sort of places her in a more, you know, crucial position than she was in, and also puts, you know, people who are actually the main targets of Gamergate, pushes them out into the periphery, right? This is sort of what she's known for.
Yeah, I read that story.
Yeah.
And, you know, I have so many questions, and we'll just go through some of these. The Newsweek story, it outlined, according to the Newsweek story, they say that of the Gamergate-related tweets that mention you, 90% are neutral, right? And that there's somewhere around 3 to 4%.
Okay, that I don't believe. What the fuck? 90% of the tweets involving Brianna Wu and Gamergate are neutral? What? What is a neutral tweet? What is a neutral tweet? Like, about Gamergate? Like, they're gonna be tweets that are being like, you know, oh, I guess Brianna Wu is an okay person. Not a great person, but not a horrible, like, what? I'm just trying to imagine what this tweet even looks like. I don't understand what and also, like, that's a contentious issue. You'd assume that 90% of the tweets would be not neutral, right? Very, very much the opposite of neutral. Either, you know, written by sweaty gamers or written by their targets. I don't know.
That are positive, and maybe somewhere between 6 and 9%. I'm kind of estimating here that were negative tweets. So when and this I think is a problem with these kind of amorphous movements. When you think of anonymous or
and what is he trying to say, that since she got a bunch of like not harassing tweets that like it, I don't know,
or Occupy, what does it really mean to be part of that movement or not? But I guess the question that these numbers bring me to ask you is, what evidence do you have that the threats that you've asserted you know to have received were from someone that is part of Gamergate, or I guess endorsed by Gamergate? And I don't even know if that's a term that has meaning because of the amorphous.
Oh God, David, you're so off. Anyway, I'm arguing with David Pacman from 9 years ago. It's worse than worthless. David Pacman doesn't care who I am. Also, you know, this isn't even necessarily what he thinks anymore. But like, who are what did he say?
To have received were from someone that is part of Gamergate, or I guess endorsed by
Gamergate. Okay.
Gamergate, and I don't even know if that's a term that has meaning because of the amorphous, the amorphous nature.
Absolutely. This is a question I'm asked a lot, and I'm delighted to answer this because it's a reasonable question. What happened on that Friday where I was targeted was they'd scared me so bad on Thursday that I took a 24-hour Twitter break from a group called 8chan that has a very specific room in it for Gamergate.
Chat, I didn't realize we were so quiet earlier.
Because they've been intimidating me for
Wait, but we've still got it turned up for the Wick thing. Is it too loud now?
Hours and hours and hours.
Ooh, it is too loud.
Generated thousands of memes attacking me, which scared me. So I took a break.
Wait, memes? I mean, I guess. But yeah, I mean, this is the shit that I hear brought up all the time. The question of like, she left the house to escape harassment, but was seen at the house. That's how the controversy usually. Okay, so, oh, okay. What? So this is powered by Brandwatch, some kind of a tally of tweets mentioning either Anita Sarkeesian, Brianna Wu, Kotaku, Leigh Alexander, Nathan Grayson, Stephen Totillo, or Zoe Quinn. And yeah, this is what Pacman was talking about, that this percentage is negative. Obviously there's more negative than positive. Same thing with Anita Sarkeesian, but as you can see with our Anita Sarkeesian, the volume is slightly lower. Kotaku, the volume is even lower. Leigh Alexander, the volume is even lower. Zoe Quinn has the least amount of tweets mentioning their name. Gamergaters do tweet a lot. Wait. Gamergaters do tweet a lot at the official Kotaku account. More than any individual journalist or editor, the account has been pummeled by 2,300 pummeled with 23,500 tweets since September 1st, but that number pales in comparison to the tweets received by Brianna Wu, another female game developer who has spoken out against Gamergate, and Anita Sarkeesian, who's been a vocal critic of sexism and gaming. Sarkeesian has been bombarded with 35,000 tweets since September 1st, while Wu has gotten 38,000 in the same period, almost 39,000. Combined, these two women have gotten more tweets on the hashtag Gamergate hashtag Sorry, I had to read it out both times. Then all games journalists Newsweek looked into combined, and again, neither of them has committed any of the supposed ethics violations. They're just women who disagree with Gamergate. Oh, so Brianna's pointing out down here that the graph doesn't show total over time. So this was at a certain point in time. Yeah, I don't get that the negative, like, that's so wild that the negative mentions are so low. This just, okay, look, this doesn't make sense. And I'm not trying to just, like, you know, disagree with, like, statistics or whatever. But I feel like maybe Newsweek did not have the insight to cover this well. I feel like you might be dealing with, like, you know, legacy media journalists that have a lack of understanding of the digital world. That's my best guess. Again, I don't know for sure. Donald, where? Yeah, Dave, Pacman even puts the hashtag on his.
Went away from Twitter, and I thought about it, and I'm like, these people are not going to scare me away from doing work that I love. And I came back from Twitter, and I said that in no uncertain terms. And I got a tweet from a friend of mine that was basically telling me, Brianna, you better go to 8chan. They're really upset about it.
Steven says, Newsweek is peak boomer media.
So I'm watching the Gamergate room of 8chan, which is where these things are planned.
Yeah.
And I'm watching them start to research my past, to investigate my husband, to research my company, to, like, start digging up all this dirt to attack me. And
wait, I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't want to make too many assumptions or anything, but this description of like I'm sitting there on 8chan just watching it come in. How was she, like, that connected to what was going on 8chan, right? Like, it's one thing if you hear about someone mentioning you on a chan, right? Usually it's, you know, at the point where you get a link to a thread and the thread is no longer active because the threads, you know, they have a short life. It's on, like, I don't know how to describe this. Unless a thread is consistently very popular, the thread does not stay on the site for very long, at least as far as my understanding of it goes. So how is she that plugged in to kind of be there as it's happening? To sit there refreshing 8chan, like, to find a thread about her and then to just watch the I don't know.
And then someone posts my address.
I mean, she is working, ostensibly working. I don't know if working's the right word, but she's owning a studio in gaming, right? So she's not.
And then literally,
it's like hanging out in a Nazi telegram. Yeah, 8chan, not just 4chan, not just Poll or something, right? 8chan.
Seconds after they did that, I got this litany of very specific threats against me. So it is beyond obvious that these two things are connected. And even beyond that, I mean, I've had
they're connected.
dozens,
They're connected
right,
in terms of their placement in time, right?
Yes,
but again, it
yes.
seems like there's still this kind of question of what does it mean if it's, you know, when we look at 90% of the tweets about you are neutral and then a few percent are positive. Can we say that Gamergate has really endorsed these attacks on you in spite of the fact that more than 90% of the discussion of you on Twitter is not negative, right?
David.
He's kind of sea lioning her, isn't he?
I can show you dozens of death threats that I've received.
I don't doubt they exist.
You asked me a question and I'm going to answer it. I've received dozens of death threats between now and that Friday. So even if for some reason you don't believe that these things that happen seconds apart from each other are related, I've received dozens of death threats specifically with Gamergate claiming credit for it. Anyone, your viewers can go to 8chan, they can watch them attacking me all day long.
Oh, thank you, Markavius. Good to see you.
Or Reddit, and it's just simply not factual to conclude otherwise.
Okay. Well, you know, I'm just asking questions here, and I'm just getting a reaction.
Absolutely.
Why did you decide to publicize these threats? And the reason I ask this question is, I've been on the receiving end of a range that goes from just kind of petty hate mail to what I would consider a serious and actionable threat. We talk about the hate mail and the negative voicemails and that type of thing, but the 5 or so times that I've received what I considered serious threats, I went to the authorities and did not mention those. I did not post anything. I was advised by federal authorities that it's better not to post those types of things.
Yeah, it sucks, but you can't. Talking about this stuff on stream usually makes things worse.
Why did you make the decision to so heavily publicize these actionable threats?
First of all, I don't like that word publicize. I think it's carrying some connotations with it. But I'll be happy.
Look, I don't know exactly why, but I was thrust into a situation where there was a lot of stuff that I couldn't talk about on stream, and it was very alienating and very frustrating. And luckily, I had some very good friends who were there for me, and they know who they are. At that time, and that really helped me pull through all of that, right? Because I couldn't talk to, you know, the most natural thing is to tell your community what you're going through when it comes to this kind of stuff, and you just can't. You just can't. And it's like one of the most frustrating things in the world, and the reason that you can't is because it will be characterized as you seeking sympathy in a way, or that, you know, you're making it up, or that, like, right, it publicly it is not, you know, that there's an assumption, unless otherwise proven, that you are that you're trying to use it to blow up. And in reality, you just wish that there were more people paying attention to what was going on to you, so that you wouldn't be having this happen to you, like, alone. But yeah, I don't know, like, you know, why that is. But yeah, she's doing, you know, what I've come to understand is like everything wrong, right? The other reason that you don't react to it is because it encourages the people doing it. When they get a reaction from you, that is a, like, dopamine refresher, right? And as long as they're getting that, you know, dopamine rush that they're looking, you know, people who do this shit, like, they're looking for some kind of, I don't know if it's dope. I'm sorry, chat. I'm speaking like a Evo psych person, right? I don't know if it's dopamine, but whatever it is, right? Whatever kind of rush they're getting out of it, they'll get it if you react to it. And so I've been told, and seems to be the best policy, just not to react to it. If you want to extinguish it, if you want it to stop, if you need it to stop, yeah. So, geez, didn't she go on Wick? Yeah, we're about to get back to that. Yeah, this is Brianna Wu.
Happy to answer the question. This is a pattern that has been going on in the game dev industry for a long, long, long time. And my entire industry has chosen to keep their heads in the sand, while many, many of my female friends have been bullied out of the industry. Just to walk you through the timeline, it has been Anita Sarkeesian has been getting death threats and rape threats for 2 years now. They bullied my friend Samantha Allen out of the industry. They bullied my friend Jen Frank out of the industry. They bullied my friend Maddie Bryce out of the industry. They went after Zoe Quinn. They published lurid details of her sex life online, thoroughly have viciously attacked her reputation publicly. They've done the same thing to Lee Alexander, and they've done it to other friends of mine. And all this time, generally speaking, the game dev world cheerily, obliviously silent. This is
okay. So, oh my God, I pressed the wrong button.
Industry that is mostly
okay. So yeah, this is unfortunately true outside of the gaming industry, right? I don't know in what situation people would get involved. Maybe maybe it's like a clout thing, you know, maybe if you're on the top of your game at whatever social media niche you occupy, and you're just this like beloved figure, maybe people have your back. But in general, yeah, there is like a lot of distancing, right? Rather than, and even victim blaming. But yeah, she's talking about Zoe Quinn, the central figure to the narrative of Gamergate, the person whose boyfriend did not want to be broken up with and made up a bunch of stories about you know, her supposedly getting treated favorably for being for like sleeping her way to the top or something like that, right? And Zoe Quinn is, you know, I mean I guess I don't know really like who is like the first victim, because Anita Sarkeesian, I keep on thinking maybe Anita Sarkeesian had been doing Feminist Frequency for longer, and that like just misogynist had like picked up on her, maybe even like separate from Gamergate. But yeah, as far as when we talk about Gamergate and the whole like ethics and journalism thing, Zoe Quinn is like the center of that stuff.
Men, and there are any number of studies that talk about the horrible dynamics, gender-based dynamics in this industry of sexual discrimination. The reason I chose to show what was going on with me was because the industry had chosen to stay silent. It was literally a choice for me to make my life, put it more in danger, and to talk about this openly in the hope that would force the industry to finally look in the mirror and address some of these things.
Well, let's unpack that, because that's interesting to me. When you talk about the industry has remained silent, can you be a little more specific in the sense that in spending, you know, quite a bit of time researching and preparing for this interview, it seemed without question that some of the threats you received through Twitter and publicized were reported ostensibly by those also claiming membership or allegiance to Gamergate. So are we really talking about the movement is the problem, or are we talking about a faction of those identifying with it?
There she goes. You see her? Oh, you need it out. Oh, that's why she's meowing. Chat, I had no idea. She's meowing because she's stuck in here. Oh my God, I feel so silly. I feel incredibly silly. Here, I'll be right back.
As the problem.
No, absolutely not. It's, you know, and first of all, let's get facts straight from what you're saying. This industry has chosen to remain largely silent. They did address it when it happened to me.
But they who? Is the industry Gamergate, or is it game developers? I just want to define
largely
terms.
Silent. Yes. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to define terms. When you say the industry, does that mean Gamergate and Twitter and 8chan, or does that mean video game development companies?
You're breaking up a bit. I'm about to give you some exact names. People that had chosen in the game development industry to stay silent were large industry advocacy groups. It would also be very specific game dev publications. You know, Giant Bomb chose to stay silent for most of it. Game Informer chose to stay completely silent until very recently, until my actions kind of forced them to get involved. IGN has chosen to stay completely silent. They actually released what many consider to be a very weak statement this Friday after everyone else in the industry come forward. Giant Bomb, GameSpot had largely stayed silent. The only places that have covered this in any degree have been Kotaku and Polygon. So when I'm talking about the industry, I'm talking about the things that report on the industry. I'm talking about the development groups within the industry. I'm talking about publishers that publish games within the industry. Like, this is a problem that's been handed over to women to solve.
Okay, so just to remind everybody, we've been speaking with Brianna Wu from Giant Space Cat. We're going to go to break on our TV and radio show, and we'll have the conclusion to this interview on our YouTube channel. This is the question I'm really getting at, Brianna, I think, and your last answer really illuminates it, which is I have no horse in this race whatsoever. Sure. I'm just trying to figure out what is actually going on here. When you issue this criticism of the industry, that resonates with me, and I find evidence that your criticisms of the industry are absolutely warranted. The problem I'm having is that there seems to be a conflation between the lack of concern with these issues that you're pointing out within the industry and this kind of amorphous online movement of Gamergate against which serious accusations have been made. Do you see that you're kind of conflating the two in the sense that you're being very critical of Gamergate, but really you're saying that it's the industry which is the one that's guilty here of silencing and ignoring the issues?
I think that's a fantastic question. And let me be very, very clear here.
Yeah.
Gamergate they are the ones that are harassing me. But I would
oh my god, I pressed the wrong button, didn't I?
would ask you to
Try that
consider
again. There we go. I went on trigonometry to talk about trans stuff and Israel being... Yeah, I was not expecting to talk about Biden. Wow.
I've been thinking about these issues for years,
Yeah.
and I think there's a deeper issue here. And this is why I would ask you to understand, and why I would ask for your viewers to understand. The people that are responding to Gamergate are responding to a culture that has been in video games for 30 years. You know, when I was growing up, my first video game system was a Nintendo Entertainment System in 1985. You know, this was a system that started with Princess...
Is that the Famicom?
Peach being kidnapped, and, you know...
Right, that's the Famicom.
A damsel in distress. And it quickly became this culture that was, you know, women as very sexualized trophies as your reward. Players almost always being male. Games marketed to men. I can remember being...
This is like, Chat, I know you want Anita Sarkeesian, but we've got Anita Sarkeesian at home. This is her.
Being a child and being in an arcade, and there being a game called Smash TV, where your reward for beating the game was going into the Pleasure Dome, where your muscle-bound male character sat on a throne with bikinied women, like, lauding.
What? What is this? I think Famicom was the original Japanese only model.
Him after he beat the game, and there were huge posters in the arcade promoting this. What I'm trying to say is Gamergate is a symptom of a deeper industry problem.
My question, though, is...
Hold on, let me finish.
Okay,
Let me finish.
I prefer Anita's version of this.
I'll take all the time you need. Right now, games are made for men, developed for men, and marketed for men. And it's
okay. But wait. Yeah, I'm sympathizing with him a little bit in that, like, he asked her about something else. Like, and I think it is an interesting question, right? There is a connection. And in fact, it's not a great leap of faith to say that the reason that there wasn't more done by the gaming industry to protect people, you know, to protect women in gaming was probably, you know, due to this sort of demographic tilt of it. I mean, like, I don't think that's too much of a, but again, like, my issue with Brianna Wu is stolen valor. And that's the issue that a lot of people have with her, including people who were central to the, harassment campaign that was Gamergate, right? Probably hate watching this stream? No way. No chance. Brianna Wu has got to have better stuff to do on a Saturday afternoon. Brianna's probably out touching grass someplace, right? There's no way. There's no way that she's watching this stream right now. Hella stolen valor.
Games are a space for men. That has the consequence that when women like myself come in here and ask to be represented, gamers feel like it's their space, which is why you see Gamergate's, frankly, feminists raising these issues. Does that make sense to you? Do you see the broader picture?
No, but like really just connect it. Connect it. That's all you need to do. That's all he's asking for. And granted, I feel like he is sea lioning. Like I feel I don't know what his fucking agenda is, what this thing is. Maybe just to pump it for content on both sides. Because remember, he brings Milo Yiannopoulos on to talk about her as well. So we're not gonna watch that before you ask. I mean, I don't, unless somebody really wants me to watch that. But you know what I should be watching? I should be watching for the top of the hour ad break, because we just had one and I didn't tell you about it. And it's 3 minutes of ads pumped straight into your eyeballs, and there's nothing that you can do to stop it on YouTube. At least you can hit that skip ad button for most of the ads, unless they're really short ones. You don't, they're not short enough to skip the ads. But right on Twitch, they're suffering. They're suffering through 3 minutes of ads. Those that cannot figure out how to get themselves out of that. You can do it if you have Amazon Prime for free, or you can do it if you have $5 for $5. That's $5 until July 11th, at which point it's going to be $6. It's going to be $5.99 to buy a sub at that point. So it might be a good time to, I don't know if you can pre-order those or get them for multiple months, lock in the price. I don't know. It would be worth looking into, though, for sure. You could also get out of the ad break through the generosity of somebody else in chat giving gift subs. That can happen. That does happen, but it's more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat. Flex that humble lack of a sub.
I think that you're.
Oh yeah, the other thing it behooves me to check on right now is the poll. We'll see our polls. I have not checked in on the poll like at all. And Natalie's right. I took entirely too much time getting to this getting to the main subject of the stream. Wu called this interview a Pac-Man hit piece. Yo, wait, which interviewer is Brianna accusing of making a hit piece? That's David Pac-Man, I guess. But did she say that already? Mrs. Pac-Man? Oh, with the feminist icon. Yeah. Well, that's something that Anita Sarkeesian talks about, right? The Miss Pac-Man effect, right? If you want to make Pac-Man, sorry, not Pac-Man. If you want to make Pac-Man, like the actual little chomper dude, Pac-Man, all you gotta do is draw a little chomper dude. You got a chomper dude, that's Pac-Man, okay? But if you want to make this Miss Pac-Man, you gotta put a bow on its head. And you might as well put some eyelashes, some fake eyelashes on it too. Now it's Miss Pac-Man. The chomper by itself is always going to be Mr. Pac-Man. If you want it to be Miss Pac-Man, you gotta gender the fuck out of that Pac-Man. Otherwise, it's Mr. Pac-Man. So I mean, that's what Anita Sarkeesian talked about with Pac-Man. I gotta say it right, Pac-Man, not Pac. We got Pac-Man on the screen. We got Pac-Man in the discourse. What is even next? Oh, next is I check the freaking poll like I told you I was gonna do. Matt Taibbi's Gaza take is in the #1 position over on shorts. Jink versus RFK is in the #2 position. Veronia Secret Tapes is in 3rd position, and Brett Cooper is nowhere to be found, down in 4th position. Let us take a look. Matt Taibbi's Gaza take also in charge in the main poll. Brett Cooper is fake. Second place. Wow, I guess I should have kept that on there. I almost eliminated it. People want to see that. That's the Jose video essay of Brett Cooper and how fake she is. Jink versus RFK down in 3rd position, but only by 6 points. And Voronia holding up last place? Oh no, that's sad. Anyway, chat, it's your chance to vote. It's your chance to vote for the subject, the topic that you want to cover next. I give chat a chance to pick the topic for the second part of the stream, which is very long stream because I'm taking forever to. Anyway, I got to get through this. But yeah, you can vote in your poll, whether you are watching me on YouTube landscapes or YouTube shorts, the landscape or the portrait, whichever, the long ways or the tall ways, right? Whichever version of the YouTube stream you're watching me on, you can vote in there. Now, there are 2 different streams, I will tell you that, right? So I will also tell you that some people have probably figured out by now that you can vote in both streams. So I might as well tell all of you so everyone gets 2 votes instead of 1 vote, and nobody gets like double votes or less. You know what I mean? Make those double votes count for less. Anyway, if you want to cross over and vote for the in the other stream, there's nothing I can do to stop you. Just make sure that when you do, you leave a like, because that helps me out a lot. The likes are very, very helpful and very much appreciated. Wasn't Matt Taibbi wrapped in all the Twitter crap? Yeah, the Twitter files. That's right, Nunca. That you remember correctly. I remember one time my mom and I were at a public pool, and I think ladies changing there, my mom took me with her to the toilet because I need to be supervised. It was like, okay then. Yeah, I mean, that's like pretty common when you got kids. Taibbi had a brief Elon. Yeah. Well, I mean, he had a brief Elon arc. I don't know. Has Taibbi left the left? I mean, wait, that's winning. So we may indeed be talking about that. That's ahead. Matt Taibbi Gaza take is ahead. 26. Oh shit, it's also got most of the donos behind it. It's really it's very ahead. Chat, it could not be like, I could not imagine it being more ahead. It's ahead in 1 poll. It's ahead in 2 polls. And it's ahead in the hearts and the minds of the donors who have gotten the dono goal all the way to 73% out of 100. 27% of the way from, or like 27% away from hitting that dono goal and making that Matt Taibbi Gaza take, or the Jink versus RFK debate, or whatever chat ends up choosing, chat/the donors. Remember, when you donate, let me know what topic you want to see, and I will put $1 or 1% for every dollar behind that topic. And so you will add to the score. So, you know, that's the wild card, that even when the vote's pretty steady, that, you know, anybody could upturn this at the last minute. So whether you're doing super chats, super stickers, getting yourself a membership to get yourself weasels, or giving the gift of weasels to others, whether you are over on Twitch, getting yourself a sub, using a Twitch Prime sub, or getting subs for other people, or donating bits, whether you are donating to any of the links in the chat, which are your direct ways to support the stream, supporting on Patreon or on Throne, or any of the links down in the doobly-doo, let me know, and I will put your money where your mouth is. And add that to the topic of your choice. Even if that topic is just like you want to see the voice of the people upheld. And today, in fact, 5% of people would like to see, or 5% of people, sorry, there's 5% going to Vox Populi, right? So, yeah, say Vox Populi, and that's your thing of like, you know, I don't want to push the poll in any direction, just whatever everybody's voting for. I want to like help that out, right? You help that out by saying Vox Populi when you donate in any way that you do donate. And like I said, likes are always appreciated. Brianna Wu could donate to the stream. Yo, you're right. Yeah. What if I had a Brianna Wu thing on there? What if I start doing that? What if I have a Brianna Wu category? She likes paying streamers to talk to her. Would she pay a streamer to talk about her? That is the question. And would she even be in the chat rather than spending this, you know, Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening doing something actually fun outside potentially, right? I mean, maybe it's a little hot outside. It depends on, I don't know where Brianna's at, but it might be a little hot. Why doesn't Brianna donate to Irene? Yeah. All the other streamers are getting those Woo bucks. Yeah, we could make this, Brianna, consider the fact that we could make this title of this stream very ironic, right? Another YouTuber admits to getting Woo bucks. What if it was Irene? What if it was me? But yeah, anyway, we are, like I said, 73% of the way, almost 2/3 of the way to the dono goal. If we hit that, we unlock new content. Right now, it's looking like Matt Taibbi. Matt Taibbi talking about Gaza. Matt Taibbi also talking about the Twitter files. We'll cover that too. If we get there. But I don't know. I feel lucky. Do you feel lucky, punks? Do you feel lucky? What are we talking about? We're talking about Gamergate of all things. Thank you for reminding me, FTW. I feel like I've been look, let's hit the high points of this debate. All right, we can't debate. Is it a debate? What is this? I don't even know what this is.
Technology, which ain't so great. You know, journalism, which isn't so great. You know, with other. So I think this is much more of a problem here.
Okay, in the last couple minutes we have left, just a couple of questions that came in from the audience. I'm guessing these will just be short things we can go through and clear up. Do you did you initially deny creating the so-called sock puppet account BROLOLZ? Is that something that you always admitted was you or not?
Is this why she called it a hit piece?
I hope we didn't lose you. Brianna, can you still hear me? Okay.
Brianna Wu has left the building.
We seem to have lost her. Hey, Brianna,
we've lost her to time.
You still with us there?
I'm right here. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I lost you.
Okay, yeah. So the question about just this.
I accidentally hit disconnect.
This
Sorry.
account BROLOLZ. Is that's?
She's not. Oh my God.
Right? Did you? Is that a sock puppet account? Did you try to hide the fact that that was you? What's the story with that?
No. Oh my God. This is the most ridiculous thing on the entire planet. I'm very happy to address this. So,
I'm glad we're talking about the most ridiculous thing on all the entire planet. That seems, I feel special.
So,
chat, do you feel special? Yeah, I'm sorry. It's David Pacman, FTW. She just like, we got here by way of this, well, I don't know if this is worse, right? You know, FTW comes in like, you're watching Pacman. You're watching David Pacman. What are you doing, right? And like, I'm like, no, it's not because I wanted to watch Pacman. It's because she mentioned it in this Whick debate, and it's like, is that any better that we're watching Whick? I am not beating these allegations, chat, of watching bad content. I'm not beating these allegations at all. But I just wanted to get the, like, I don't know what. So yeah, this is the highlight, right? These are the highlights of the debate. You can tell by the places people skip to. So
a tactic that Gamergate has done quite a bit with Not Your Shield is they've created.
Wait, did she even answer that effing question?
Fake accounts from, like, say, a black feminist woman.
Mm-hmm.
And they've put it out there. And
sounds like some Keffel stuff.
And they try to portray themselves this way. I created an account that's similar to, there have been other parody accounts. And the idea was this was a frat bro that was very for feminism. And it is just a silly joke. In fact, to make it very clear that...
Okay, so to like, look, I don't know if we have time to check and I'm not terribly interested, but just to, so the claim is that she had this account and it was, I don't know, just like saying things that were convenient for her, right? In other words, she has an account that's her, that she doesn't acknowledge that's her, and it's like helping her out in, you know, arguments on Twitter or something like that, right? And she's saying, no, that's not what it was. It was a parody account, and the idea was, what if a frat bro was very pro-feminist, right? What would that sound like? And I'll write the account in that character. I don't care. I honestly, I mean, like, look, does she lie? Yeah, she lies all the time, right? Is she lying here? I don't know. There's a less than 0 chance, but I literally do not care enough to you know, find out what the truth behind this. What was it, lols, bro, or something?
It wasn't a sock puppet because I was worried about people thinking I was doing that. I announced it on my Twitter. I just completely set it on the account. It is nothing more than a joke. And
so it's a satirical account. You never meant it.
It's a satirical account. If you don't understand it's a joke, it's because Gamergate doesn't understand the examples involved. Some of the things I tweet, and by the way, I've made like maybe...
It's called bro lols. Okay, bro lols. I was like, lols, bro? I remembered it backwards. Yeah, but also having a random account defend you online feels useless as being a real person online.
70 tweets from this account. It's things like, it's this frat bro sitting around saying like, sitting around playing Call of Duty, shooting people in the face, and reading Our Bodies Ourselves.
Okay, so
I'm trying to imagine this.
that's satire.
It's satire.
Okay.
It's just ridiculous. It's absolutely not a sock puppet. I'm, you know, it's ridiculous. The truth is,
bro, do you even lift feminist theory textbooks?
you have these people that have
I mean, that's a heavy one. Our Bodies Ourselves is a pretty heavy book.
attacked me every single way they could possibly think to attack me. They've created false Twitter accounts with the last letter being an I, an uppercase I and not an L in my name, and tweeted me saying horrible things.
Oh, because it's Space Cat Gal.
About autistic people and about, you know, people that are...
Oh my god. Wait, doesn't she literally call people the R slur in that group chat? Like, what? Is she like, these people are ableist? I mean, I'm sure they are, though. I'm sure they're ableist, but Jesus Christ, Brianna, like, you're the wrong one to make this criticism.
Differently abled. So what you've seen is
she just said differently able. Wow. Like, look, either she has changed a lot since then. She really has left the left, or I don't know. This is the question with Brianna Wu. What is the real Wu? What is the real her? Who actually is she? I'm not sure even she knows. All right, we got one more highlight to hit, and then we'll switch back to the Whick, the Pondering Politics, interviewing her / interrogating her. Maybe a little bit of a soft interrogation of Brianna Wu and her rationale for going on trigonometry to basically do David Rubin style content.
Massive effort to attack me. I would remind your viewers that I am the victim of a crime here that the FBI is looking into, that the Boston police are looking into.
And will you report the results of that investigation when we have them?
Of course.
You will.
Oh
Okay.
my God, I can't wait. That's my biggest hope, is that they're going to find someone, prosecute them, and then it's going to say to people, hey, there are adult consequences to this stuff.
Okay, 2 more things. You were, according to Milo Yiannopoulos, you were scheduled to be on his program. He claims you said, I would love to do your show.
Sure.
And then he reported that you simply stopped replying to emails and bailed. Is that true?
It's a bald-faced lie. Your viewers can...
Wait, question. Why would you go on Milo Yiannopoulos's? Like, this is a Nazi who, if he's striking a chord, it's probably a minor, right? Or wait, no, sorry, I don't want to make... I want to get this wrong. What did he say? He basically said that, yeah, it was like the thing that Vosh said, kind of like that an adult and a child can have relationship and it not be harmful to the child, right? That's I'm sorry, I'm just trying to make sure I'm not like implying anything about Milo that is untrue. And the truth of the matter is he said stuff. I don't think he's been caught doing anything, so to speak.
Read a blog that I wrote on this. I agreed to go on his show because I wanted reconciliation and I wanted to reach out to Gamergate. What happened was he was frankly beyond rude to me when we were trying to plan this thing. I want to remind your viewers that I was on the run from my house. I had no internet. I was going to a television station to do MSNBC and CNN, which frankly trumps his show. And then I was trying to get to a safe location.
Oh my God. Which frankly trumps this show.
Had my phone, but I was literally driving to a place that was secure to go do his show. Also, I receive thousands of emails a day at this point. My electronic devices are exploding. I am also, frankly, in trauma from everything that's happened to me. And what you saw here was, frankly, a childish reaction from someone that didn't understand. I was literally driving to a hotel to get Wi-Fi set up to do a show. And then he just blew up online and was frankly a jerk about it.
So would you still be...
So wait, she wanted to go on Milo's? She didn't have a problem going on Milo's, but she was on the run and she couldn't get Wi-Fi? Is that what she's saying? I like really, like, that's like the least interesting part. Is like, did you say that you were gonna go on Milo Yiannopoulos and then you didn't go on Milo Yiannopoulos? What's up with that?
Be willing to be on with him and clear the air?
What I'm willing to do...
Fucking content brain, Pac-Man. Content brain.
...is he had a list of questions that he wanted to ask
Yeah,
me.
he said 7 of them you didn't like, but that otherwise they were okay.
I had to tell you, I feel like this is kind of a hit piece that you're doing.
Isn't she a rich kid? Oh yeah, that's an understatement. How the fuck does she not have Wi-Fi?
On me right now?
Well, no, she says that she had to leave her home because of the harassment. That's her claim, right? And then this is the whole thing, and I haven't looked into it, but like it's like she claimed that she was like on the run, and somehow like she and her husband were like seen at the house at some point. I don't really know how it all breaks down. I kind of don't care, but what happens when you tell everyone on 8chan your real name? Ooh, what? When did that happen? When you are, yeah, geez.
To be honest.
Whoa, let's.
This is the hit piece.
Let's talk about that. Hold on a second.
Well, in a moment. I want to answer your question first. I feel like you're really putting me on trial here.
No, by no means. By no means. I think that that's an unfair allegation.
Okay. To answer your question, he had some questions that were sent to me. I think it was about 20 to 30 of them. Some of them were ridiculously leading, just ridiculously leading. And I said to him, I think you're going to need to phrase these more neutrally. Or I'm not going to be able to answer them. I also sent them to a friend of mine, Glenn Fleischman, who is a very famous journalist, a very, very, very famous, well-regarded journalist, writes for The Economist. And he actually just laughed at the questions because he didn't find them ethical. We've actually talked about sitting down and doing a podcast where he...
Hey Molly, thank you for the resubscribe on Twitch. Hey look, I can chat from midair. Technology is very fun.
He would go through those questions, phrase them in a journalistically ethical way, and then we'd do the interview and answer.
Hey Molly, do you have a preference as far as what topic we cover next? What do we have again? Matt Taibbi, his take on Gaza, Brett Cooper, How She's Fake, video essay by Jose, Jink Uger debates, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and ostensibly the Brainworm, potentially, and Vergonia, the secret tapes.
Many of the questions you're asking me here today.
That's perfectly fair. Listen, last thing, let's address your allegation that this is a hit piece.
Sure.
The way that I take particular issue with, sure. I have absolutely no horse in this race. When I announced I was going to be interviewing you, I received a deluge of emails saying the fact that I was interviewing you alone and not someone in opposition to you was evidence that I was in the tank for the other side. And of course, I think you would disagree with that. All I'm doing is I spent many hours researching, and I don't want to be accused of not asking you the questions that others believe should absolutely be asked. I've not cut you off. I've presented you with a fair opportunity to answer every single claim, and
RFK and the Brainworm it is.
I hope I hope to have someone on with an opposing view next week or the week after to you, and they will be asked all of the same tough questions that you would want asked. So I take very significant issue with the allegation that this is in any way a hit piece. I have absolutely no preconceived notion of what right and wrong is on this particular issue. I'm open to hearing both sides, and I'm merely doing my job as a journalist.
Oh, I mean, sure. I would say, yeah, that's fine if you're going to monologue.
I'm sorry, if I'm going to monologue?
Did he lose her?
Brianna, you know, you're breaking up. I don't know if you have a good connection.
It's the Wi-Fi.
We got cut off. All we heard before you got interrupted was, if I want to monologue.
You just told me, gave me a long monologue about why you don't feel that this was an aggressive hit piece. What I would say to you is this has been, you've asked me.
Wait, he was talking too much? She asks him, she accuses him of doing a hit piece. She wasn't originally a Gamergate target until she deliberately put her name out there.
Like one question to present my side, and then you've asked me some very, very aggressive questions, you know, questioning my credibility, this and that. And I feel like most of what you've asked here has been very...
Okay, so look, I never want... Okay, no, it's not like I've ever been criticized this way, right? But I don't ever want to be called a drama streamer, right? By somebody like this. Because, like, honestly, this is not a newsworthy story, but this is juicy drama. This is juicy drama. And here is, like, news, you know, YouTuber David Pacman, you know, just like, no, let's bring Brianna on for, like, 25 minutes, and then we'll bring Milo Yiannopoulos on for 25 minutes. Let's have Brianna versus Milo. Oh my god. Oh my god. I mean, I guess Milo was a more, maybe a more, like, this was before the allegations against Milo, right? He had clout on the right at the time.
Aggressive.
But why bring on Brianna Wu? God.
I'm happy to answer that. I tried to answer these as aggressively as possible, but...
As aggressively? What?
I wish we could spend as much time talking about the issues at hand rather than the controversy that Gamergate is trying to, you know, frankly sling mud with my reputation over.
That's a fair
talk about the allegations
concern, but I think that, you know, if the questions seem aggressive, they're only because in this format we have a limited amount of time, and I really want to get on record what appear to be, to me as an outsider, the most controversial or pressing issues with regard to the controversy. And you're right that there is certainly a broader conversation to be had. And what I would love to do is, we're out of time today, but maybe we would have you back with someone with an opposing view where I can merely be the moderator and not inject what I believe are the relevant.
He's like, we just want to monetize Gamergate. Help us monetize Gamergate, and you can come back. Bring
questions, and we could maybe have...
Look, the D in DPAC stands for drama.
Some of that.
Okay.
The Drama Pac-Man show.
Speaking with Brianna Wu. She is head of development.
Oh my god, amazing. For Space... Wait, what is it called again?
Giant Space Cat.
Giant Space Cat. I forgot it's Giant Space Cat. She's Space Cat Gal. It's Giant Space Cat. Also, you know, check out her parody account, Bro Lols. Bro Lols. The lols for the bro, the feminist bro, reading Our Bodies Ourself while watching the football game or playing Call of Duty or something. Then Pac-Man can... Oh, does he do NFTs? I like the hair Pac-Man had back then. Just sticking out like one of those... Ex-Gamergator. I was a teenager. Wu was the one person who felt like an actual... Literally Who, whereas other Literally Who people were, who had been talked about bigly. Alt-right Pac-Man. Bully XL are big in the news here lately for ending grown men and women. Anyway, we got distracted, didn't we? We completely got distracted from... I was like, oh, she mentioned this thing. It was catnip, chat. I had to go for the catnip. I couldn't resist the catnip. right? It's the tabby in me that just wants the catnip.
A really, really strong lesson to keep your cool no matter what. So I think, respectfully, I hear you. I think you don't understand. I think you don't understand the calculus that women in this space have to use when they're choosing whether to go aggro on a host or not. So secondly, I think what I would say is I don't share your assessment that just because the Democrats decided to work on this one bill in the 11th hour, that there's not like a lot of failed opportunities over the last 20 years. You know as well as I do, there's a contingency in our party that wants open borders. They think ICE is automatically the enemy. When people come through the border and they claim asylum, kids have to go somewhere. And they say that's kids in cages. They don't want any infrastructure set up to do that. And they make Democrats pay a price for just providing housing for that situation. So I think you can look up and down the policy here. And my honest view is it's not all the Democrats' fault or the Republicans' fault.
Okay, I should have rewound this a little bit. She was in the middle of talking about I mean, like they had all kind of just like nodded their head along with a crisis at the border. Oh yeah, that's right. And remember, you know how bad crime is now. Like it's next, right? I don't know, but just like a bunch of like counterfactual, issues that have now just been agreed on by both sides.
This is plenty of failure to go both ways. One example, here in Massachusetts, we have an international port. We've actually had to send a lot of our judges down to the southern border because they're so understaffed down there, because there's been a failure by presidents of both parties and the Congress, when it's been in control of both parties, to apportion more money to fund immigration courts just to make sure the law is applied fairly. So, I hear what you're saying, but it's not my honest view that everything the Democrats have done on the border is good and everything the Republicans have done is evil. I think it's failure on both sides.
It's not. Well, that's not my view either, and I'm not even asking it for it to be your view. I'm just saying that if you agree that both sides did something wrong, then instead of, in my opinion, focusing exclusively on what the Democrats have failed to do, their heads in the sand, I think you should have spent more time, being the armchair quarterback here, talking to Constantine about the failures of the Republican Party.
That's fair.
Because because I disagree. I don't know any Democrat, unless I've missed something from AOC or Ilhan Omar or Rashida Tlaib, where they want open borders. And this particular,
not an elected Democrat, no.
Fair enough. Yeah. But I think that's also something as a broader distinction worth making. You talk about the progressive fringe a lot in this conversation, and it's clearly something that they want to emphasize on. This is really a series of agreements and reaffirmations between you and the trigonometry co-host. But I think another distinction worth making is saying, hey, Constantine, just FYI, the critical difference between the people that we both agree, you and them, are crazy on the left versus those who are crazy on the right is that the right are much more likely to elect their crazies and give them
tag yourself, I'm crazy on the left,
state power than those on the left. That I think that's also something worth mentioning, that the people who sabotaged this border bill weren't people on Twitter, even though certainly progressives complained about it. It was the Republicans. And so that's just, to me, it's like, I'm not asking you to say Democrats are perfect, Republicans are pure.
Sorry for the buffering, chat. Hopefully we're through it now.
You're evil.
Sure.
But I think it's worth spending your time on, especially if the whole point is building a bridge. Well, are you crossing the bridge to them, or is this a bridge where you meet in the middle? Because if it is, then either Constantine on his own initiative has to meet you in the middle, or if he won't, you should try to coax him over. Like, hey, Constantine, I've given you a little. I've talked shit about the left here in good faith. This is something I share. Why don't you give me something of the right? Like, what has the right done? What's Trump done? What's the Republicans done? There was none of that. None.
I think that's fair. You know, one of the talking points I did prepare a lot to talk about was an election denialism, which, you know, in my view, is the hard stop of why you just can't vote for a Republican, right? You know, I think no matter how you feel,
think like
given policy.
Oh my God, Chad, I feel like I'm doing the Groucho Marx thing with this.
You know, the Constitution and the peaceful transfer of power, that trumps, even for me, abortion, trans rights. There's nothing more important than that. And the Republicans don't seem to believe in that. So that was something I'd really planned for, and you know, the conversation didn't go there. So please go ahead.
I'm sorry, I was going to say, may I point this out, because it's funny you say that. This was kind of another point that was a source of frustration for me, just with the dialogue there, because I agree they didn't really invite any conversation for you to talk about the electoral denialism within the GOP. But at the 47-14 mark, I also have this noted, that the other guy, the co-pilot, whose name escapes us both, he says...
It scared me for a second there, 47-53 or something. I was like, wait, is that a dog whistle? What's going on? What is Josiah saying here?
I need to Google this. Anyway, carry on.
Yeah.
He's talking about a timestamp. He's talking about a timestamp in the chat. Does anybody want me to go to that timestamp? I don't think it's worth it. Let's just like keep listening.
Maybe it was Constantine. I just have host written down. I thought it was the other guy, but he says if Donald Trump is reelected,
it's Francis.
Francis. Okay, so remember Francis, right? That's Francis, chat. The Wallace. Okay, that's Francis. Constantine is Gromit. You can barely see Constantine in this frame, but there's Francis.
It's Francis. Thank you. It's Francis. So
We got it. Don't worry, Francis.
Okay.
We got
Frank.
you. You're not forgotten. Go ahead.
Yeah. But the host at 47-14, and I should have put down if it was Constantine or if it was Francis, he says, if Donald Trump is reelected, you will see a progressive meltdown on a scale that will dwarf 2016, which will only make the country worse and the left way more unelectable. And you responded with, that's right, they don't believe in democracy, they being the fringe left. To me, that would have been a perfect opportunity for you to use that platform.
Like, what about the fringe right that literally doesn't believe in democracy? What about the ones that want Trump to be president for life? What about the ones that say that they you know, are always like, we don't live in a democracy, we live in a republic. I hate democracy. Democracy's the word. Like, right, there's a million different ways you could go with that. What about the ones who tried to overturn the results of the election? There are so many things, so many fucking things, so many things that you could say in that situation. And she just sits there and is like a useful tool for Constantine and Francis. Right? That's it.
To also emphasize that paramount concern, say, but also Francis and or Constantine, if we're going to talk about meltdowns, there's a chance that Donald Trump might not win. And do you recall what happened, Constantine and or Francis, the last time Donald Trump lost an election? They tried to stage an insurrection. The left never did that. That is one area where just objectively the right transgressed much worse. So what do you have to say about that, Constantine and or Francis? Like, can we, if we're gonna,
do you think it's fucking easy for you to sit here and just like go through clips and go like, why didn't you say this? I mean, do you not think I could dial up your own show and look at a transcript
100%.
and do this to you all day?
W. Josiah. Damn. Okay, well, there we go. Look, it stopped being polite and it started being real. Right there. She lost it. You think it's easy for me to just sit here while you're going through clips of mine? Like, Brianna, you wanted to play with the streamers. This is what we do. We get our clips gone through. We have to explain every potential like 20 to 40 second, you know, section of stream and what exactly we meant there, even though we might not remember even like all the time, right? This is what it is. You're welcome to the big leagues, sis. Welcome to the big leagues. You got your wish, right? You're on here with streamers and you're being treated like a streamer. Is this not what you want? We got this clip. So we got the voice critical clips over here, says Marcavius. A big Josiah dub. Yeah, dubs all day. Dubs all day. That's look for a progressive you know, liberal who you know, doesn't who shies away from contentious issues. I would say that, you know, Josiah's not bad.
Do you know how, like, you understand this is kind of, it's kind of condescending, right? Like you get that, right?
So I said that it's armchair quarterbacking earlier, and if this is, I mean, this is the kind of the conversation.
It's like, with all due respect, Brianna, these are called mags.
Where I disagree about your approach. But Brianna, if that's a problem, then we shouldn't even continue the conversation, because that's.
I'm just saying it's.
We don't have to do this. You don't have to play. You said you wanted to play. This is like somebody that wants to roll jujitsu with like a, I don't know, like a Gracie, and they get like armbarred, and they're like, "What are you doing? How dare you armbar me?" And it's like, did you want to roll, or did you want me to let you pretend to win? What was like? What were you doing?
Really easy to sit here and go, you should have said X, you should have said Y. I mean, I don't disagree with you that I probably should have shown up and prepared to defend Biden more. You know, the clips of trigonometry that I prepared to watch for, and I could show you the clips I traded back and forth with the producers, as I asked for every single interview he'd ever given on trans stuff, and I watched all of those 3 or 4 times, preparing for that and getting my talking points ready on that. I completely cede that I should.
She's a white belt telling a purple belt she's gonna win a role.
Been prepared to go more aggressive on defending Democrats. We're in agreement on that. I'm just saying it is so easy to sit here and like, I'm sure if I went back and looked at it, I would find tons of stuff that I could say differently or better, right? It's just.
Yeah, it's true. No, I'm gonna give you this one, right? And I don't think Josiah would disagree that. Yes,
not at all.
For me, I look back on some of the stuff I sometimes I go on shows or I do my own shows and I look back and it's like, man, I missed that, I missed the other. It's very hard in the moment to get things exactly right. So what I don't want this to be, and I'm trying not to make this, is
what I don't want this to be is the top of the hour ad break, but and in fact, in about 9 minutes, it will be the top of the hour ad break. And if that's an ad break that you do not want to be stuck watching an ad for 3 minutes during, you can get out of it for $5 or for free, or possibly through the generosity of someone in chat. Some people do give gift subs from time to time. You're more likely to get one of those gift subs. You're more likely to be the recipient of such a gift sub if you are, in fact, active in the chat. Yes, indeed. Is Brianna like a random masshole, or Brianna? Wait. Wait. Is she being like a random person from Massachusetts, or is she representing Rebellion PAC? Oh my God. They better hope that she's not. Like, look, nobody, like she's like the worst representative of anything. Like, she just gets in unnecessarily toxic fights with anybody and everybody, and he is not like massively disagreeing with her. This is like, I don't know if he feels like he needs to do this because he's associated with her and he wants to let people know, like, hey, you know, like I like her, she's my friend, but I don't agree with this and this. If it's that, you know, if they thought it would just be good content, I don't know what's exactly behind this encounter, but I do know that Josiah just got the dub, and Brianna's now not doing great. Yo, but you know what is doing great? People in YouTube chat. people in YouTube chat who just have been triggering the fuck out of the alerts there, and somebody just gave a bunch of gift subs, I believe. For the win all day with the 5 gift subs. Temporal Insanity, Germ, TT, Rachel K, and Muffin 86. Thank you for the gift subs all day. That's very kind of you, FTW. And you have the right to let me know. You have the right to put your money where your mouth is by telling me what content that you are looking forward to seeing today, what content you would like to put your gift sub donation money behind in order to increase its chances of getting watched. Looks like Matt Taibbi is still ahead in the regular chat. Brett Cooper in 2nd place? What? Brett Cooper? Out of nowhere. Matt Taibbi winning in shorts chat as well. Jink versus RFK coming in 2nd place. Vergonia, a distant 3rd. Whisper of a dream, Vergonia. Whisper of a dream. It could still happen. It would just take somebody at this point, you know, who's very, very motivated to motivate me to cover Vergonia's secret tapes instead of what looks like we might be watching, which is maybe Matt Taibbi's Gaza take, or Jink versus RFK at Brainworm et al. Those are the 2 winning factions right now. And if we look over at the donos, yeah, it's even more. It's even more so winning. 26% added to, or sorry, 21% added to Matt Taibbi's. Remember, we minus the Vox Populi, and 6% is added to Jink versus RFK. Are you on Twitch as well? Yes, indeed. But on Twitch, it is CC. Yeah, that CC is really important. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what you will find. All day and all night. Vox Populi. That is wow. Okay, so that is 15% added to Vox Populi. Ooh, Vox Populi getting quite a little. So what that means is, realistically, Matt Taibbi's Gaza take is the only thing that benefits from a bump, right? Everything else is taken down to 0. And Matt Taibbi's Gaza take gets an extra 6%. That puts it well ahead. Vox Populi is really the deciding factor here, or one of the deciding factors. There we go. Dono goal obtained. Whichever kind of tain you prefer. That's what just happened to the dono goal. It just got Taibbi fell off so hard. Yeah, I know. Like, it's weird. It's weird with Taibbi. Right. Especially the way that he gets treated on breaking points. Yeah, just for Taibbi to not be like, I left the left. For Taibbi to be like, no, I'm just a principled dude that calls it like he sees it. And that's why I had to do the Twitter files. That's why I had to help Elon do the Twitter files, to let everybody know that we were deprived of getting to see Hunter Biden's peen. Jack Dorsey, what you've taken from us. That would have switched the election. Trump would have won if Americans had seen Hunter's mutant cock.
Is to have this be like a thing where we just tear you down the whole time, because that's not, because as I told you in private, and I'll just say public, like 80% of that, what you did in there, good. I stan it. We should do more of it. And the
it's
fact
incredibly difficult to go into.
85% of what you did in there was fucking awesome, Brianna. You go, girl.
These faces.
Absolutely.
I mean,
and if I may finish, though, just real quick, right?
Sure.
Like the fact that you were willing.
I wasn't through glazing you up yet, Brianna. Sit back.
To go into a potentially hostile situation, a hostile podcast, and confront people directly.
Like he shut her up to glaze her up. What is that? That's so weird.
And admit to the faults in your own side, right? And then have that discussion, put you...
He's like, shut up for a second. I'm trying to compliment you.
Head and shoulders.
You're head and shoulders above everyone.
Above all these people who are calling you out for even going on. And if I want just briefly to transition to that for a moment, to talk about that a little bit, because one of the reasons I invited you on tonight is because I saw people like Sock Done Left and all these other people come at you.
Oh my God. Wick.
Oh, is this Wu leaving the...
Sock Done Left, right? Sock Done Left, I'm sorry, you're a woke scold. Okay, welcome to the club. Welcome to the club, fellow Tinderqueer. You're apparently on team woke scold now. That's like, what? This is a Vosh orbiter that's got his own scandal that's cut like low-key like worse than Vosh's, I think. Yo, Sock Done Left. How dare you call out Brianna Wu? What were you thinking, Sock Done Left? What were you thinking?
The left, how dare she be nice to Republicans or centrists, or how dare she, oh look, Elon Musk tweeted at her, oh this must be her being an apologist. And I just wanted to kind of not only give you a chance to respond to that. Oh, you okay, Josiah? Oh.
Yeah, no, it should be, are you okay, Brianna? What the fuck was that noise? What was that noise? That's like the noise Smog makes when Bilbo knocks over some jewelry and accidentally wakes him up.
Sorry, my girlfriend popped in. I was just saying later.
Oh no, it's okay,
Yeah.
it's okay. But also,
So yeah, sorry, folks. He's taken. Josiah's taken.
So also to just kind of reinforce how this, when people say that we look crazy and the left looks crazy, this is what they mean. And doing this kind of clubhouse mentality, if you don't agree...
Sock Done Left now has a podcast with Econo Boy. The Econo Boy has a second What? What's the deal with Econo Boy? I guess I don't know much about Econo Boy. It's like the name is pretty striking. I really don't know. This is a Destiny orbiter, is that right? And full disclosure, Josiah, I guess is too. Probably, you know, doesn't agree with Destiny on everything, but hasn't found anything overwhelmingly objectionable about Destiny. Every other one was like, Bae, why are you punishing the franchise? Why did the franchise ever do to you? Point to the Optimus Prime figure and show where the franchise hurt you. Damn. Wait, the first what? What are we talking about? We're talking about like Transformers? That's Optimus Prime, right?
With us 100%, you're kicked out of the clubhouse or you're leaving the clubhouse, it's hurting our cause and it's really bad. But I want to give you a chance to respond and tell us about that side of things. And then we can, I promise we got some more stuff to go over, right? But I wanted to just give you that opportunity.
So, Josiah, this is where I think the work I do, and I say this respectfully because I know that we are friends, but I think that what I do is harder than what you do to an extent. Like, it's not difficult to go be 100% Team Democrat and to make the conscious decision to never criticize.
I don't know if this is like... Is this like Palpatine explaining the dark side? Is this like I don't know. Like, it's very easy of you to just go through and, you know, support policies that actually make sense all the time. But I have to walk the darker path. Sometimes I need to be bad. Okay, you wouldn't understand my world. You wouldn't last 5 minutes in my world. Josiah, you and your simplistic black and white morality about supporting progressive policies and look, this is Josiah, right? This isn't some wild lefty. This isn't some like this isn't some far left guy. This is not even a particularly controversial streamer, right? Like I said, there's a lot of topics that he steers away from.
Your own side, or rarely criticize your own side unless it's Brianna Wu, or or to stay away.
Don't criticize your own side unless it's Brianna Wu. Brianna, do you not get about the fact that you're not on our side? What is Brianna doing? What Brianna is doing is, oh yeah, God, it's easy mode, right? The easiest thing in the world, especially if you are, marginalized in any way. Like, right, you can just wheel around and be like, even I see how full of shit the left is, right? It's like you're golden. That's your grift right there, right? And especially if you can pull this both sides nonsense credibly, which, Dave Rubin only really managed for a few years, and we'll see with TOIT how long they are able to hold up that illusion. To the extent that they even are, right? But Brianna Wu, no one ever fucking believed you. No one ever believed you. No one ever bought into it.
Largely with your show around really difficult subjects like what the trans rights movement should be doing. That is something I feel a tremendous ethical responsibility to do. I genuinely, to the core of my soul, believe that if trans rights stays on the course we're going right now, we will lose everything. Access to HRT, gender affirming care, insurance paying for it. Is within my lifetime that most trans people could not get GRS because Obamacare didn't cover it, right? It is amazing. And all of this stuff is very much at risk. So the thing I am trying to do, which is to point out that some of the extremists on our own side, I understand that it's distasteful to you. But what I have seen, and I'm 46, is
So it's interesting, right? Because you do have a little bit of a mirror image in terms of, oh God, mirror image is the wrong term to use for this. Let's try to say this another way. Reverse image between Josiah and Brianna Wu. With Josiah, you've got somebody who is by no means an extreme lefty, right? Just very middle of the road, progressive Democrat, right? That's Josiah. And yet he is chill with people like the Vanguard, who, when I first saw Josiah interacting with the Vanguard, I thought maybe he just wasn't familiar with their content. They're obviously, pretty far to the left of him, but, he's friendly, he's, supportive, etc. And then Brianna Wu, who does nothing except punch left. See what I mean? They're like reverse images, kind of.
Seen that by leaving the
and despite what she's trying to paint herself as like a warrior for trans rights, most of the time she's got most of the smoke she has is for trans people.
These fringes unaddressed, our party just keeps getting weaker and weaker, and we are handing the Republicans the machine gun they need to kill all of us. And let me give you a very, very specific example. I think that if Biden loses this election, it is going to be partially because we have not tended to the Jewish vote in this country. We need that coalition to win as Democrats. They donate money, they donate time. I've never worked on a social justice cause in Massachusetts or elsewhere that's not had a lot of Jewish people there.
So like what she's saying is speculative, like based on the you know, oh my God, it's so weird too, right? Because if you look at what Biden's done, he has hurt himself when it comes to the Gaza issue, but he hasn't been hurting himself with Jewish voters. He's been hurting himself with like Muslim voters. And you know, while that might not sound like a large contingent of the entire United States electorate, you've got an important state in Michigan that where, you know, Muslim voters are disproportionately represented. So yeah, in terms of what Biden is down, right? Because Biden's down. You compare Trump and Biden to their votes in 2020, Biden is off, right? There's more people in Biden's coalition that are, you know, do not seem to be super keen on voting for Biden than with Trump's. And that is largely a big factor that are people that are just have had their stomachs turned by Biden's willingness to enable ethnic cleansing in Gaza, and to just like enable all the worst actions of Israel. Right, that's where Biden's hurting. And if he were to like look at 2020, he was fine. 2020, he actually did, you know, well, reasonably speaking, right? Won the election convincingly. The fact that if he could just get those votes, he would be okay, right? And he can't. He can't, because as much as people were willing to put up with a sealed tuna sandwich of a candidate in 2020, that was a sealed tuna sandwich of a candidate that wasn't perpetuating genocide in Gaza. Now that's questionable, and so Biden is in trouble. But Brianna thinks that it's like, oh no, he hasn't kissed Netanyahu's ass enough. That's the problem. That's the real problem. He hasn't come down hard enough on the student. He basically accused the student protesters of anti-Semitism. He repeated literal propaganda, literal freaking Hasbara, right? In terms of the 40 babies and all that shit. Yeah, what more is Biden supposed to do? What is Biden supposed to be doing?
And I think a lot of our politics...
And also, I feel like it's something kind of anti-Semitic about the way that she's stereotyping, you know, Jewish people's perspective, Jewish Americans' perspective on this issue. It is not as one-sided as she's making it out to be. In fact, not at all. Most people don't support Biden's stance. Yeah. She should ride off into the sunset. Yeah.
Politicians have been afraid.
But the question is, would she ride that horse? Would it be like, what is it, Western or English? Like,
to really talk about the anti-Semitic fringe.
Yeah, Biden hurting himself with people under 35 big time.
And what they are doing here. And that is a role I feel respectfully you have advocated and abdicated. And I think it leaves our party weaker. So, I hear what you're saying about tactics A, B, and C and how I might have done them better, but I'm trying to do a different job here. I'm trying to steer the Democratic Party back in a direction as someone that does have credibility on these issues to something that I think will be more successful electorally. And I think that's a really important political...
Okay, so here's my question. What does it matter, like success electorally, when your policy is the same as the Trump policy? And that's what Biden has given us with his executive order on immigration. Now, he did throw out a proposal talking about a path for citizenship for spouses of citizens. So in other words, if you're like married to, if you're not a citizen, if you're undocumented and you're married to a citizen, that should theoretically entitle you to a green card. However, it's this whole ass process where you gotta like leave the country for I think an extended amount of time and then apply for it, and it's not guaranteed. It's just a shitty it's a shitty thing, especially how most people think that, you know, getting married to, like, being married to a citizen would get you that green card. It doesn't, it's not so Biden's, you know, trying to temper his executive order with this proposal, but it's still you know, in a big way, the sin of the Democrats is to criticize the Republicans and the cruelty of their immigration policy, and then do, like, in so many ways the same thing.
Whole project.
I want to ask you, Josiah, right? Since you're here too, right? We can't. I have some issues with both of you here, right? Like, I have some issues with Wu.
I got smoke for all of you. I'm Wick.
Go through them.
I am.
Wick's ready to go. He's goblin mode. Do you see this man? Do you see this man? This man is goblin mode. He's ready to go goblin mode on the both of them. He's had enough. Biden thinks old white ladies who voted for Trump before will choose him now because Trump looks so bad. But that's not what's going to happen. Those white women are just going to vote. If they don't like Trump now, are just going to vote to, are just not going to vote if they don't like Trump now. They will never vote for Biden. He's counting on the wrong people. Yeah.
I am well aware of our issues. You and I hashed them out.
We've had this
Wick is in short stack goblin mode
conversation before, but I think it's worth bringing back up, right?
Jersey Devil, you've seen this before, right? I don't think I've witnessed the transformation. Is he gonna drink a vile foamy liquid before he transforms, or is he already in goblin? I mean, he was doing some goblin stuff, right? Some goblin technique. He's gonna show us the way of the goblin.
One of the things that Wu says here, I just think is correct, right? That in a lot of ways you, and again, we're buddies, bro. Okay, this isn't an attack.
We're buddies.
I won't take it personally.
Yeah.
Seriously, this does have the air to it of somebody that's like a professional fighter sparring with you know, with amateurs, or, you know, like I don't know, grill dads and soccer moms or something. I don't know. It's just like, he's like, no, don't, I'm gonna try not to hurt you. And Josiah's like, it's okay, I can take it. Okay. Like, he's just drinking. He's drinking his tea. He's nonplussed. Yeah, with Sneeko. No, Sneeko got his ass kicked though. Like, who's that guy? Strickland? Strickland, like, beat the shit out of Sneeko in a way that's, like, kind of embarrassing for him. It's just like, you don't need to fucking tee off on Sneeko, right? If you're an actual MMA professional MMA fighter, right? You don't need to do that.
You fail to keep our house in order.
It's Sean Strickland.
One of the problems we have is, I understand you want to keep the focus on MAGA Republicans because they're worse. I agree. I'm not a Republican. I'm a Democrat.
Josiah's the only one here who practices what he preaches. Wick is a Democrat? Okay. Twitch poll, you're full of surprises. You're full of surprises. Did you see that Sneeko got his teeth smashed? Yeah, by a bouncer. What was he doing again? Was he just filming?
Right, for a good reason.
Yeah.
But I think it makes
Good night, Derek.
it harder for the normie, the undecided, the maybe center-right leaning or maybe center-left leaning person to take us seriously when we are...
Did Wick just say take us seriously? Excuse me? What? Wick, nobody takes you seriously.
Refuse to say the sun is shining.
But if you're gonna go goblin mode, I'm here for it.
When it's shining, right? Like, we refuse to acknowledge just these...
What does goblin mode even mean, chat? I feel like I feel like it meant, like, when, especially like in the height, like, you know, in the height of lockdown and stuff like that, it's like you haven't cut your hair in months, you maybe haven't washed your hair in a week, You are wearing the same thing that you did the day before and the day before that, which is probably pajama pants, right? That's what goblin mode is to me, right? But like I feel like people use it in different ways, in different modes. What exactly is goblin mode anymore? Like, didn't Junifer on Twitter invent goblin mode? I know that Junifer invented the dick vein on a Snickers bar, but I don't know about goblin mode. The Groypers were trying to get into that club. Oh, wait, was Nico with them? Oh yeah, they're like friends. They're friends, aren't they?
Basic facts of, yeah, there's a big anti-Semitism problem on
the America First creeps
fringes of the left and the right, right? And so I think.
Okay, so yeah, Josiah's shaking his head to this.
My question for you, sir.
Sure.
Sir. Are you now, or have you ever been, a member of the Does Not Condemn Hamas party?
In what ways, or why don't you do that more? I guess I'll start.
Why don't you condemn Hamas right now?
Start by asking. Yeah, why have you just kind of decided to focus on MAGA?
Yeah, so a couple of things. So number one, I just want to say again for the record, I completely disagree with anyone who says that conversations with trigonometry are not worth having.
What? He is doing goblin mode. He's gonna eat his mic. What was he doing? Chat, what was that? Watch Wick. Okay, look, take a close look at what Wick is doing here.
Yeah, so a couple of things. So number one, I just want to say again for the record, I completely disagree with anyone who says that conversations with trigonometry.
Oh, wait. Did he just like forget the mic was there and he bumped into it?
Are not worth having.
He looks like he's trying to have a little taste. Taste the mic.
I think that's a judgment call. There are probably some.
He's like, it tastes good. It tastes really good. Could use a little bit of salt, but other than that, it's nice.
Some people, I imagine, that it would not be worth engaging with. But I don't think trigonometry is one of them. David Pakman's been on trigonometry. Steve.
Is it worth engaging with trigonometry? No, it's not. It's not. Look, if you actually stand up to those fuckers, they're gonna treat you like they treated Brianna Joy Gray. They're just gonna lie about you. She dropped the mic. She threw the mic. She slammed the mic down. She almost broke the mic. People were scared of her. She was losing it. She was, her temper was out of control. And it's like, really, she just like cannot wait to get out of there because like it's a hostile environment. She didn't realize like how gross and sweaty those, how much of a fucking copium tent that debate was.
Even Destiny's been on trigonometry.
That poor Mike, yeah.
Bill Maher.
Even Destiny. And Bill Maher. Okay. All right, Josiah, go on.
And a bunch of others as well. I think that they are perfectly within the Overton window of acceptable dialogue. I just think it's.
Wait, is the question about whether Destiny and Bill Maher are in the realm of acceptable dialogue, or is the question about, oh, does he mean they? Does he mean trigonometry, maybe? I just gotta ask, has he seen their content? Has he seen their content? The hilarious part is even the British far right think trigonometry is a joke.
It's what you do with that opportunity which matters, and that's where the disagreement between Brianna and I is. Now, as far as her goals being different, again, I totally understand that she is trying to appeal to more moderate people, more centrist people, perhaps Republicans who could be won over. And so she goes on to these platforms and tries to establish a rapport with the hosts. She says that she's received dozens, hundreds of emails saying that, hey, you've kind of moved me on this issue. So I mean, I can't fight that. I have no idea, what those emails say.
Like I said, I mean, maybe the emails are different than the comments, but the comments were like 90% misgendering her, or, what is a woman, or it was, you will never be, it was it was abusive. It was abusive and transphobic and gross, right? That is how Trigonometry's audience reacted to her. So, I mean, like, I don't know about this, like, these massive amounts of DMs of people have been like, yeah, thank you. I'm going to consider voting for Biden now. Like, I didn't know that trans women could bash other trans people so well. I guess I'm a Biden voter now. I'm a liberal. I'm woke. Thank you, Brianna. Thanks to you, I am now woke. He does mean trigonometry. Yeah, that makes the most sense.
She says that they've been won over. I've got to take that at face value. I can just only...
Do they feel won over?
...opine on what it looks like externally, which is, again, I think she was too generous with the opposing side and extracted no meaningful concessions from trigonometry. But I take her point. Somebody's going to have these conversations. I have not been invited on trigonometry, and I don't know how it would be.
If you
of course,
would you?
Of course,
accept it?
Absolutely, 100%. Yeah, there's no reason not to. I'd love to be on. That's why I'm on Piers Morgan's ass all the time too. I'm hoping eventually, once I crack 500,000 subscribers or something like that, I can be on Piers Morgan.
You gotta get that clout, bro. Okay.
That's right, baby. That's right. So I'm hoping that'll eventually happen. But again, I don't fault any for this, and I also take the point. Again, to say it is easy to do an after game review, like they do in sports, and say, you shouldn't toss the ball here, whatever.
You too, if you like, trust me.
Well, hold on. But respectfully, that's not my statement.
I mean, look, they got any content that Whick can get his hands on, he'd be happy to review. Right, just pay him his $10 or whatever the hell he charges, and he's yours. Like, right, he comes very cheap. He comes highly recommended. By Brianna, if a bit used and abused, kind of like a oh my god, I'm sorry, I was about to say the Velveteen Rabbit thing, but then I remembered that somehow Crowder brought that up didn't Crowder bring up the Velveteen Rabbit in reference to like Sam Cedar, but it was like an anti-Semitic thing. I vaguely remember a certain yuck being associated with the Velveteen Rabbit, but Sam Cedar, what a nightmare.
The statement was, my political project is more difficult than yours.
It's the rabbit eyes thing?
But now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
Communists invading radicals, welcome in. It's because I changed the stream title. There we go. That's a proper stream title for shorts, is it not? There you go. Welcome in. We got the iconic classic golden age. That's 2 for Saturday. I don't know how that makes it. We're supposed to get 6 for Saturday. I don't know, chat. We'll work on it. We got the iconic classic golden age comic where Captain America punches Hitler in the face. Moment out of it. Wait, out of the Sam Cedar thing?
I don't think it's hard to go and produce a show that's like just attacking the Republicans, right? I think it is much more difficult to be in groups and to see the fringe politics driving it off a cliff and to speak up against that. Josiah, it comes at such a high cost.
You can't do what I do, Josiah. You sit there and bash on Republicans all day. Much left. I'm a true warrior.
For my mental sanity and my peace, and there's a dollar sign attached to that, right? What I consider to be a very principled stand on October.
That was a different convo?
October 7th. Yeah, this is a fight that
Ooh, yeah, I thought it was something like that, Luna Rose.
Yeah, I'm sure it's been great for your channel growth. And I don't fault you. You don't have to do what I do. But I do think it's
she's literally adopting like a contrarian viewpoint that is swiftly falling out of favor with the entire world, right? more and more when stands of Israel, you know, talk, they sound more and more like stands of South Africa would in the 1980s, right? So there's definitely some money and there's definitely some clout in, you know, preaching to that choir that we saw in the debate with Brianna Joy Gray. I can't remember what it was called, the one that Constantine moderated, or with the monk debates, you know, where Mehdi Hassan absolutely schooled them, and they still voted, you know, the other the people that said anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism, like won the debate objectively according to their poll mechanism, right?
It's a braver choice.
She's sacrificing herself in order to call out the left. It's so brave.
And I think it's not that I don't think you have a right to sit here and go, you should have done A, B, and C. But from my point of view, like, I don't see a lot of what you do as a profile in courage.
Can I hold? I'll let you respond. Don't worry. But Wu, can I ask you a question on that?
She just straight up called that man a coward. Respectfully, I don't see what you do as a profile in courage, Josiah. Look, I know that I do not see eye to eye with Josiah, and I'm aware of the topics that he doesn't cover. I don't have to be mean about it. Like, that just seems unnecessary. But yeah, again, she's I mean, ironically enough, for having somebody who just went on trigonometry, she is triggered. She is triggered now, and she's gonna burn some bridges because it feels really good to get that catharsis. Then the next day, when Josiah will not return your DMs, it's not going to feel so good, Brianna. It's not going to feel so good. No, he'll probably still return her DMs. She's not, I don't feel that she's getting, like, I mean, that's insulting. It's shitty, but I don't think she's getting to him the way that he's getting to her.
From my point of view, like, I don't see a lot of what you do as a profile in courage.
Can I hold? I'll let you respond. Don't worry. But Wu, can I ask you a question on that?
Sure.
Do you fault him for that? Do you think that, like, he has to? I would disagree with you on that. I think that
I did
like,
say that. I literally just said the opposite.
I'm just
said,
making sure.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm clarifying. Okay, because if I may stick up for Josiah for a moment, right?
Wait, to quote Matt Lieb, it's like selling a timeshare to someone else's house.
You're right. He does something different than I do, something different than you do. But I think that thing has value, and I think there is a form of courage. And
key point, this show of Wick TV is supposed to be about Wu's appearance on trigonometry, not about Josiah's channel. Right, but she's triggered. She can't help herself. Like, does she think she's winning here? Does she think this is a good look?
Honesty and saying, hey, I don't know enough about this topic. It's very super complex. I don't know, so I'm not going to weigh in. And I honestly applaud you for doing that. I should do that more. I should say, you know what, I don't actually know much about this, so I should probably shut up. That's a flaw I have. I like to talk. But Josiah, I just want to stick up for you a little bit here, because Josiah, I think you're great. You're awesome.
I appreciate that.
But please,
yeah.
Wu, if you...
Brianna, like, I don't know what to say here. Pro tip: Wick is Josiah is more useful to Wick than you are.
You're not finished. You can finish, and then Josiah can respond. Cool?
I appreciate you chiming in, Wick, but I'm trying to.
I appreciate you chiming in, Wick. It's his panel. I appreciate you chiming in, Wick, but I will let you know. I'm gonna lock you up in the garage now, and I will let you know when we're ready to hear from you again. You are literally here to provide an audience for me in my ownage of Josiah. Yeah, you really put Josiah, you know, in his place here. That's we're not allowed to judge her because she had surgery. Oh, that's right. She's tired and she had surgery, so it doesn't count.
Ask Josiah questions, and I just kind of want to answer for that.
Sure.
Like,
yo,
do you hear where I'm coming from?
Yo,
I
hear where you're coming from, and it is a place of maximum salt.
Oh my God!
Like you got a fluid that could not be any more saturated with electrolytes. There's no room for any more Na. There's no room for any more Cl. It's like
these are the technical issues I'm talking about. So yes, I do. Can you all still hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Is the camera still showing?
No, the camera is not showing.
Hang on. Okay, so you all be able to hear me, but I'm gonna shut the camera off and try to turn it back on. So anyway, so I do hear from where you're coming from, Brianna, that it is certainly a much more volatile space to in terms of being attacked by the left than what I do. There's no question about that.
Yeah.
But it is also a choice that I made for a couple of reasons. Number one, I don't know nearly as much about this issue. Foreign policy was not, I have a political science degree, but foreign policy was not my area of focus. It was more domestic policy and electoral politics. So number one, I try to stay out of areas that I don't know enough about. Number two, because I am covering electoral politics and domestic policy in an election year, I just don't have the bandwidth to even cover it, even if I wanted to. And number three, I take your point. Again, just want to reiterate that, of course, it is a much more contentious area for you to do what you're doing. But I would also argue respectfully that the courage has to manifest itself if you're going to talk about these issues with the quote unquote opposition that you're trying to make bridges with.
Okay, so yeah, he's being way nice to her, right? But she called him a coward. And she's the one that's showing a lack of courage. Right? And whatever kind of excuse she's going to give of like, oh, they'll call me a bitch. They'll say I'm mean. They'll say I'm a mean lady. Right? I can't do that. I can't disagree with my new friend Constantine. She's the one that's a coward. She's got no room to call Josiah a coward.
You also need to confront them about your disagreements, and I don't think you did. So I think it's two different aspects of courage. I'll perfectly concede to the one, but I don't think it was particularly brave for you to spend most of your time agreeing with Constantine and Francis. And I know you're capable of enormous courage. I just don't think like this particular one was a standout example of it. But I don't fault you for that, because again, I get the pressure that you're under, but I just think you could have stood up a bit more for some of these issues.
So this is the math as I see it, and maybe this is just a difference in what we think the Democrats should be doing. As best as I can tell, progressives or the fringe left represents between 1% to 2% of the electorate. I've looked at the numbers as honestly as I can. As far as the people that actually show up and vote, that's what it looks like to me. The fastest growing segment of the American...
That's what it looks like to me. Where'd you... Source? I made it the fuck up. I made it yeah, that's like 1%. Those people, the people fucking ratioing me day in and day out on Twitter, that's like 1% of the voting public.
Electorate are independents. They're 42% of the party, right? And a lot of these do lean right. But you know, a lot of people are looking at the crazies on both sides, and they're going, I just don't.
Only 2% of Americans oppose genocide, and that's the fringe left. That's right, wrote woke CIA drone pilot.
I can't vote for either of them. And you know, part of it is because like accounts like Libs of TikTok are amplifying the fringe, and you know, Fox News amplifies our fringe and equates them with MAGA. I think all three of us would probably agree.
Fox News equates the far left with MAGA? Look, I know that we like, if you know the inside baseball of politics, you know that Fox News would get rid of Trump if they could. They don't like Trump. They don't trust Trump. They don't think that Trump is a good look, right? And they have tried to get rid of Trump several times. They were not able to. Trump owns the party, and so now they are hostages. Fox News are hostages to MAGA. So we know that they don't like MAGA, but they don't openly talk about not liking MAGA. Where you'll hear about them not liking MAGA is when their Discovery forces the disclosure of like Tucker Carlson's texts, and he's saying how much he hates Trump and how much, you know, he can't wait till Trump is no longer relevant, right? That's their real feelings, but that's not what they say on air, and they can't say that on air. OAN and the rest of the far-right media outlets that exist now would eat their lunch, and they are in a shrinking pool of media. They are, you know, holding on to their legacy media position, trying to digitize as much of their content as possible, and getting attacked by at least two other two prominent right-wing wannabe Fox News replacements. Anytime they ever stray from Trump, yeah, they do get attacked. So yeah, no, they're not fucking comparing the Black Lives Matter protesters or the Antifa or whoever the hell you think the far lefties are. They're not comparing them to Gen 6ers, unless it's to say that, like, you know, I don't know, the Gen 6ers did nothing wrong.
That like there's a lot more MAGA than there are like fringe crazy communist progressive,
Right.
but it still needs an answer, right? So let me give you a hypothetical. Like
Sure.
Lauren Southern is going to be coming over here to do a shoot on it's going to be September, early September.
All the best people do content with Lauren Southern. You notice that? Got your loner box, you got your Destiny, you got your Brianna Wu, you got your Xander Hall. You got your Xander Hall.
Right. We hated each other during Gamergate, screamed at each other all the time. She had a child. She has really she's talked about this. She has a much bigger awareness of the challenges that women face in the workplace and kind of what the role of.
You know, Lauren Southern has got like a special interest in trans people. I'm not sure what to make of this. Yeah, I mean, she's not a fucking ally by any means, obviously, right? Lauren Southern, the far right rebel news figure, known for putting people's lives in danger when it came to her immigration, her anti-immigration actions with, what was it called, Europa or something? But she has when she has her editor is trans, also hates my guts, you know, has a special grudge against me. Apparently had if you believe Destiny's Reddit, apparently ran a war room against me at one time, which is like a Discord meant to coordinate what the public attack on somebody. I don't know whether to believe that or not. It's just some rando on Reddit saying this, so you know, who knows. But yeah, definitely somebody that hates my guts. And in addition to that, she also did a strange panel of, she called it her trans army, and it was like she found these like trans meds that, you know, were kind of self-hating, like reactionary, like 4chan type you know, trans people to bring on, and I don't know, have a panel discussion with, and they could, you know, take turns shitting on the left together, right? But yeah, I'm putting it together now. I'm putting it together, right? The fact that, you know, she's doing she's getting together with Brianna Wu now. That there it is. Lauren Southern is a chaser. I'm kidding. I cannot confirm that. I cannot confirm that.
Feminism.
I can neither confirm nor deny that.
I personally have had, you know, a lot of disillusionment with a lot of the progressive policies that I was advocating during Gamergate.
How could you hate NCC? I don't know. Ask Lonerbox.
Right. So, like, for a conversation like that, do you think, like, is it more helpful for me with Lauren Southern to sit down and go like, oh, I just hate you, you're completely wrong about this,
No,
or to sit
of course
down
not.
and go like, hey, you know, this is what I've learned in the last decade, this is what you've learned in the last
Sure.
decade, we disagree on this, let's talk about immigration. Like, she's going to be staying at the hotel where my state of Massachusetts is putting a lot of the migrants.
If a leftist has a genuine concern with Brianna's behavior, she wants to silence them. If Nazi has a baby, Brianna wants to, console them.
They've come here up. So, you know, to talk about how that's affected the Massachusetts budget, right? Or what the public policy should be about that. I think that, like, building bridges for the, like, calculated purpose of appealing to that 42%, that seems like a really smart mission to me, but maybe you disagree.
No, I listen. So, not the world's foremost expert on Lauren Southern, but from my limited understanding is, and you kind of hinted at it, she seems to be moderating in certain aspects compared to where she was, you know, 2, 3, or 4 years ago.
Chat, I don't know if it's still up. One of my first videos on this channel was about Lauren Southern, and it was specifically about the experience that she had on the right, with right-wingers being sexist to her, you know, harassing her, like, you know, coming at her because she wasn't the proper, she espouses the trad wife lifestyle, or she espoused the trad wife lifestyle, but she did not live the trad wife life, right? And, you know, she got maybe even sexually harassed, right? You know, went through an article about that. And while I'm sympathetic and I don't doubt her claims, and, you know, it sucks that, you know, anybody has to go through that, I wasn't taken in with the idea that she's reformed, or she's changing, or she's turning, or she's reachable, right? I know who the fuck we're talking about. Lauren Southern is not just somebody who fell in with the wrong crowd. Lauren Southern is a fascist and continues to be a fascist. And, you know, it doesn't matter, you know, like we do sometimes find her on the right sides of issues, like she was with Steven Crowder, calling out the fact that the right wing on one hand expects women to live the trad wife lifestyle, right? Give up your career, give up your everything for your husband. But on the other hand, expects them not to get any sort of funding for their own legal counsel when it comes to a divorce. So in other words, these fuckers want to end no-fault divorce, and at least Lauren Southern, you know, can say that's fucked up. But she's still a fascist. I don't think that, you know, changes that.
Or however long ago it was. I think unless there's something about her that I'm missing, I think that's a totally worthwhile endeavor. But Brianna, that's precisely the point. I think she'll reciprocate. I think you.
Did she say that about Paul Joseph Watson? I'm not sure. I know there was something about Gavin McInnes.
You can say, hey, listen, Lauren, here are things that I dislike about the left. And then you guys beat up on the left. And then I think, maybe I'm wrong, Lauren would say, you know what sucks about the right?
Oh,
and then
yeah.
you guys.
But see, Lauren Southern would do it right. She'd be like, you know what? Actually, the right can be misogynistic sometimes. The right can have unreasonable expectations of women. But trigonometry, they won't give you anything. You come on there, you share all your Halloween candy with you, and what do you get from them? Nothing. Nothing. Can I get a mini Mr. Goodbar? No. Can I get a mini Snickers? No. Can I have some of your dum-dums? No. Can I have a lick of that blow pop? No, you can't. You don't get any of my Halloween candy. I'm here to eat your Halloween candy, Brianna. I'm not gonna share mine.
Constantine didn't do that. That to me is the difference. So I think that this is a great example of where I think it may be much more fruitful than the conversation that you had with trigonometry, because I think unlike Constantine and Francis, based on my understanding, Lauren Southern is willing to actually she's willing to reciprocate your charity and talk about the crazies on her side.
Can I get a mini Mr. Big?
And how it's been deleterious to the overall movement. That was not the case in trigonometry. They did not care to reciprocate your charity at all. It was just completely, let's talk about the 30 million ways why the left sucks.
Yeah, they just used her.
So that's why I think Lawrence Southern will be.
I would say used her and abused her, but I don't think she was really objecting to. I don't think she. I think she was fine. She just wants an in with a right-wing audience. Come on, this is. I feel so gaslit. I feel so gaslit. Now, and I get that like Josiah did not come here to like destroy her or blow her up. That's not what he's about here, right? He just got some concerns, but like. She's not doing work for the left. She's not doing work for progressivism, right? She's not advancing those interests. She's advancing her interests and making a place for herself, trying to make a place for herself amongst right-wing content creators. And I don't know if she'll be successful, because when we looked at the replies to her on Twitter, it was just a bunch of transphobia. I mean, she says she's gotten emails and people are like, yes, Brianna, you really touched me deep inside. I realized that I can be a conservative and vote for, I don't know, Biden, what? I don't know. That's what she's claiming. She's changing hearts and minds, folks, but you just can't see it. None of those hearts and minds are posting on Twitter. You won't find those hearts and minds in the comment section. You will only find the hearts and minds in Brianna's email, were you privy to it, which you are not, because she will not share those emails.
More productive, or at least has the potential to be.
That's fair. You know, I do think you misunderstand. Have you read Constantine's book by chance? Because I feel like people really misunderstand him. So,
motherfucker has written a book. Constantine, aka Gromit, right? Gromit over here has written a book. Is the foreword by Wallace? Is that what we're doing? I don't know, chat. Again, apologies that you can only see half of Constantine's face. Just trust me. That's Constantine from Trigonometry as Gromit, and Francis from Trigonometry as Wallace.
So, yeah, he is basically someone that escaped communism, you know, came to the West, he's Jewish, and really, really, really fell in love with Western values, which I know you say Western values, you think of that as like a right-wing catchphrase, but
I mean riding horseback in a Western style. I mean Western values, like cowboy songs that go dong da dong da dong da dong da dong da dong da dong. That's Western values.
He really means it in the sense of like liberalism, enlightened multiculturalism, free speech, you know, free markets, all that kind of stuff. That's fundamentally where he's coming from. And I think a lot of what people perceive as right wing is really,
it's just your imagination. It's a chimera of your mind. Constantine right wing? Are you well? Oh my god, Brianna. Gaslight City.
I think the outcome is the policies he talks about are more right-wing, but I don't think it's because he's a right-wing ideologue. I think it's because the right...
He just tends to talk about right-wing stuff, but he himself is not really that right-wing. He supports DeSantis, but he's not right-wing.
About the value of all of those things more than we do.
And as far as I know, they're voting for Trump, right? Isn't that like kind of where they're at? Like I didn't get a sense from Trigonometry that, like, you know, even though they did support DeSantis in the primaries, that they were gonna like withhold their vote for Trump or consider voting for Biden or even like a third party, or I don't think they're gonna vote for Trump. He's not a right-winger. He's just got DeSantis as his number one choice and Trump as his number two.
do, which is why I appreciate what you do, Wick, which is talk a lot about free speech and the value of it. Yeah.
If I may, because I remember the exact point I wanted
Wait, did we say you're allowed to talk? Did we say that you're allowed to talk again? Excuse me? Excuse me, Wick? Excuse me. Wick, just like Brianna's dogs, is better seen and not heard.
Sure. What you brought up, Constantine, and his values and things like that. During the show, he mentions Ukraine, and you guys talk about Ukraine. One of the statements he makes is that Ukraine, we need to start moving towards pushing for peace in that region, right? For pushing for Ukraine to sit down with Russia. If I was there, okay, that's where I would have been like, nope, hold on. We have some discussions to have here. I
don't remember what I said in that moment. Can you remind me? Yeah.
I don't think you.
Brianna, did you fail to Slava Ukraine? You're supposed to Slava. When you hear Ukraine, Slava. Slava Ukraine. Slava the fuck out of Ukraine. They need all the Slavas. This is okay, well anyway, this is But yeah, no, she wasn't gonna say shit. She was not gonna say shit. She was not gonna say a damn thing to Constantine about Ukraine or anything else for that matter.
Address the point, which is the issue, right? Like, so what happened, like, when people say these things, right, and when people just say something, so what I felt was just miss the mark. And again, I don't mind Constantine. I think he's right on a lot of things, but he's wrong on more. And this is one of those things he's wrong on. And I think that we should have just.
Wick says the most obvious thing. In fact, I'll say it's an understatement, right? He's right on some things, but he's wrong on more. Yeah, he's wrong on more things than he's right on. I mean, like, it seems like the most obvious basic thing in the world. That is not how Brianna's treating it. Brianna's treating it as you found, like, you know, you found like a Pizza Hut was post-USSR? Oh yeah, with the Gorbachev? Wait, no. Was it? I've only seen the picture of the commercial with Gorbachev.
You should have, just when you were there. And again, Monday morning quarterbacking, I get it, but it's one.
Gorbo the Pizza Hut chat. You're making me hungry again. I would look. I don't eat Pizza Hut, but that's a very dense caloric source right now. That sounds kind of yummy. Like anyone born in the 80s and the Soviet Union started those privatization schemes before it dissolved in 91. Oh, perestroika. Perestroika. Wait, was that what that was?
Those things that just...
Or was perestroika more about speech? Vegan California pizza kitchen menu? Oh my god, that sounds too yummy.
It made me like, I wish...
That's too yummy for me.
I was there. I wish I had been in the seat to push back against these.
But Wick, you're even more irrelevant than Brianna Wu. Like, Brianna Wu sitting in that seat with that many eyeballs watching her is an aberration already. And Wick is like, no, I could have been in that seat with you. I could have been riding shotgun. You get in the motorcycle and I will ride on the sidecar. Wick would ride in the sidecar.
But I wanted to ask, and this is to both of you, actually. We talk about the fringe, and one of the things that, Josiah, you've said before about the fringe of the left is that they are not in any position of political power. And that's largely true. But where you and I disagree on this...
That was a woo noise. That was a woo noise.
Where you and I disagree on this is, I think that they have political influence that is outside.
Wick is the sidecar in human form?
Yes.
By their legislative representation. Yes. And I just wonder how much you worry about a lot of the fringe left being anti-Biden, not just neutral on Biden, but outright, we're not going to vote for Genocide Joe. So how do you deal with that? And then I want to hear Brianna's opinion too, but I want to toss it to you first and get your thoughts. Go ahead.
Yeah, so of course there are things I see on Twitter. There are conversations that I have privately. I've had them publicly with the guys from the Vanguard.
Like I said, the Biden is legitimately out some voters that supported him in 2010, and we're talking about like younger voters. We're talking about POC voters, right? There are people that voted for Biden in 2020 that are not so hot on it right now, and that is due 100% to Biden's policies. And if Biden wants to bring those voters back, it's going to be through policy. And it's tick, right? It's getting way fucking late, right? So, if I was like, I always put on my Democratic strategist hat. Like if I was to be hired as a consultant to help the Democrat Party not fuck this up, like, I would say vote scolding is going to do you no good. Right? It's going to be counterproductive, in fact, right? When you try to make fun of or attack or like morally impugn people whose stomachs are turned by the policies of Joe Biden and his White House in regards to Gaza, you're not going to be successful. So even apart from the moral issue, which, yeah, obviously that's the real issue. There's a pragmatic issue that actually lines up with that, strangely enough. And it's like people like Whick and Brianna, they can't avoid that kind of confrontation. In fact, it's not even about, I think they know that it doesn't help, right? But they want to posture themselves in such a way so that they are seen as standing against the irrational lefties who no politician would be good enough for, and are gonna vote against their own interests out of spite, right? That's what they seem to be after here.
A great example, who are leftists, who are anti-Biden, and I think they're veering more towards anti-electoralism. I frequently engage with them. As a matter of fact, I'm supposed to be having a conversation with them on Sunday. We'll see how that goes based on the current workload. Another one. God damn it! The camera dip out again.
Yes. Sorry.
Okay. Just no. Don't apologize. It's shit on my end. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I meant before the conversation that we had in private.
Sure.
So yeah, there are people on the left and shit that I see on Twitter that drives me nuts. And even from people that I consider like good friends that I have disagreements with. But here's how I look at it. And again, you may disagree, but I think it is sound logic. I'm a finite person with a finite set of skills and a finite area of knowledge. And right now I don't have the bandwidth to try to master everything. And so I basically pick my battles, as I feel that we all do. I don't think anybody's indiscriminate. And so when I evaluate my quote unquote targets, I see that the Republican Party is objectively worse. And unless something has happened with Brianna, which I don't think it has, she would agree. The Republican Party is just worse than the Democratic Party. They elect their crazies. They give them.
She'll say that for now. But she is definitely in the process of Arubaning. And where she ends up, nobody knows. What's up, Campos?
State power. Marjorie Taylor Greene is not some lunatic on Twitter. Well, she is, but she's got an official office Twitter, right? We don't see that nearly as often on the left. And I will never pretend that these two sides are comparable.
Well, no one's asking you to, but what I am asking.
I understand. So, but let me finish. So the reason that I hyperfixate on the right is because I believe that they are the biggest and most proximate threat. But to tell you, as I believe I've told you before, but to reaffirm, of course I take issue with what's going on aspects of the left, particularly on social media, and certainly the anti-electoralism. It's incredibly dangerous.
Do you think it's going to have an effect, is my question. Like, how worried about it are you, was like the specific question. How much do you think this is going to impact the upcoming election?
I don't. So it's going to be a razor thin election, and I think it's possible that it will have an effect. But I also I don't know. That's the problem, and that's also again one of the reasons why I engage with the likes of the Vanguard, because they are anti-Biden and anti-electoral at this point. I think.
Okay, so there's the Vanguard getting a shout out. I don't know. It's kind of dangerous, pondering. I feel like it. You know, the people, enough people check out the Vanguard, they might not come back to Whick. Then again, I mean, this chat is here for a reason. They like this kind of stuff. Maybe they wouldn't. Maybe they wouldn't like the Vanguard.
That they're either going to vote third party or not at all. And yeah, that I do think that is a problem worth responding to, but I also think it's important to keep it in perspective.
Did he fix his microphone?
I would never make 50% of my time, let alone the totality of my time or the majority of my time, focusing on policing the right, the left, unless I was on the right. Like, I feel that at the end of the day, you got to triage, and the biggest obstacle is the right.
I want to toss the same question to Brianna Wu and let her go. And gang, just a housekeeping thing. I will be reading the super chats which you're giving. I'll be reading those in about 10 minutes at the top of the hour. So keep sending me.
Top of the hour, you say, Whick? Top of the hour, you say, Whick? During the actual, factual, top of the hour ad break for us? That's right, it's the top of the hour. I can't even speak to Twitch right now. I can't even say anything to them. Like, I could say it, but anybody who doesn't have a gift sub is not going to hear me. Because they're still in an ad break for like 30 seconds. How did Whick know that it was going to be the top of the hour when I ended up watching this? Top of the hour to you, chat. I'm just waiting for them to get back in here, because welcome back. Welcome back, Twitch. You've just experienced, possibly for the first time, possibly for the manyth time, the top of the hour ad break. It's the ad break that happens every hour at the top of the hour, that unlike the ad break on YouTube is unskippable, and that lasts for 3 minutes at a time. If you no longer want to see that ad break, you can get out of it for the price of $5 or for free by using a Twitch Prime sub. You could also potentially get out of it for free through the generosity of someone else in chat. That can happen. That does happen. Gift subs are a thing, but they're more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat. If you're active in the chat. Speaking of active in the chat, have the voters been active in the chat, or are they sleeping on it? I feel like Twitch Shorts is just like asleep for real. Matt Taibbi, 33% of the vote. It has changed. It has changed. Matt Taibbi solidifying the lead over Cenk Uygur versus RFK at 24% of the vote. Brett Cooper at 22% of the vote. Vergonia. I don't think people know what that is. I don't think people know what that is. I should have named it something else. Matt Taibbi also ahead in the not shorts poll. Brett Cooper 4 points behind. Cenk 6 points behind. Vergonia many points behind. People don't know what Vergonia. How do they not know what Vergonia is? How do they not know? So when I look at the entire picture, I see that the Matt Taibbi lead is actually reinforced by the donos. Again, if you donate, whether it's through Super Chat, Super Sticker, whether it is on Twitch, through getting yourself a sub, getting yourself weasels, animated weasels that is, and getting out of the ad break as well, or gifting the gift of weasels and the reprieve from the ad break to other people, or through giving bits, whether it is on YouTube through memberships, which give you access to whatchamacallit? It's like content that's special that only you get. It's exclusive. Yes, it's exclusive content. And also gets you weasels, also gets you those emotes, right? That's the primary reason, I think, for something like a membership or a sub. Whatever it is, even if it's signing up for Patreon or donating on Throne, let me know what topic you want to see, and I will put your money where your mouth is and allow you to put your thumb on the scale if you so choose. You can also put your thumb off the scale by saying Vox Populi and put your thumb on the scale against those with their thumbs on the scale. You can put opposing thumbs. Opposable thumbs, chat, is what we're talking about through Vox Populi, and that's just you saying, I want the winner of the popular vote to be the winner. So, we don't know what Vergonia is because you didn't tell us. I thought everyone knew about Vergonia. Vergonia is Alito's wife, fantasy shame flag to counter her neighbor's pride flag. That's right. That's right. She's the queen of the flags. She's got all kinds of flags. She's got flags, you know, she's got Gen 6 flags, she's got upside down flags, and she's now got a Vergonia flag. Vergonia. I thought it would just be, oh, you know what? Wait. What? I should have said Vergonia, the secret tapes. Maybe that would have made it do better. No, because I did on the other one, it's only at 21%. It's losing on both. It's losing on both. Anyway, chat, we'll worry about Vergonia some other time. For now, we've got the rest of a debate to cover. Let's jump back into it.
Money.
Did the camera come back on?
Yes, you're good. Wu, take it away.
So I'm extremely worried about this, and Josiah, this is where I think you're wrong.
You're wrong, Josiah.
You're assuming the only way to have power is to have electoral power, and that is not true. I think the fringe left has captured a lot of media power, and I think they have a lot of power in silencing people that they disagree with. A really good example, Anna Kasparian and her entire controversy with birthing person, right? This is something, I'm sorry, if you talk to cis women, the majority of them entirely agree with Anna. It is obviously wildly dehumanizing to be called, like, defined by your reproductive organs, right? But the way the fringe left took this issue is to make her pay a price for this. If you look at the way the fringe left wields cultural power, you have medical institutions, you know, Planned Parenthood, you know, just across the board that's really steering away from language to even say man or woman when it's coming to healthcare stuff. And this has a really, it is power being exercised. And my objection to it isn't like some weird gender critical turfy like objection to it. My problem with it is it makes people hate trans people and not want to support trans rights. I've got a really big problem with that. So the way that they are wielding that power, it doesn't just affect Biden. On the issues that I care about the very most, the fringe left is making it so we are unelectable. So I have a massive, massive problem with that. And I think you're really discounting how big the threat is.
Can we unpack that for a minute? Because again,
Please.
correct me if I'm wrong. And
sure.
Seriously, correct me if I'm wrong. But wasn't Anna Kasparian upset because of language that was used in legislation to refer to birthing person? You know, not saying that you're suggesting this, but as far as I'm aware, it wasn't like MSNBC and CNN stopped referring to women when it came to having kids, and they referred only to birthing people.
No, I think it was some organization was saying birthing person, some healthcare organization was saying that as far as providing gynecological care. That's as I'm remembering it. I could be wrong about that, but I don't think it was legislation.
We may be on the same page, because I thought it was about legislation referencing gynecological, prenatal and neonatal care. That was my understanding, and she was triggered, from my understanding, that the language in the bill and that the language that people were advocating being used in the bill referred to birthing person, which I think is actually pretty anodyne, given that, that it's not just, biological or assigned to birth women can have kids, right? I as far as I'm aware, it was not like this.
Are you really going to pretend that there's not a trans project to erase any, to rewrite all of this language? Because there obviously is, man. I mean, come on, let's get real.
Yeah, but let's get real. I don't know how widespread that is, Brianna, because again, I pay attention to electoral politics. I pay attention to the news. It's entirely possible that I'm missing something in between commercials. But one thing I do know, this is not the position of the Democratic Party. It's not the position of Joe Biden. And it's not the position of CNN, MSNBC, or the major news networks. It's not the position, as far as I'm aware, of David Pakman, the Young Turks, major political commentators. So I don't know where it is. I'm sure it's out there.
There is a poll that just came out a couple of days ago, and I will link it to you after we get done, showing support for trans rights is plummeting quickly. And it is because of all of this stuff. And to be clear, a big part of this is accounts like Libs of TikTok picking the worst representatives for trans rights and advertising it. But the other part of it is there is this soft cultural power that is being wielded to do things that just don't make sense to normal people, and to get things like Planet Fitness. I don't know if you know this story, but there was someone, California passed a law that made it so if you want to change your gender, you don't have to do what you had to do 20 years ago, which is go to therapy, get a therapist to write a letter certifying that you have gender identity disorder, and take that letter and use it to go get hormones and your documentation changed. You can just go to the DMV and fill out a checkbox. Makes sense, hey, demedicalizing stuff, making it easier, sure. But what happened is someone who was a little pervert and was not trans, and someone who got off by showing their genitals to women abused that law to basically do this.
Of all the times, wow. She's talking about Planet Fitness, right? She's on the Planet Fitness thing. Is she even, I feel like she's not characterizing the situation correctly. Because of people like you, Brianna. Wait, Brianna is building bridges with the Nazis instead of people who don't vote anymore, which outnumber Dem and GOP. Literally nobody cares about this, Brianna. None of the normies care. I was literally at an event where nobody cared when birthing person was said with regard to the right to abortion. In Mexico, we have a law of gender identity. We literally have it so the person who knows who they are just has to ask to get all their documents changed, and a state service run gender clinic whose understanding of the world is completely mediated by her social media feed. In my home state, it applies to trans kids as well. God damn. Just anything she can do to throw other trans people under the bus. Any situation that she can bring up to make trans people look bad. To show that she is one of the good ones. Anyway.
and go into a locker room and expose their genitals to women, and it was hard at the time. So you know, the thing is, all those.
That is not the version of the story that I heard. Actually, maybe I don't even know what she's talking about. I thought she was talking about the incident where somebody took a picture, like a cis woman took a picture of somebody in the women's restroom and was like, look at this, how dare you allow this person into our dressing room. And they were like shaving. And but yeah, like I don't know, maybe there's another situation that she's talking about. Is this a different situation? Is this a different Planet Fitness incident? I don't even know.
Stories make it out into the mainstream.
Can you link me that story after?
Hold on. Let me finish.
Yeah, what is she yapping about?
It's very difficult to talk about this in a nuanced.
This is the second time Whick has been shut up.
Way because of that soft cultural power that is being employed. It's very hard to have a nuanced conversation about public policy, about what the public policy of California should be for changing your gender on driver's licenses, because it instantly gets dialed up to 11 and you're called a transphobe if you have anything but the most extreme position. This is really hurting the movement.
I want you to respond to that. Before you do, just to, I would like a link to that story so I can review it at some time.
Is this the spa situation? Is like the LA spa situation from 2020? It could be because like with Brianna, she'll remember stuff from a while ago, but she won't remember how long ago it is. So I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if this is the Los Angeles spa story. No, the Planet Fitness situation. It's where the facility, the facility sided with the trans woman. Also, the person that was complaining took a picture of this person, right? And like, you're not allowed to take photos of others in the freaking, you know, changing room.
But yeah, that's just to piggyback off that. The problem isn't so much that there's legislation, right? These things. It's that we can't talk about these things without a substantial portion of the fringe just excising you. I think, pardon me for using you as an example,
okay.
Brianna.
Whick, once and for all, what the fuck are you yapping about? A substantial portion, so a large portion, but maybe not all, of the fringe will excise you. But if they are the fringe, why do you care? So either one, you're lying and it's not the fringe. You have problems with more people than just like whatever Brianna said, 1% of the furthest left people, or two, they don't have the power to excise you. You shouldn't, like, you can't be like a tiny, incredibly tiny number of people have excised me. What will I now do? You are not a fucking victim then. Go on your day. Enjoy your life, because if they are fringe, if it's like basically nobody that's excising you, then nobody is excising you. And what the fuck do you have to complain about? What are you talking about? What is bro yapping about?
But I think Brianna is an excellent example of this happening, and I can see it in my chat, my YouTube chat, and things like that. Any kind of bringing up of anything that does not fit the narrative that they have decided is what leftism is treated as transphobia, right-wing fear-mongering, all these things. And it has turned off a substantial amount. Biden should be running away with this election. Biden.
Whick, your stream has turned off a substantial percentage of the people interested in politics on Twitch. Allow me to explain. Allow me to explain. You've gotten huge guests like Destiny, Vosh, whoever, time after time after time after time. This guy's gotten an unbelievable amount, a glut of big name guests. And yet, the amount of people that you retain, the amount of people that come to your channel to watch this shit show remains very small. Right? Meaning, Wick, that you have already achieved close to audience saturation when it comes to people that have been to your stream, that are aware of you, that know what you do, that have seen your work as a debate moderator. And a vast majority of those people have said, nah, no thank you. You've had every opportunity, Wick, and you are a bigger failure than anyone I know on the platform, with the exception maybe of Tomfoolery, but I don't even know if that's true. Tomfoolery also gets big guests, and one wonders what he has on these guests, right? But that's a different story, and I don't think he really gets the big guests anymore. Most recently, he was seen getting his ass kicked by one goddammit Malcolm in a debate about his so-called gender doc. The dude is claiming to be a linguist who is an expert on he's got gender figured out, and it turns out that gender is just sex. Somehow it's a cultural aspect of sex, or I don't know. Anyway. Malcolm destroyed Tomfoolery, and I don't know. Is Josiah gonna destroy Wick? Probably not. Josiah's a nice guy. Josiah's not trying to shit in anybody's milkshake. As tempting as it might be, he's gonna try to leave his enemies intact here.
He should be running away with this election.
Look at him pretending. Look at this fucking virtue signaling little soy boy. Literally, you are like I can see your face right before me turning into a Wojak, Wick. I can see the Wojackification of your fucking face, bro.
Based on the facts at hand, based on how the economy is doing, right? Based on the fact that Trump is a convicted felon.
Wick is indignant, folks. Wick is indignant. He's got something on his mind. He's gonna let you have a piece of his mind. That's what he's gonna do. No, what did I just press? What did I do? I fucked everything up, didn't I? Wait, we're right in the middle of Wick's diatribe. He's goblin mode. Wick has gone goblin mode.
But at the end of the day, Biden at his worst day is just objectively better for me than Trump.
Be seeing some of these extremists go off and letting them know public's hesitations. Thank you. Oh my God, they attacked you again, Josiah. But back to
woke mob,
to the matter at hand, and gang, thank you for the money. If you like,
I'm listening. I'm gonna try to fuck with the setting, but I've got
Benjamin.
Where the fuck
standards?
were we?
You get therapy.
Where were we?
Is this general tendency for people on the left who are more center, who are more, big D Democrat, to just cede this?
Wick, don't call yourself that. Just don't. Just don't. Don't call yourself. Don't ever say big D Democrat again. Can I ask you one favor? Please don't ever say that again. You're making me cringe, Wick. You're making me cringe so hard.
Any kind of
one of us big D Democrats over here. Ha ha ha. Oh my God.
Of talking points to the fringe, and I think that we need to. I don't think we can silence them, but I think we can just make it
But if they were the fringe, it wouldn't matter. So either you're lying about them being the fringe, or you're lying about being victimized by them. Which one is it, Wick?
More clear than we have that, they're just the crazies. They're actually not a part of us. We're not going to pander them to all. They can go get fucked. On these things, be captured by these crazies who have decided that if you disagree with them, and they don't have any real legislative power, but for whatever reason, our elected officials have decided to grant them.
What is he talking about?
This power to affect how they talk about these things. You get castigated, you get crucified. And I just excising you. I think, pardon me for using you as an example, Brianna, But I think Brianna is an excellent example of this happening, and I can see it in my chat, my YouTube chat, and things like that.
There we go. We're back where we're supposed to be.
Bringing up of anything that does not fit the narrative that they have decided.
The narrative. That's right, the narrative. What? Look, I called Naomi Klein Natalie Klein earlier, so I got no room to speak, okay? But what the fuck is the narrative? Is that like the narrative, but you lasso it with a lariat? What is? I've got to get the lariat. The narrative. It's like the. I don't know, chat. What kind of fucking rodeo is this clown running?
Is what leftism is treated as transphobia, right-wing fear-mongering, all these things, and it has turned off a substantial amount. Biden should be running away with this election. Biden should be running away with this election.
Listen, trans people, if you only would not say anything about transphobia, not ever call anything transphobia. If somebody has a transphobic idea, that's just like their idea, man. And you should be like, wow, that's a really cool idea that you have, that my identity is not valid at all. And I am a sick person and my existence is harmful to children or whatever the fuck else you want to say. I should just be cool with that. Trans people, you should just be cool with that. You should just like be like, okay, that's cool. That's very cool idea that like my existence is part of the George Soros woke agenda to destroy the family. Jesus fucking Christ, Wick. Would you fucking drop this goddamn virtue signal bullshit?
Based on the facts at hand, based on...
I can't even pretend to be mad at you. You're pretending to be mad at people like me. I can't muster the fucking give a fuck to be similarly angry with you.
How the economy is doing, right? Based on the fact that Trump is a convicted felon, based on the insurrection attempt in January 6th, based on all these facts, but he's not.
So it's because of trans people. Look, it's because trans people say shit's transphobic. It's because black people say shit is racist. It's because, wow. If only minority groups would shut the fuck up and sit the fuck down, obviously then the MAGA chuds would be like, you know, he is a convicted felon now. Yeah. Aren't we tough on crime? We don't like crime. Yeah, right. And he committed a crime objectively by the court. Yeah, before I was going to say maybe it was a woke conspiracy, but since the trans people and POC have not been complaining lately, I'm inclined to believe that maybe that was the proper carriage of justice. Yeah, I mean, right, it can't be like all 12 jurors, like, you know, are part of some plot to put him in jail. It looks like he really did something. Yeah, maybe we shouldn't vote for him. Yeah, and as a matter of fact, doesn't he seem a little extreme? Right? Doesn't he seem a little bit... Let's go with somebody a little bit more moderate this time. Let's vote for Biden. Yeah, we're riding with Biden now. That's how the MAGA chuds work. That's how they work. That's all you had to do. And they would have been amenable to going back to brunch and drinking mimosas with you.
And part of that is because we have let ourselves the dialogue, right, around these things, the discourse around these things, be captured by these crazies who have decided that if you disagree with them, and they don't have any...
Wick has heard somebody raise their voice and on stream and sound impactful because they cared about what they're talking about, and he's just trying to emulate that. Like, this is a sad shadow of a take, Wick.
Real, like, legislative power, but for whatever reason, our elected officials have decided to grant them this power to affect how they talk about these things. Yeah, you get castigated, you get crucified, and I think it's... We have example after example after example of this happening. So I like, this is where I'll push back against you, Josiah. I just don't know how you can't see that, and it feels like you can't see that. I don't know. Maybe I'm being unfair to you, but respond, please.
No, I think it comes down again to triage. I will acknowledge that there is a fringe movement, particularly on social media, who say crazy shit. and I recognize that. I don't know to what extent it animates or to what extent it's representative of the progressive movement. Twitter is not the most trafficked social media.
So I don't know who Josiah thinks are the crazies, but he's got the good sense to not make more enemies for himself. He's focused on the fight that he wants to have. He's not going to fight with the Bill Maher's of the world or anyone like that, but he's gonna fight with the Marjorie Taylor Greens of the world, the Lauren Boeberts of the world, the Donald Trumps of the world. These are who he has smoke for, and he's not getting distracted. Or he doesn't have this content strategy like Whick to pretend to be indignant and try to squeeze out a few more super chats from a bunch of pathetic people, a bunch of pathetic, sweaty Twitch poll nerds.
A website, for example, it could be 5%, it could be 25%. I have no idea. For me, to the extent that I am aware of trans issues, I've covered them in the past, but as the election's gotten tighter, yes, it's been more focused on policies. It's been Republican legislation that's been the bane of trans people in this country. It's 100 anti-trans legislation or 100 anti-trans bills in 2021, then going to like 200 in 2022, now 500 in 2024. I think the primary culprit is the GOP. And to the extent that there are people on Twitter who are useful idiots that the GOP can weaponize and say, see, this person says this crazy shit and they've got, X number of likes or whatever. I think it suggests that the idea is we must somehow silence all the crazy people in a mass movement comprised of tens, if not hundreds of millions of people. And it's not possible.
That's not what I'm asking.
Well,
That's
wait
not
a
what
minute.
I'm asking for. Yeah, finish. I'm sorry.
Well, then I'm not sure what you want from me, because I see it as there will always be crazy people in our movement, as there is in every movement. The question is,
please don't take this as a personal kind of. It's not. I'm not angry specifically at you. I think you do fine.
Sure.
You do better than me in a lot of ways, right? At what you do. But what I'm talking about, right? What I'm speaking to is this general tendency for people on the left who are more center, who are more, big D Democrat, to just see.
I've got people on the Patreon trying to get into the Discord. And I know some people were able to do that successfully, but there's some people that are like, I don't see anything clickable. I don't know how to work it. And I don't know what to tell them, because it's like not, it's either like authorizing Discord on like Patreon, or maybe authorizing Patreon or on Discord is usually how you hook it up. It's basically you got to let Discord know that your account on Patreon is the same as your account on Discord. But yeah, if anybody knows how that works or has figured that out, let me know, because like this is the one thing that like we got the Discord, we got the Patreon integrated into the Discord, and so we got kind of like a members only section in the Discord for patrons. So it's going to be a place where you can come and see where your perks are available. Hopefully we'll be able to link those things, hang out. We'll eventually do special after a stream, I think, for what is it, Legend, it's Fancy Weasel and Up, I think, get like get a post stream every week with me, where we just hang out in Discord for a bit, and other cool things as well. Check out the Patreon. But yeah, I'm trying to make sure we can get everybody into the Discord, because that's one of the perks, and it took me long enough to set it up, so I just don't know how it works necessarily on your end, but I'm trying to figure it out. George Santos has his own kink.com page at this point. Yeah, apparently George Santos is doing it at OnlyFans. Is that what I'm reading here? Yeah, George Santos has joined OnlyFans.
Feed this any kind of talking points to the fringe, and I think that we need to. I don't think we can silence them, but I think
I should have put that in the poll.
We can just make it very clear, and more clear than we have, that they're just.
Bad Ash says it's the overwhelming amount of legislation that's making people apathetic towards trans people, not Brianna's bullshit.
crazies. They're actually not a part of us. We're not going to pander them to all. They can go get fucked. That's it. Right. And I want to get to the super chats. I got to make a little money.
I mean, that's right, Wick. We can all get fucked. Can you say the same thing? With your zero res stream, can you truly say the same thing, Wick? Is that what this is about? The inability to get fucked, right? It's, I don't know, Wick. I wouldn't give up quite yet, you know?
So let me get through these super chats, and then we'll get back into the discussion, okay?
I know it can be frustrating out there on the dating market, but come on.
Okay with that?
Sure.
Okay. $2 from Testicle Johnson. Should all beaches be nude beaches? Why?
From Testicle Johnson. Oh, I'm glad we're getting to hear from Testicle Johnson here. I don't know. Is this usually where like the stream like falls off? Is like where they stop reading, where they start reading super chats? Is there going to be anything else worth like hearing?
Yelling at Trump voters. I mean, they're just not going to listen to me.
I think that because we talked about this before,
Sure,
and
sure.
this is the last thing I'll say. I'll let you have the
Yeah.
last word, and then Brianna can
Yeah.
say what she has to say. But we've had this conversation before, and I thought, unless I'm mistaken, you eventually conceded that your audience was more right wing than you.
Santos is tainting drag
initially.
It is.
So I don't think it's fair to
But
say.
they're not. There we go. This is. I mean, look, this is a very right wing audience. I mean, not entirely, and they could be more right wing. Okay, I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to mislead anybody here. I'm not trying to say they're like the most right-wing audience, but it's a right-wing audience. That's who likes your shit. That's who you're catered to. That's who you were just catering to. People who are like just spending, like staying up at night worrying about the crazy lefties. That's who you're catering to.
MAGA voters.
I understand, but my point is, there again, I think it's a good opportunity. If I had an audience that was, again, let's just use the incentrist moniker. This is my beef with somebody like Constantine, or others as well who say that they're centrist. Well, if that's true, then you should actually spend time criticizing the right and left. If you are a centrist who criticizes the left, you are a right winger. You're just a dishonest one, right? That's why I try to be very open about my partisan and ideological leanings. It's not that I think the left is perfect, and believe it or not, even in my videos, I've criticized President Biden and the Biden administration because I disagree with certain strategic decisions that they've made. I disagree with certain policy decisions that they've made. But at the end of the day, Biden at his worst day is just objectively better for me than Trump at his best, and I'll never make that false equivalence. So to your point, Wick, I understand where you think you carry more of an audience and you carry more attention from the left, ergo it's worth your time to try to critique the left to get it to better itself. But I think based on your audience breakdown, you have that influence on the right and say, hey, Republicans.
Well, this helps with the center right too, and I'll respond. Then we're going to get the right to Wu, but this helps with the center right too because there's a lot of people like Counterpoints is a great example. He's on the right, he's a right winger, but he's not going to vote for Trump, and I think that reaching out to those people and letting people who are iffy on Trump who are on the right see that there's quote unquote sane Democrats, sane progressives. I think that does wonders. And this is just a disagreement on like, I don't have a study right in front of me.
Yeah, but I get along with Connor. So where's the disagreement there? I get along with Connor. I say fuck you to him, but that's because
Connor's
he's a 40K
Counterpoints is a very agreeable
he's a prick.
A very agreeable individual if you come at him the right way. But I will say, right, that like there are people in my audience who dislike you, Josiah, but who like me.
No shit.
Yeah. I don't know if you noticed, right?
I am aware.
Do you understand? Like, there's this. We all have different people that we will do better with, and I think that like you do great in your sphere, but I just wish you would help me more in mine. But that's all. But Wu, let's give it to her.
This is what I want to say.
Wait, what's he asking Josiah to do? Oh my God. The chatter's saying, I think Josiah's problem is that he doesn't understand practical politics and how absolutely deranged culture war issues are easy layups to the right, and that congressional repubs are good at the job. you know, the truth of the matter is that his lack of understanding is like when it comes to people like Destiny, right? Like, he seems like a decent person, you know, probably, like I said, I'm sure we don't agree on everything politically, you know, to the right of me, but right, he's not Destiny. And yet, you know, when given a chance, he swims in those waters, right? Now, I've made the same mistake myself, right? I thought that Destiny was more reachable, more approachable at one time than I do now. And you know, it didn't. At the end of the day, I privated my video, like where I talked to Destiny, right? It's not that I'm embarrassed about anything that I said there. The content of it is basically, that, you know, he was telling me that Demon Mama's this horrible person. He called her like subhuman and all this stuff, and you know, she has to be stopped, right? She's gonna get me canceled. She's gonna make me lose a sponsorship, like, and you know, he's mad because she did well in a debate against him. And so I told him I think that she's not any different than anybody else that's in the debate sphere. Not to say that she's great. There's plenty that I disagree with Demon Mama about, but you know, she's not any worse than anyone else out there. She's not worse than Vosh or Destiny or anyone, right? Picking her out and being like, you know, she is evil incarnate is kind of silly, right? That was the, you know, and then we talked one more time about cancel culture. Steven's worried about being canceled, and I tried to convince him that the real victims of cancel culture are the same victims that they've always been. It's marginalized people. And, you know, he's really kind of like worried about nothing. Any sort of cancellation, any sort of exclusion, any sort of scapegoating, which is really what we're talking about, that he could face, is going to be nothing compared to that faced by marginalized people. But he played the piano instead of listening to me. So at the end of the day, I don't think I made a positive impact. I don't think I did any good. I don't think it's worthwhile to talk to Destiny. I've turned down opportunities to have conversations with Destiny since then. And really have no interest talking to Destiny going forward. But I had to learn the hard way. So I don't like judge somebody for not seeing what I now see about people like Destiny and Vosh. Anyway.
And I think that like you do great in your sphere, but I just wish you would help me more in mine. But that's all. But Wu, let's give it to her.
This is what I want to say. So Whick can back me up. I just dropped this Pew poll in DMs with him. It wouldn't let me put it in the chat where you could see it, Josiah. So in September of 2017, there's a question like, do you...
General Public says, yeah, I mean, people actually did try to cancel you in CC. What if how different do you think it would be if I like had like all the smoke in the world for like Dylan Burns at all? Like if I just like whenever they came up, I like, you know, called them like the worst insult I could think of. And I was just like, I mean, it's not something. I'm just wondering because like I don't know, did I do something wrong? You're supposed to like 2017 is a long time ago. Wait, that's for what? Wait, what's this about? Shakespeare, they also have those weird ghost things on the toilet in men's restrooms that screech and holler until you sit down to pee? Because Germans don't like people standing up at the toilet. Because of the increased splash factor? Is that why? Ryu says, I was introduced to you when Destiny was shitting on you. I did not understand at all. Then I realized it's because you're actually a good person. And these people are... Wait, when was Destiny shitting on me? Are you talking about the Jesse Singal thing? Yeah, screaming ghosts on the toilet? Yeah, what is up with that? pro-social hygienic ghosts. That's wild, right? I'm lucky if I can convince people to put the toilet seat down. You know what I'm saying? He would bring you up on stream? Really? When was this, Ryu? This must have been a while ago, right? Are we talking about like 2021?
Think that your gender can be different from the sex you were assigned at birth, or is determined by your sex you were assigned at birth. In September of 2017, that was 45% of people.
This is years ago, yeah, but like which year? I didn't realize that I made him mad. Other than maybe with the Jesse Singal thing, but like I don't know. I mean, he added me at he replied to me on Twitter, but
people saying it could be different to 53. It has gone down and down and down and down as we've let the fringe run the trans movement, which has happened.
The French run the trans movement? Is that right? Is that what she said? She's the French.
Very heavily in the last 7 years. And today, 2 out of 3 people believe that you can't, trans people are not real, they don't change their gender, and only 1 in 3 people think that, right? This is a disaster for the trans movement. It directly ties into the public policy that trans people can expect, like access to health care, access to having insurance pay for surgeries like SRS or FFS. So respectfully,
respectfully, Brianna, you need to like cite at least some of your sources once in a while, please.
Question was, do I have to do this? My answer is no. You don't have to call out.
I guarantee you, if your name is brought up in his community, are you talking about like on Discord, or do you mean on stream?
Out the fringe left. This is, I kind of think about activism like an RPG party. You would probably be more of a white mage out there healing.
But I mean, I don't know. That was a huge, that was probably a huge L for me, not knowing that he said that shit. Because I mean, that's free clout right there. Destiny shits on you. That's like, does he realize that? Like that's like a friendly thing that he can do for you at this point, right?
The Democrats and trying to keep us healthy and unified and moving along. But some of us, no one has been calling out this crazy fringe dude. And because of that, now 2 out of 3 voters don't even think trans people are real. That is disastrous for trans people. It has a real world impact in public policy. So if you don't want to do that job and you don't do that job, because I checked your YouTube before I came on, that's fine. It's your prerogative. You can choose what to do with your own.
If she was using did she say 2017? Wait, Bad Ash, that's what you were saying 2017 about? Wait, she's talking about 2017, and she's trying to be like, yeah, our latest poll from 5 years ago, right? Prior to, you know, all this, like, prior to people even, you know, recognizing that trans people do exist, right? I mean, there was, you know, more, like, okay, so Caitlyn Jenner came out. That was like the first big sort of public, I guess, acknowledgement, exposure of trans people, you know, to, I could imagine somebody saying before that most people did not know that trans people existed, but 2017, it's like a few years after that, there was it was definitely like, after like the helicopter memes, the I identify, my pronouns are kind of memes, that kind of shit.
Career, but this is incredibly important to me. This is the #1 issue that I care about, and someone has got to fucking do this.
Well, it's the second, right? Because remember, democracy is first, and then as far as
Sure,
like major
fair
policy
enough,
issues.
fair
yeah.
enough, yes.
So okay, I am not
But
a gamer.
it's very
I'm going to
valuable,
try to use
very
this
valuable,
metaphor,
yes.
and you
Not a gamer, but
tell me.
go with me.
Oh, no.
Go with me if you will.
Oh no, okay,
Shut
here
up,
we go.
Wick. I'm going to try this. Okay, listen. All right.
We have faith in you, Zaddy.
You're right. I would be the cleric healing the party or whatever.
This is painful. Go on.
Shut up. Listen, I'm going to get to it. But
Wait, is he the one that brought up the metaphor of like a RPG kind of deal, like a like a Final Fantasy 14 World of Warcraft type RPG. Brianna Wu saying the decline of public support for trans rights is because of French people on the left and not because of right-wingers and centrists both attacking trans rights.
But you would, okay, but Brianna, and I'm not saying you're doing this, but I'm saying, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but you also don't want to be the member of the party shooting other members of your party, right? Even if let's say you're playing with a noob like me. You'd be like, Josiah, you got to do this differently. You got to do this differently. But you ultimately agree that at the end, you zap the lasers at.
Yeah, it's like a run around C16 in Canada and Jordan Peterson.
The enemy, the opponent, which in this case would be the right?
I would say it's like the Dark Knight mechanic in Final Fantasy XIV, where you sacrifice some of your health.
She actually knows this shit. Like, right, he's trying to relate, you know, and especially since he's on Twitch, right? He's trying to relate, right? He's like, I kind of know how this works. It's kind of like a cleric. Cleric heals you. Yeah, it's kind of like that. And she's like, actually, it's like the Dark Knight. And like, it's like, okay, thanks, Brianna. You just like lost everyone, including me. I don't play Final. Look, I love Final Fantasy. Okay, I need to play more of those games. I've played 8. I played a little bit of 6. I didn't finish it, right? I played 8. I've played 10. I've played 13. 1. I need to finish the rest of 13. I've played a lot of Kingdom Hearts. More Kingdom Hearts than Final Fantasy, right? But I know, even I know that 14 is a giant time sink. I cannot afford to, like, if you do, like, 14 steals your life away, apparently. It's very cool. It's very cool, apparently, but it's too much. I know I can't handle something like that.
Sacrifice some of your health to make the entire party stronger. That's
okay, now listen to the fucking antisocial direction she's gonna go with this.
I want to sacrifice that 1 or 2% on the fringe and marginalize them so we can get many, many more times those votes from the 42% of independents. That's
Is it possible?
So, what exactly makes you different than a Kiwi farmer, Brianna? How are you different than a Kiwi farmer? Like, that's what you're saying. And the irony is, right, when we're talking about lolcow dynamics, you've got that lolcow DNA, the lolcow social media DNA. You are performing that function for a good part of the internet. It almost makes me feel like I shouldn't feel bad for her at all. What she's doing. Make the party stronger by sacrificing the weak. Sacrificing the fringe. We must sacrifice them.
Is it possible, again, using this metaphor, that you inadvertently make the opponent...
Ooh, Tactics Advanced. Yeah, Tactics is cool. I think I've even got some Tactics gameplay over on the gaming channel.
Opponent stronger.
I think it's possible. Of course it is. Of course it is. But, I mean, again, look at this poll. Like, this is where the public policy is going. This is why these bills are finding such salience in state legislatures. So this needs an answer.
This is a classic thing. This is a classic thing of like an attempt to, I mean, this is how scapegoats work, right? You blame the scapegoat for what's going wrong, for your own misfortune. And then you harm them in a way that would be in no way excusable in order to somehow achieve some sort of effect, like some sort of sympathetic magic that's gonna happen when you fuck over the most fucked over in society. This is some dark shit. She's bad, chat. She's bad.
Listen, again, I do not and I have not quibbled. This is a constant tension that Steven and I have, is because Steven is more open than I am to swing left. But I think, and I understand you highlighted the differences, which is that he is a man operating in this space. He's afforded more generosity than a woman. I take all that at face value. But I also know that you respect Steven. and that you mended fences with Steven.
Wait, I don't get it. Brianna's been friends with Keffel. She's been friends. Well, I mean, Stardust isn't exactly like a model of success or anything, but she's been friends with Stardust. Like she knows plenty of women who swing left.
I think that to the extent that you are able, the extent that you are permitted, I think that adopting more of a page from his book, which is that he did it with trigonometry. He did it with, he does it with people that he talks to, the twins that he recently had the conversation with, whose name is the Hodge twins.
Yeah.
The conservative twins. Does anybody know who we're talking about here? Does anybody know about the conservative twins / the Hodge twins? These are a couple of real cringe lords here.
He agreed when there was points of disagreement, but he never permitted.
Stephen Gordon says 3 weeks ago, I didn't even know who Brianna was. I wish I could go back to that magical time.
This a false equivalence.
It was an age of innocence.
Or this notion or this criticism of the left to go unaddressed. I feel that he was able to dig his ground in. That to me is just the difference. It's just, and I also understand that maybe if I were in that.
Wait, why is it okay when Steven does it again? I'm trying to figure out what Josiah is saying here.
Criticism of the left to go unaddressed. When there was points of disagreement, but he never permitted this a false equivalence or this notion.
Okay, so Steven maintained. Oh my God, I don't think he's right about this. Look, I don't know how serious he was, but you can find clips of him being, look, these people are literally worse than the Nazis. This is literally worse than Nick Fuentes, right? And while he does content and helps resurrect Nick Fuentes' career.
This criticism of the left to go unaddressed,
the Hodge twins? No, I'm talking about the. Do they go to Mecca? No, it's a Hodge, Hodge Hodge twins.
I feel that he was able to dig his ground in. That to me is just the difference. It's just, and I also understand that maybe if I were in that position, Brianna, it would also be really fucking hard for me to, in the moment, disagree with the opposition. Because I feel it would potentially burn a bridge. I'm sympathetic to all that. I just still say at the end of the day, to the extent that attacks matter in your RPG, the lasers, the fireball, they should be directed predominantly at the opponent. And in my case, and I believe in your case too, that is still the shooting fireballs more at the right.
So I want to be generous to you now and say, look, this is something I've thought a lot about lately. I have gotten an ungodly amount of abuse from the fringe left following October 7th. I've reported more death threats to law enforcement.
I'm going to be right back.
As many as I did during Gamergate. The attacks on my integrity happen daily, and it's really, really hard for me not to be resentful about that. I think something I've been really struggling with lately is, am I letting that anger do to me what it did to J.K. Rowling and Dave Chappelle, where they got so angry at those people that were attacking them so much, they developed some really shitty politics? I don't think I have, but I've been thinking about that a lot. So I think your point is really taken. What I think the difference is, you mentioned Piers Morgan. I'm going to be going on Piers Morgan soon about a very contentious issue. And I intend to go on there guns blazing because Piers Morgan loves an argument. That's the one suggestion Cenk gave me when I was talking to him about it. He loves to argue. That's his favorite thing. So I'm going to give him one. I'm fine with that. My interpretation with Constantine and talking to him and Francis before the show was looking for that middle ground. I just thought it was the better tactic in the moment. So anyone that has seen me on Wick knows I have no problem going aggro if it's called for. I think your criticism is fair. I just want credit that I did build a bridge there. And I can show you hundreds of emails showing it. I did put a different face on the Democratic Party.
Two things
than a lot of his audience had seen.
Yeah, I want to get your side of the mic to respond, but then you said something in the middle there that I really want to ask you about.
Don't forget it, Wick.
Yeah,
Do not forget it. So to your point about the bridge, Brianna, again, if you're getting these emails from trigonometry fans saying that they have moved more leftward because of your appearance there, I can't contest that, and I'm not going to. I do think, as I said to you privately, a week ago or however long ago it was, and even now during this conversation, I do think, you did attempt to build a bridge. I just don't think they met you in the middle of that bridge. They stayed on the other end. That's it. And so to use a crude analogy, at a certain point, it's almost like, get your ass over here. I met you halfway. I am doing, to the extent that I believe that these are sincere, legitimate disagreements with my side of the aisle, I have shown you, Constantine and Francis, good faith. Now, unless you think the right is perfect, show me a little good faith, and let's talk about the election denialism of MAGA. Let's talk about how the Republicans have an objectively worse record on Ukraine. You mentioned, yes, a great question to Constantine and Francis when you said, do you think that the Republicans have been compromised by Russia? And he immediately dismissed it. But you know who hasn't dismissed it? Republican congresspeople like Michael McCall has said his own party has been infiltrated. And it's almost like Constantine, and I understand you would phrase this much more gently, but a guy who knows the Republican Party far better than you do, Constantine, an actual Republican, has said his party has been infiltrated by Russia. So are you prepared to grapple with that? The idea that there are some areas that the Republican Party is just deficient compared to Democrats? What will you give me in return? That's it. I think you built a bridge. I think you did the work. They didn't do any of it.
What did I miss?
Met them halfway on that bridge, and they stayed on the other side. And I do think that's a problem. And I think
can I just say something here really quickly?
Okay. We're talking about trigonometry again. So that's actually the subject, right? Brianna Wu wants to change it to the woke mob and how she wants to be bad, and the woke mob needs to be sacrificed in order to please the eldritch gods of her twisted psyche. She's revealing a lot about herself. Let's just put it that way.
This is an honest question. How much major media have you done in your career?
I completely disproved Brianna's 2017 stats. That's what she was trying to... I didn't even notice that, Badash. That's what she said. This is from a survey from 2017, and she's trying to use that as evidence that extremism in the trans community has resulted in people, not people changing their minds from thinking that gender is something that one can change to thinking it doesn't exist and it's all biological sex or whatever, I guess. Oh my god, chat, this is some long content today.
None.
Okay, so this is something I have learned because I've done a lot of major media. The most important hit is the first one because you really want to focus on the producer particularly, and really making sure you make it super easy for the producer to book you. And you want to, and then after that first hit, that's when you can get a little bit more aggro. But it's
okay, look. Is it true that that Mehdi Hassan's probably not going to get Representative Dean Phillips back on his program again? Yeah, that's true. Right? Is it true that you cannot dress down somebody and expose them in your first meeting if you want to do more content with them? That's true. All right? But she is exaggerating the fuck out of that, right? She's acting like, no, you gotta just be the only way that you can do this is your first media hit. It's the most important. You gotta make a good impression and be like, yes, sir, I will be the useful, leftist cow that you want, and I will give you all the milk, and I expect nothing in return. I will literally advance your ideological position for you, and then that's when you get in. The second one, you can start to be critical. The third one, you might even get a zinger in. Maybe the fourth one, I don't know this is such bullshit. Isn't transit acceptance pretty high, in the general public these days, an issue as politicians and yeah, in a minority of brain rotted rightoids, yeah. So many bridges, you'd think we'd have a decent infrastructure in the United States by now. Yeah, if we had a bridge if we had real infrastructure for every time Brianna built a bridge with a Nazi, I think we'd be pretty well off, actually.
Opening up that door that first time. So I think, like, in all seriousness, I'm sure I'll go back on again.
That's
and
good.
I think it will be a different kind of tenor because, you know, their audience likes me. It did good numbers.
Their audience does not like you.
You know, I think
their audience does not regard you as a human being, Brianna. What? That's a dangerous delusion if she really believes that. She can't believe that. Do you think she believes that? Their audience did not like her. You could tell in the comments, you could tell in the replies on Twitter. It was like 90% was just misgender. Yeah, they really liked me. I could tell by the way that they misgendered me. I could tell when they called me the wrong pronouns, but they did so in a very nice way. The audience really liked me.
I think there's value in kind of holding that once you have a good relationship established, because you don't want to be the asshole going on a show guns blazing and blowing it all up.
That's
Yeah,
me.
you don't want to begin
That's
the
me.
conversation when they're like, "Hi, Brianna, how are you?" And you're like, "Fuck you, you piece of shit." Right?
Yeah.
And listen, and again, if you think you're going to go back on, if you're going to try to go back on,
sure.
I hope that you act in such a way as to make it clear to them that they need to reciprocate. Good faith. This is the thing Wick and I've talked about before. Good faith cannot be one-sided by definition. If you and I are having a conversation and you act in good faith, Brianna, and I don't, by definition, we had a bad faith conversation because it must be reciprocated. And same thing with.
Okay, low key. Did he just say they had a bad? Did he just say this was a bad conversation? Like, if you take what he just said implies that this is a bad conversation. This is not a good faith conversation. If I was good faith and you were bad faith, well, there you go. That's the situation.
And I just don't think they did that for you. But hopefully in the future they will, and you'll have a chance to push them more.
He's being way nice to her
in the areas that you think the left must be defended, and attack the right where you think the right should be attacked.
Did you see me on Tim Pool? I think no one would say I wasn't very aggressive for that.
No, so if you recall,
yeah.
so it's funny. It's funny you say that because actually, yes, if you remember, you and I had a private conversation briefly about your exchange on Tim Pool. I think that the Tim Pool, again, in my opinion, armchair quarterbacking was a much better showing for you because you were charitable with Tim to the extent that I think Steven has tried to, Vosh has tried to, and you also push back more frequently. And has he ever talked about having you back on?
Yeah, I'll be back on soon.
Good for you. Okay, so yes, I that is an example of where I think that it was from my recollection and from my recollection of our conversation at the time, that was a much more balanced conversation where you dug your heels in much more often. I think it was to the betterment of the left because you represented them. Yeah.
But his audience liked me a lot less. I think that's worth.
Oh, I bet.
So,
I fucking bet. Yeah, I bet. Yeah.
I got less emails saying you changed my mind. So
yeah.
Well, different.
And again, I can't compete with that. So at the end,
I mean, wait, you're worried about death threats and shit, and you're going on Tim Pool's show. Like, chat, what do you want to bet a majority of Tim Pool's audience, if asked the question, are trans people writ large groomers, would say yes, would just straight up be like, yes, that is an association I am comfortable making.
At the end of the day, listen, if you've got evidence that you've moved people, like Steven talks about this before, how, him going on this channel, that channel, he's gotten emails and responses from people saying, hey, listen, I appreciate your reasonable approach. Then fair enough. I can just tell you what it looks like to me. So at the end of the day, it's a judgment call.
She loves being able to lie like this, right? She loves DMs that nobody has leaked yet. But whenever the DMs get leaked, they're not what she says they are. When she, when Jesse, she mischaracterized her conversation with Jesse Gender in my previous video. I cover this, right? When she mischaracterized that and Jesse showed the DMs, you could tell that she was lying. I have no doubt that she's lying here. I don't even know if there are emails. I don't know if she has email 1 of what she's claiming. The majority of Tim's audience most likely are chasers. Wait, Errol Musk, Elon's dad, groomed his adopted stepdaughter to be a wife? What? I didn't know that.
Saying that exact thing, that that the respect there, because, and this is what I want to highlight, I think, in these kinds of conversations, and this is just a general overall statement, right? Is that people have to respect you before they're going to believe you. They have to believe that what you are saying is going to be genuine and honest before they take you seriously. You can have all the facts at your disposal, but if they just think you're an asshole and don't like you, they're just not going to listen. And that's the unfortunate part. Like, would it be better if people just used logic and facts and reason? Probably, but they don't. That's not how people work. And asking people to just take your word for it and take your word for all these facts and things like that without at least making that pill swallowable.
Oh, he swallowed a lot of pills from Brianna. Like, right, like, and we're supposed to accept. We're supposed to take her word for what's in her emails. Really?
I think that that's a failure, right? A lot of left-wing commentators, me included, right, fail at this too often. Is that we want to shove it down the enemy's throat. And they're obviously gonna fight against that. But if you can make the pill much more soft, a spoonful of sugar helps medicine go down, right? And
yeah, but what's gonna help the cringe go down, Wick? Because that's the problem I'm dealing with right now. I don't feel like you've shoved any pills down my throat. I feel like you're shoving cringe down my throat, and I don't know exactly what to do about that.
And I think that we could apply that to most of our conversations. Now, there are certain people where I don't care if they gag when I'm trying to shove it down their throat, right? Like pills down their throat. But
it makes it extra cringe when an absolute Wojak like Wick tries to talk hard. When he's like, when I'm shoving dick, I mean pills down their throat. Ha ha ha. Whoa. Whoa, Wick, a little sexually aggressive there. Now I'm feeling massively uncomfortable. Better horse pills than horse paste.
But you know, stop. I regretted that phrasing almost immediately. Okay, but you know what I mean? Like, there's some people like I just don't want on my team at all, and they can go get fucked. But for people I'm trying to actually work with, who I believe are honest actors and are genuine people, I will use all the sugar I need to get them to swallow that pill. Let me touch on, and we're not gonna go too much longer, right? I know we got places to be, but I wanted to touch on something Brianna said, and I want to get your thoughts on this, because you mentioned it, and you mentioned it's something you think about it, but I wanted to talk about it more generally because I think it's very important. You mentioned that one of the worries that you have is that you are being negatively polarized, and what I mean by that is that you're being pushed into contrarian stances because of the just rabid hate that you get from certain sectors. Like, and I think Dave Chappelle and J.K. Rowling were two people you mentioned for that.
What?
So I wanted to interrogate that a little bit more, because I think
I'm just like J.K. Rowling and Dave Chappelle. We get hate even though we don't hate other people.
I think we should all acknowledge.
Talk about swallowing some horse pills.
That this is a thing that happens. And none of us are immune to this. None of us are immune to being negatively polarized. So can I ask you, Brianna, what are some ways that you have tried to protect yourself from this kind of thing? Because you get this probably more than me, more than Josiah, more than anyone that I've talked to, right? You get this so much. So what mechanisms, what habits have you employed to keep yourself from just going full, like, oh, you hate me? Okay, fuck you. I'm going to turn against everything you.
What do you mean? That's all she does. That's who she is. That's literally a description of how she operates.
Stand for, right?
She runs on 100% salt.
Well, I mean, I put out a tweet, that got a lot of, it actually got me a lot of unfollows this weekend saying like, hey, look, just so you know, I'm voting for Biden, y'all. I will never vote for Trump. The election denialism is a hard line. So I try to make the case for Democrats really consistently. I think a lot of it is the self-awareness. And I think if you look at my Twitter right now, I think probably too high a percentage of it is critiquing the fringe left. I do have to say, my motivation in talking so much about anti-Semitism is 100% about getting Joe Biden elected.
Okay, look, we've done, oh my God. This is like, it's too much, chat. It's too much. I don't know how much more I can take. Let's take a little breather here. It's a long stream. How, this is like a 2-hour video. How the fuck am I taking this long on a 2-hour video? I think I just had too many trinkets that I wanted to show you, right? I was too proud, chat. Too proud of like my... like all my little tricks, like how cool is that? That is the coolest shit ever. I'm sorry, that's never gonna get old. That is never gonna get old. I love that. Anyway, hopefully I have the rights to that sound. I think I do. Do it again? For real? Are you sure? It's not gonna annoy you? It's not gonna get old? The bad transes are making Brianna do it, yeah. What are the voters gonna make me do, though? Because it looks like the voters are making me do Matt Taibbi's Gaza take. And that's looking better and better. As much as Matt Taibbi is a cringe lord in his own right. Oh look, only ahead by 2% over Brad Cooper is fake in one stream. Ahead by 6% in the other stream. And then when we look at the tail of the tape, it's up by 6%. Through donos. Donos alone have raised this. Matt Taibbi's Gaza take 6%. It looks like it's ahead. Again, anything could happen. You can still vote, and you can still donate. Just when you do donate, let me know if you want me to put your money where your mouth is, and if you have a specific preference as far as which content we go for. There's Matt Taibbi's Gaza take that's winning. Brett Cooper's fake is a video by Jose. A video essay about Brett Cooper and how she's a fake streamer, which she is. Jink versus RFK is a debate between Jink, RFK, and maybe RFK's brainworm. I don't know if it comes out at the end. And Vergonia. Vergonia is just a sweet story of secret tapes, secret tapings, secret recordings of the wife of Justice Alito. But that's where we're at right now. That's where we're at. Wait, it was about destroying communism? Did I miss something? I probably did. There won't be any cutting it out of the VOD? Yeah, not at this point. It's a marathon stream. Anyway, when you donate, whether it's through Super Chat, Super Sticker, through becoming a member to get yourself weasels, or gifting the gift of measles. Don't give the gift of measles to anybody, chat. Do the gift the weasels though, if you like, right? Gifting the gift of weasels to other people, whether it is supporting me on Throne and helping to crowd fund better equipment, which I've got some better equipment right now. I've got my eye on a teleprompter for making videos, which would be pretty fun and pretty useful. as well as some other stuff, whether it's on Twitch through getting yourself a sub or passing on subs, which the weasels over there are fancy. They get you out of the ad break, and they also wiggle. They move. They're animated weasels, right? Or through bits or any of the donation links down in the stream. Just let me know, and I will add that amount towards the subject of your choice at the rate of 1% per dollar spent, and you can put your thumb on the scale of the poll that way, or you can put your thumb against the thumbs on the scale. We have opposable thumbs opposing the changing of the vote through putting your money behind Vox Populi, which is kind of a popular option right now. A lot of people voting against the anti-influencers down there, putting their money in Vox Populi. So we're gonna get back and finish this freaking debate somehow. I don't know. Maybe first I'm going to do another one of these. Okay. That was good. That was real good. And we're back. We're back.
Democrats are not out there making the case that this bullshit is not acceptable. I don't think
I can't take her. I cannot take her.
Jews are going to stand with us. I just flat out don't believe it. So, you know, that is about me trying to save the party. But I think it's just being aware that this can radicalize you and trying to, you know, stand with your values, right? So, yeah, I think particularly as we get closer to the election, I think you're going to see more and more of my Twitter talking, making the case for Democrats, if that makes sense.
No, it does, and I hope that's the case. I know I worry about myself in this.
Yeah.
Right? I worry that, especially with things like Israel-Palestine, that the overwhelming amount of crazy on the Palestinian side, I really try to not let it color.
The overwhelming amount of civilians being killed, the side which cares about that, you are typifying as crazy. Look, I'm not going to try to diagnose anyone's psychological state here, but I will say that there's one side that's not dealing with reality, that refuses to deal with reality, and it's not the pro-Palestine side, Wick. It's your side. It's Brianna's side. All right? We want to talk about some real fucking...
The realization that Israel has a lot of fucking problems. They do some fucking horrible shit.
Yeah.
And I'm just, again, just from a personal kind of perspective,
That's Wick. That's Wick talking.
what are some things that you feel like you have been unfair to people on? Let's do a come to Jesus moment.
Let's see if you have 1% self-awareness. Do you have, Brianna, at long last, even 1% of self-awareness? Let's go.
In what ways do you think you've maybe been unfair to people who maybe snapped when you shouldn't have? Do you feel like there are any examples of that you'd like to talk about? I'm just curious.
Like offhand right now, I mean, I lose my temper sometimes. That's my character flaw as a person. I've done it on your show before.
I mean, you definitely lost your shit over Josiah's mild criticism.
No, I do want to say something I think is different about me than you, Wick, is I've famously gotten it from both sides. You know, I came to prominence from getting this stuff from the alt-right.
Whereas Wick doesn't get it at all. No, that's not what she's saying.
Yeah, I've gotten it from the left. I think that
get it from the left sometimes, I get it from the right sometimes. Some of them
really has created a like I put a very high importance on speaking my mind and standing up for what I believe is right. But you know, at the same time, like I think sometimes, like you know, I think that it's I see the siren allure of turning against all these people, and I just try to be cognizant of that.
Wait,
myself.
You're feeling the fucking Palpatinian pull to go fully to the dark side, to just become the BFF of Lady Maga. to fully be like, I am the MAGA trans woman over here, not like the other trans women. I support MAGA. I support our president. She feels the you feel the pull. You feel the pull. I try to resist going over to the dark side fully and embracing that, even though
at the end of the day, Democrats need to win.
Gotcha. Josiah, well, I'm
until she gets mad.
I'm curious for you. I'm wondering, like, because again, you have a much less of a Twitter presence than Brianna Wu, but I am curious.
Or you for that.
Whoa, are we digging on his Twitter presence now?
Yeah.
To what extent do you find your
Whick has a Twitter presence? Is this true? I haven't checked. I don't really care about Twitter these days. Has Whick actually got a presence on Twitter? Can anybody confirm this for me in chat?
Yourself getting maybe negatively polarized against people who would otherwise be on your team, if at all, right? This might not apply to you, right?
Believe it or not, I have gotten critiques from people on the left before. I imagine they happen less frequently than either of you two. But so Cody Johnston of Some More News had this really funny tweet a long time ago where he said something like, the left got a little too PC, so I changed my position on healthcare, the military, foreign policy, domestic policy, blah, blah. You know, he's making fun of people like who do the
like Wu
thing.
Like Wu. He's making fun of people like Wu.
So one of the things I've tried to take from heart from the very beginning is, number one, I do sincerely believe in a progressive agenda and that the Republicans are the immediate obstacle. And like when I made this, when I tweeted the tweet that you made, Whick, for today's event, I had at least one person I saw in my mentions go off on me the fact that I'm having a conversation with Brianna, and I just ignored it. Now, it's easy for me to do because it's not like my mentions are being flooded with it. But when it's happened in the past, I either ignore it or I respond with an okay, like a lowercase okay. And the way I look at
That'll get him.
I'm going to be an ally to the left.
You hit them with the lowercase okay. They won't know what to do with that.
Even if the left doesn't fucking want it. Like if I ever get to the point where I drive, you know, like I said, I have a pretty good rapport with the guys at the Vanguard and I do like them, but it's entirely possible that between now and the election, they'll be so pissed off about my pro-electoral, go reelect Biden no matter what, you know.
No, I don't get that at all from the Vanguard. I mean, they know who you are. They know what you're about, and you know, they respect probably the part about you that is not gonna, like, right, the people that come into conflict with the left are the people that create that conflict with the left, right? If you are not as far left as I am, oh fucking well, you know, hopefully, you know, you're not endorsing genocide or, you know, I mean, like, you know, silence, you know, on important issues isn't great, but whatever, right? I got bigger fish to fry. But if you're Brianna Wu, oh yeah, you're going right in the frying pan.
Situation, because I think, you know, a Democrat would be better in that position than a Republican. I will be an ally of the Vanguard, whether the Vanguard wants it or not. I will be an ally.
That's funny. That's funny to imagine the Vanguard being like, fuck this guy pondering politics. What do you think, Zach? Yeah, I fucking hate this guy. Gavin. Like, right, can you imagine the Vanguard being like salty about Josiah, and Josiah's like, like super pondering politics, super chats, $12. Hey guys, still you know, thinking about you, right? And they're all like mad. Yeah, no, I don't see Zach and Gavin doing that.
Of the left, whether the left wants or not, I will not allow them. They cannot kick me out of this. I will bear hug them in love and say, listen, I will never turn to the right.
Got you. Okay. Great.
I will never turn to the right, no matter how much you hate me, because I do sincerely hold these principles, and also because I think it's a fun way to annoy these people. So it's kind of like that. But it's also easy for me to say now because it's entirely possible that if I had, you know, 500,000 Twitter followers and I was just getting inundated in this shit from my side, my views may change. But as of right now, that's how I've gone.
Do you get death threats regularly? Do people tell you they're going to rape you? Do you get child pornography sent to you? I get that all the time, man.
I've had 2 death.
Stop talking to Samantha Banana. I'm sorry, but it sounds like you're in DMs with Samantha Banana. Brianna. Just stop just block her. Block her, block her, block her. Right? All she's gonna do is talk to you in all caps and send you that shit.
Threats sent to me through YouTube, right? Such that they were like, when I came back to it, they were
That's what you get for talking to Lauren Southern's editor.
auto-moderated.
Oh, hey, look, I
out.
just had a guy
Yeah.
accusing me of raping women in my channel right now as we're
Yeah.
talking, right? So, yeah.
Is it the ghost of Andrew Breitbart?
Go ahead.
But Brianna, that's what I'm saying. It's entirely possible that I would feel much more bitter about it or have the temptation to really be galvanized by it if I were inundated the way that you are. But
It's not that I think I'm bitter. It's that I think, for whatever reason, for whatever reason, you know, there are a lot of people that really, really love me, and there are some people that just hate me. It's very similar to Destiny, right? So at this point,
there's not anybody who really, really loves you. There's not anybody who cares about you. There are people that hate the same people that you hate. And then there are like the 90% of the people that engage with you that hate your guts, right? And that's including the MAGA chuds that are fucking, you know, misgendering you and dehumanizing you, and you know, the people on the left that are just can't believe how cringe you are.
point, I'm just damaged from all of it, to be really honest with you. Sure. And I could just tune it out. So, you know, I guess I'm just saying it's easy to say that. That's how you would respond. I think if it
yeah, I'm just like Destiny for real. That's what Wick's chat is saying. Wick's chat is making fun of her.
It actually happened to you, I think you might feel a little differently. So,
which is precisely what I said.
Which is precisely why I don't talk to Lauren Southern's editor.
Precisely what I said. That
and you shouldn't either, Brianna.
Circumstances were different, I might feel differently. But the way I've been trying to go about it from the beginning is basically frame it in my mind that no matter what, I will try to cling to these principles. Yeah, no matter what. But yeah.
Can I ask you just real quick, because I know we got to go and I want to wrap up a little bit. But I want to ask both of you first this final question, and then if either of you have questions, questions for each other, we can ask those, and then we'll wrap.
Finally, the final question.
To you both.
Get to the final question, Wick. Say it.
What?
Then we'll get to the good content.
Core foundational principles, right?
Oh my God! What a fucking ridiculous open-ended question. We are not anywhere close to done.
What? When someone asks,
we are nowhere close to done.
Like, what principles are the most important to you? How would you answer? And I want Josiah first, then we'll pass it to Wu, and then, yeah.
Why does he always call her Wu? That's so weird.
As much as possible.
Her name is Brianna.
Try for a society which gets as close to equality as possible, or at least presents that opportunity.
What are your core values?
Doing so requires enshrining minority rights in there as well, and also just civil rights in general, you know, freedom of speech, freedom of religion. Basically trying to create a society that everybody is on as much of an even footing as possible, and then from there, they go from there, but one that, you know, looks out for the least among us.
He said, just said Among Us.
Those are principles that I hold pretty dear.
He just said Among Us, chat.
I think politics change and what is important changes. Like in the Bush era, you know, stopping the Iraq War was something I considered a top priority. Today, it is, you know, safeguarding trans rights. So, you know, it's not so much a policy as much as I think it's integrity. It really amazes me how little people talk about integrity. And Wick, you served in the military, so I know you get this. I came from a military family, and we talked about that all the damn time growing up. So being truthful to your word, being honest in how you
Wick served in the military.
Present things, standing up for what you believe, you know, trying to think about your actions and make sure that you're being reasonable and fair. You know, that is my highest principle. And, you know, what I want by the end of my career, you know, I hope to have done enough to.
Oh my God, Wick's chat is like mad at Brianna for sticking with Keffels.
Have an obit in the New York Times. And I'm sure it's going to be all over the map, but we'll talk about Gamergate. We'll talk about the work I'm doing now. And I really hope that obit will say that I'm someone that had integrity in what I said, and I wasn't afraid to challenge people. That's what's really important to me.
Excellent. Well,
Here we go. Core values. That was your core values. What?
Either of you have questions or something to bring up that we haven't discussed
Do
yet?
you have any more
I have a
content for me?
question
Any last memes?
So what do you think?
Any last memes?
You know, this is a really tough election.
Yeah.
And I believe
Yeehaw.
that if Trump wins, one of the whispers I'm hearing from the people that work in anti-trans politics is one of the first things they're going to do is basically sign bills to make the liability for providing gender-affirming care, to make that extremely expensive, which is going to result in people stopping access to gender-affirming care. So I think trans rights are really on the ballot this election. What responsibility do you feel for trans people, and how does that reflect in the career choice?
It's so weird. It's so weird because this isn't like, you know, I guess this could come off to like a Douglas Lane type as like she's being a woke scold. She wants us to prioritize trans issues when we really need to prioritize the issues for the working class. You know, if you're a class reductionist, if you're like a Douglas Lane type, if you're doing streams with Peter Coffin and Caleb Maupin, right? You might think that, but no, this is not what she's saying. Her vision of doing right by trans people is opposing trans people's rights to participate in sports, you know, acting like that there is, you know, a more of a need to safeguard children from getting access to gender affirming care than there is to provide that access, right? I mean, this is she when she says supporting trans rights, like more than half of what she's talking about is actually opposing trans rights. This is like the Jesse Singal view of trans rights, where we have to save trans people from themselves, from their own you know, interests, essentially.
That you make.
Yeah, Spanky Burger King, Caleb. That's who Douglas Lane is talking to now.
Yeah, so I think as somebody who supports trans rights, I think it's important for anybody who is on the left or supports the Democratic Party to try to be, number one, as inclusive as possible and defend against the excesses and the overreaches of anti-trans Republican legislation. I covered the increasing, I don't want to say by orders of magnitude, but substantially increasing raft of anti-trans legislation coming out of states, again, beginning in 2021, going up to 2023, and then it just kind of like lost focus in my coverage as I focus more on like the horse race and electoral politics. Yeah, I think we have an obligation to protect marginalized groups, and I think you'd easily make the case that trans people are the most marginalized group in the country, you know. So yeah, I think that we have a duty to win, and I think we have a duty to protect against anti-trans legislation from all comers.
I think that's fair.
But also, as far as what Trump would do specifically, you know, what's interesting is I don't know the extent to which Trump himself, and I imagine you feel the same way as anti-trans, I just feel he's a malignant narcissist. He probably thinking, what the hell is trans, right? You know, like he was just educated about this.
Yeah, actually, it's funny. He said something very similar to what Josiah is talking about. A few years ago, nobody knew what trans meant. Now it's all the rage. So I guess we're going to talk about, like, right, Trump's, like, I mean, he didn't out and out say it, but it's the subtext of what he said sounded like he doesn't really care one way or the other about trans people, but he recognizes that that's what his audience wants to hear about.
3 days ago or 3 years ago, I think he is a proxy for ideologically motivated people who really want to harm that community. And that's another reason why I think it's important to not just defeat him for the presidency, but you also have to retake the House, and you also have to keep the Senate. And it's a brutal map, particularly for the Senate.
It's always a brutal map for the Senate for some reason for Democrats. That being said, they expanded their lead against all odds in 2020 and in 2022 and maintained what, like the 50-50 split that it takes for you to be able to use the vice president to be the tiebreaker vote in 2020. So they've been counted out for the last few Senate elections of just, the map is brutal, and somehow the Senate goes a little bit better. The House, went to the Republicans, but not as much as was anticipated, especially considering it's an off-election year with a Democratic incumbent. And Yeah, it is a weird year, right? Because like as much as it actually does kind of look like congressionally, like things look okay for the Democrats right now, surprisingly good. The prevailing wisdom is that there is a huge coattails effect, and that is a coattails effect of the presidential election. In other words, the people that come out to vote for president that would not come out if it was an off-year election are going to mainly vote for a people down ticket on the party of the president that they're voting for. That's what's expected. That's usually what happens. Some of the to be expected stuff, though, you sort of have to throw out of the book at this point, though, because you know, things have changed. Things have changed, right? Some of the suppositions of the 90s and 2000s just do not apply in the current political climate. So it's anyone's guess as to whether there will be a coattails effect, that being that the president that the presidential candidate that activates their base the most will also, you know, their Senate and congressional campaigns will do better. There's also, I guess, the possibility of like a reverse coattails thing, and that people that come out to vote for a senator or a representative that they really like maybe might also throw a vote in the direction of the presidential candidate of that party. So I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, but yeah, because of the whole presidential thing, it's really anyone's guess.
Because they need only to win 2 seats.
Yeah.
So we have to win a trifecta. And then, of course, then we have to deal with the final boss of American democracy at the moment, which is this right-wing Supreme Court. Because even if you protect things at the federal level, and let's say that you have a sufficiently motivated Democratic majority to enshrine trans protections into federal law, which would, of course, supersede state law, states will challenge it. It'll be granted cert in front of the court, and then there's no fucking telling how that court will decide. They may strike down a federal congressional law which enshrines anti-trans legislation. So to me, this is the real obstacle. This is something I complain about.
And look, this is my problem with the institutional Democrats. There's only so far that they will go, even though they seem to recognize that we're in a place where Alito is a member of the Supreme Court, right? The Vergonia thing would be hilarious if it wasn't for the fact that what that represents is what a reactionary, right-wing, Christo-fascist extremist at least one of the justices on the Supreme Court is. It's a 6-3 conservative majority, and they have essentially lied their way into Congress. That being that, you know, when they're asked certain questions, they've really downplayed their willingness to go against precedent and willingness to overturn things like Roe, despite the fact that that's exactly what they did, right? So the Democrats that the country needs are the Democrats that are at least going to talk about restructuring the Supreme Court. A Democrat at the very least, right? You could have somebody like Dick Durbin actually, you know, talk about this stuff in the Senate. Dick Durbin doesn't do shit, right? So that's my fear with, like, you know, progressive, like liberal Democrats or whatever, is that they're never, even on the level of pragmatic politics, they're always so cautious, and they're living in the past. They're living in a time where there was something called comity, not comedy with a D, like what Brianna Wu's been and Whick have been providing us this afternoon, but comedy with a D, right? Am I saying it right? Comity. No, comity with a T, not with a D. And you know, that by which I mean like this expectation that there's going to be a certain show of respect and politeness between the two parties. That's gone. That's long gone, right? If it wasn't gone, Merrick Garland would be a Supreme Court justice right now, and there'd be at least one less Republican on the bench. So yeah, this is it's scary. It's scary that the people in charge, people in control, are do not have the wherewithal to even stand up to the extreme right-wing agenda, let alone to throw some leverage the way of working class people, which is the only thing that would fundamentally alter the class dynamic. The only thing that would start to actually get, if you want to talk about using electoral politics to give power to the people, it starts with adding leverage to the workers, and that is something that we've never seen the Democratic Party do. Even going back to, you know, some of the more extreme times, some of the bigger projects that they've undertaken, right? They've never been willing to actually put the power in the hands of the working class, and that's why they suck.
A lot with Whick, which is it's not enough to get Biden reelected, which itself is going to be challenging. Got to take back the House, keep the Senate, and do something about this court, rein this court in, because they're, even with just the trifecta in terms of the House, the Senate, and the presidency. Yeah,
we can have that.
We can have that fight. What does he mean? Does Whick mean that he's going to fight Pondering Politics on that?
Well, I'm just saying to Brianna, I agree that it's going to be perilous and incredibly complicated and incredibly challenging, and I don't think it's enough to just win the presidency.
I hear what you're saying, and I think that's really fair. This is part of why I get so irritated at the anti-electoralism, you know, particularly from the fringe Palestine people.
That's a great way to get people to vote for your side, is to shit on them. That's so effective, Brianna. That's so super effective. If you tell them that you're upset with them, you don't like their anti-electoralism, I'm sure they'll change their mind and they'll vote for Biden. That's going to be super effective. Great strategy.
I really feel like they would sacrifice American democracy just to, frankly, poke a stick in the eye of the Zionists that believe Israel should exist. I think a lot of them would do that.
What? Again, that doesn't make any sense.
What you're saying, and I agree with you, that's the top priority. But I think at the same time, there's got to be some bold leadership that is willing to go out there and to refocus the discussion on public policy.
How is this this is less than 2 hours, chat. We've been through we're an hour and 40 minutes. It feels like longer.
Makes sense.
It feels like way longer.
It is sellable to a wider electorate. I think that's a really thankless job.
Yeah, fringe basic decency, basically.
And Whick, to your credit.
Fringe anti-genocide, exactly, Shakespeare.
You know, I think you have those kinds of discussions on your show. I appreciate it when you have it. And
high-level ideas, Brianna, high-level ideas.
I think we need more of that. You know, if I could wave my magic wand and fire every single quote-unquote leader in the trans rights movement right now, I would do that. They've steered the entire thing.
But do you see, here's the thing. You're not for trans rights. You're not for trans people. You are a traitor to trans people, and it shows in the fucking group chat. When you talk shit in a transphobic way about other trans people, you reveal yourself to be the absolute creme de la scum that needs, you know, and trans people know this. Trans people would never make the mistake of putting a person like you in power in their movement. That's just not gonna happen, right? They recognize fucking self-hating energy like yours coming from a mile away.
Into a cliff. So, you know, in my estimation, this kind of work, going out to Tim Pool's audience and trigonometry and talking to Lauren Southern and going on Pierce Morgan.
I'm talking to Lauren Southern. What are you doing?
And trying to
present a. You missed being having a chance of being on the trans army panel or whatever the hell she was doing there, putting together an army of trans meds. You would have fit right in. Oh wait, that was your group chat, wasn't it? That's literally Brianna's group chat.
Less radical, more public policy focused version of the trans movement. I think that's one of the very top priorities we should be doing.
They are now accusing, what is up with Twitch, with Wick's chat? They're accusing Brianna of gunt guarding for Kaffles.
So that's how I feel.
I want to
gunt guarding.
I want to read these last 3 super chats, and then
is this Chud Nation in here?
Give each of you some closing thoughts, and then
okay. I don't think we care about this part. I think we're done. Does it feel like we're done, chat? It feels like we're done. Can we be done? It feels like we should be done. We've got content that people have voted for. We've got content that people have donated for. We've got content that people actually want to watch, and I think I want to skip the rest of this to go straight to that. What do you think, chat? Can we be done? And the Lord said it was done. I think we're done with it. I can't take any more. I've had all I can take. I'm mad as hell. No, I'm not mad as hell. I'm just bored as hell, honestly. I'm like I'm the Howard Beale? I almost said Howard Rourke. That's a different Howard. Howard Beale of boredom over here. I've had all the boredom I can take, and I can't. No slur roasts of dinguses? Coming back to NCC streams of her analysis, and no slur roasts of dinguses. Screw Wu. That's the word. That's the word right there. We can absolutely be done, says Omega. I think we're done. I think we could be done. I'm looking at the poll again. Doesn't look like a lot has changed. Matt Taibbi, 3 points ahead of Brett Cooper, 4 points ahead of Jink Uger, 9 points ahead of Vergonia on the shorts. Matt Taibbi, 2 points ahead of Brett Cooper, 7 points ahead of Jink Uger, and oh my god, 15 points ahead of Vergonia on the other. We come to the donation, the donos. What do the donos know? The donos know that Matt Taibbi and his Gaza take are getting a 6-point boost overall. That is 26% in donations, minus 20% Vox Populi. Everything else gets taken down to 0 by Vox Populi. So the only thing that gets any extra is Matt Taibbi, and Matt Taibbi is already ahead. I don't even have to do the math. I don't even have to do the math to know that we were watching breaking points. Breaking points with Matt Taibbi. I took a little look at the Vosh thing, you know, the whole blow up between Vosh and, well, it's really between Vosh and Dylan's friends, right? It's between Vosh and like Laserpig and all those Slava Ukraine NAFO accounts, right? He objected to somebody in his chat calling Russians orcs. I don't know if they were calling the Russian army orcs or if they were calling the Russian people orcs, but you know, he didn't like that. And he got called a woke scold. So there we go. I don't know what to make of that. He's got, like, the last time I checked, the last time I looked at his numbers, he was doing like half the numbers that he used to do. He's down to like 5K now. So yeah, that really, the lowly horse scandal really has taken the wind out of his scales. Let's not worry about Vosh right now because we got some content to go over. We got Ryan Grimm. We got Matt Taibbi, and we've got the other person on Breaking Points that's not Crystal or Sagar.
You started covering a lot
Matt.
of prices. Yeah, and that was my first
Effing Taibbi.
Was gonna happen. That's what this whole, you know, meme stock thing grew out of, I think, is just this rage directed toward.
We're gonna turn way down the volume because like I've got the extra boost on there, and that was just for Wick because Wick doesn't know how to do audio. We just take off that filter. There we go. Vocal Fry Taibbi. Yeah. Is this a Vocal Fry? So here he is.
These financial professionals who were basically being subsidized.
Oh my god, the combination of their overcompression of the audio. Look, at least you can hear it. It's slightly better than RGR's audio, way better than Wick's audio, but it still sucks shit. They don't know how to run it. They don't know how to set a compressor.
And then acting like they had like this special financial genius that allowed them to make money.
We actually haven't even opened one of the
Let's go with the Fry. What's up, OnlyFacts?
most important chapters in your journalism career yet, Matt, which is the Twitter files. As someone who's actually like interacted with him and feuded with him and has had this relationship with him, where do you think Elon Musk fits into this?
Welcome back to Counterpoints for today's Friday show.
Okay, so it's like a sub-brand that they've got. Counterpoints. This is Ryan Grimm and Emily. What the fuck is her last name? I should know her last name. I can't remember her last name. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Emily.
So we're going to be joined by longtime veteran journalist.
This was the sub-brand. This was the show that Destiny was on.
Matthew Taibbi. Want to talk about his career, which has spanned the pre-internet era, basically. Back when you used to actually print things. I mean, I'm there too, so I can say that. That's true. Up to today and continuing to evolve. Like, we have not seen, it's not as if we've gotten some static place. So we're going to talk about the history of journalism and the history over the last 30 years. But wanted to start with a question, though, about 2024, this election, which we're all trying to cover. And I have a theory that I wanted to try on both of you, which is that I think the country is in denial right now. Like, think of this as the other kind of election denialism. Like, people just, I think, as I talk to people around the country, they just refuse to believe that this is the election, that it's Biden against Trump.
Okay, my perception is that people are checked out. Does nocommentchick know that you're not seeing the video? That's a good question. Does she realize that? Is she gonna press the right button at some point? Wait, it doesn't do that? Let's try that again. All right, I think this is the right button. There you go.
Like, there was basically no Democratic primary. And so that allowed people to kind of say, you know what, this isn't really happening. There's no competition, but it's not going to be him. Like, there's going to be, and I was talking to my dad yesterday. He's like,
but yeah, my assessment of the situation is that people are still checked out and also disappointed. Like, there's no excitement over this election. There's no positivity except for, I don't know, maybe like a small percentage of yeah, or not a small percentage, but like 30% of Trump voters. They're excited about getting their guy back in. But aside from that, there's just no excitement. There's no excitement. Do people not, are people in denial though? Like, right? Does anybody think this is true? I haven't talked to anybody that I feel like I haven't had the conversation, right? I mean, like, I guess they could be out there, but then again, I don't talk to a lot of people that are not clued into politics because that's my field.
They're going to do something, right? Like, maybe at the convention.
Trump goes to prison,
or
Biden
something.
has a medical situation.
I mean, that's still a possibility, but yeah, I'm not counting on it.
And I think the Nikki Haley, we talked a lot about how Nikki Haley got all this mainstream, news coverage that she didn't deserve based on the fact that she never had a shot. But I think part of it.
Anybody else think that Ryan's mixed too high in the mix?
It was psychological, that people are like, it's got to be something other than Trump. Like, Biden said he was basically going to be a one-term guy. Country took him at his word. Now here he is allegedly running.
Yeah, Biden was supposed to be a caretaker
again. And so I think that the refusal of
I got the same kind of sense about Bill Maher, Jimmy Dore. As Matt Taibbi, the Beast was always critical of Israel during the Hezbollah war in 2006. That's where I first started to realize the slant of mainstream media.
People to check into the election has to do with them just denying the reality that it's these two guys.
Biden didn't say that? Where did that notion come from? Is that something that the Democratic Party put out? Because I swear to God, I heard that too. Are you sure Biden didn't say something about like one term? Some reporter reported that he indicated to some staff. Okay, so it's one of those things that I've got an inside source that, yeah. No wonder. Biden said it in 2020? And everyone just, well, I've got some disagreement with chat. So some of chat thinks that Biden actually said it. I thought that, like somebody in his campaign had said it, at least. There's a video of him saying it. Huh. We should look for that. Every Democratic candidate in my whole life has been not great, to be honest, but if we lose this one, the country's going to hell. I mean, that's their brand now. That's basically the, vote for me because look at the other guy.
What do you think, Matt?
Yeah, well, I think a couple of things. Number one, I think people are right to be suspicious because we're not treating this like a normal election season. I mean, at this, I've covered 5 presidential elections. At this stage of a race, normally every single day would be a campaign story. You see somebody out in the campaign trail. We would have constant arguments about the back and forth about, between the candidates. And there's none of that.
You have staff getting fired. Like
Yes,
you
would,
know
yeah,
who the
yeah.
staff are.
Right. Yes.
Like they became celebrities over the 5 election cycles that you've covered. Like the Karl Roves, the David Axelrods. Like who's running Biden and Trump's campaigns?
Matt, where was the first publication that you worked?
On a campaign?
Just like in general.
The Village Voice.
The Village.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
So because that sounded to me like such a Politico HuffPost question but that's actually was sort of new, right? I mean, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but in the aughts, there was this journalism as almost a sport.
Well,
like,
James Carville.
campaigning became more almost gamified.
The Ragin' Cajun. We don't cover him nearly enough. James Carville is hilarious. I mean, he's cringe as fuck too, but racist. Like I don't know. He's a weirdo. He's a so yeah. He was like a campaign staff member, a campaign guy for Bill Clinton. There's a video of him saying it. I'm trying to find it. All I'm finding is videos that say that he implied it.
I don't know. That the characters popped.
I think that was really popularized by Halperin and who's the other guy? I always forget his
Heilman.
partner. Heilman,
yeah.
Exactly. With Game Change and all that, and this whole idea. But that was the first. When I started covering campaigns for Rolling Stone, the first thing that I saw as a big story on the campaign was that the journalists thought they were running the whole thing. There was a kind of a cabal inside the campaign where they would get together at the end of the day. They would decide which candidates were serious and viable and have discussions about that. And I thought that was crazy. Now there's really none of that. I mean, nobody really knows what the campaign is anymore. And it doesn't, there's no script. It's not the reality.
Everything that I'm getting from Taibbi is a person that considers themselves on the outside. A person that thinks that they are not appreciated by the cool kids, that they're not allowed to sit at that table, and resents it, frankly, right? Like, oh yeah, all the other reporters, they would get together and they'd basically decide the election, and they'd be like, yeah, I think that there's gonna be Barack Obama and Joe Biden, not McCain and Palin, rather than the entirety of the United States not being super on board with McCain in the first place, and then thinking Palin was a clown.
Show that was all consumed.
Like, it reminds me of Richard Nixon, actually.
For so long.
So 5 elections, I do the math. What was the first one that you actively covered?
04, really.
Right, okay,
Yeah.
Kerry
Maybe
Bush.
it's 6, I don't know, yeah. But yeah.
Right, so everybody knew Bush, even though Bush was the nominee, like everybody knew he was going to be the nominee again, Karl Rove.
Okay, let's take a wait.
Wrap here. We actually haven't even opened one of the most important chapters in your journalism career.
Wait, I think we're missing something.
And there's been, you've talked plenty about Elon Musk publicly. You've talked about the process in really interesting ways.
Is it here?
And so that brings us to the height of cancellation time, cancellation period, which brings back your Russia time.
Yes.
How often had
In the culture.
Wait, Russia time is in? Was he working for Russia Today?
Yeah.
That book.
How often had the exile been brought up again, like in your career? What made it? Like, how did that happen?
So I don't want to be conspiratorial about this, but what I will say is that during it had never come up until 2016, and then I started to notice that whenever I wrote about certain things, it would come up.
He lived there?
What kind of?
When I said negative things about Hillary Clinton, when I said positive things about Bernie Sanders, they came up. But,
in the context of the Bernie bro meme?
Often, right? Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
So there was a group of, sort of internet trolls, but it's such an inexact science, and I was never able to get a real handle on what happened. I mean,
whether it was coordinated or...
Right, you can't say that, right? Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, I do know who some of the original people were who were trying to make us think about it.
Were they any of the same people that started the birther rumor in 2008?
I don't think so. I mean, I didn't really look all that hard at this. And I spent much more time just being bummed out and feeling guilty, and then I got mad about some of the press coverage that was making some, basically I had written some very offensive things, but there was a scene in the book that it was Mark fantasizing about something, about sort of a sexual harassment scene that wasn't true, and there was no way to talk about it and not sound like there was no way to make sense of it. I mean, unless you had been through the whole Russia thing, like the disgustingness of the humor of the exile was never going to make sense to American audiences. So I didn't even really try. But that was really, it turned out to mostly just be a blip in my career. The much bigger thing was the Russia Gate thing. And that was when, I
Okay, let's take a look. See what we got here. Matt Taibbi says he doesn't, why he doesn't talk, just in case we miss it, chat, because like I don't see a timestamp going to this or talking about this or indicating any subject matter that might contain this in it. I want to make sure that we don't miss this. So Matt Taibbi says why he doesn't talk about Israel and Palestine is because I never liked that story. It's super complex and there are gaps in my knowledge. So he just doesn't talk about it. It's weird that they're like I guess I wasn't aware of like how, since I've been talking about this issue since it, since before October 7th. But there's a lot of people who won't touch it. Ryan Grimm brings up that when he hosted Useful Idiots with Katie Halper, they had a lot of guests on this topic.
I try not to think about that. I haven't done a lot of stuff on Israel, but I never liked that story. I've never been there.
When you did the show with Katie, how often did that come up? Because like she's big into
Katie's
it.
big issue.
Katie Halper, yeah.
Katie Halper.
Yeah, so we
used to post a podcast with.
Yeah, so Katie obviously cares a lot about that issue. We had
Useful Idiots was him and Katie Halper.
A lot of guests on who would talk about that issue. I have written about it in terms of things like censorship.
TikTok, you wrote about it when it came to the TikTok bill.
Right. And so, we had people like Ali Abunimah on, and, that was after, I believe it was Electronic Intifada had been suppressed. And I had written about that even previously. So had Glenn. Glenn was one of the first people to write about that. I don't mind talking about certain aspects of it, but I find the whole thing super complex, and I don't know how you feel.
This is really weird because it feels like he's not giving a take on it. And he's like, I don't mind talking about certain aspects of it, but it's like he's doing everything he can to avoid actually giving any sort of a take
about this. But I'm always very nervous about subjects where I just feel like there are gaps in my knowledge. I remember being on one of the first times I was on like CNN. They asked me a question about like Lebanon, and I just had to say, I don't know. I'm not confident to answer that question, and you could tell the camera hates that answer, right? So it's a weird place to be, but so I stick with what I do know,
which is cancel culture. Let's get back to that cancel culture. With this cancel cultural vulture named Matt Taibbi. Okay.
Suddenly was on the outside with everybody in the business. And that started before that. So, I don't know.
How so?
So, right after Trump got elected, I had experience with Russia. And I started getting calls about.
Got a request for this one.
This is going bad.
That's right. This is going bad.
The subject. And I remember looking at some of the early stories and saying, man, the sourcing on this stuff is really weird, right? Like it's all anonymous. There's no way we can replicate any of this in the lab, And I wrote a piece called "Something About This Russia Story Stinks," like really early, like.
Is it Rolling Stone?
In Rolling Stone, yeah. And all of a sudden, like lots of people just sort of froze me out. I stopped getting, you know, my phone calls returned. People in Congress didn't.
Okay, so as far as Biden and his one-termedness, he did say that if he could find a like a running mate that can he can turn things over to 4 years. But if that's not possible, he'll run for re-election. So it sounds like, you know, if he has confidence in Kamala, that, you know, he would be comfortable turning things over to her. He's not going to publicly make the one-term pledge. Yeah, because that turns him into a lame duck from the beginning. So it sort of doesn't make sense for him to say it. But yeah, they definitely was implied by a lot of his staff, I think, asked in October if he would only serve one term if elected. The former vice president told the Associated Press that he wouldn't make that promise, but he wasn't deeply committed to seeking a second term. Feel good, and all I can say is, watch me, you'll see, Biden said. It doesn't mean I would run a second term. I'm not going to make that judgment at this moment. So that's what he said.
Didn't call me back, yeah, that was the beginning for me of. I started to realize that I was not going to be able to stick around in that Rolling Stone.
See, that's also interesting because, again, without seeming conspiratorial, it just feels like it feels like a Clinton op. It feels like you got on the wrong side of the sort of Steele dossier. What's the name of the Wall Street Journal?
So, like, yeah, this is what I hate about breaking points, right? Sometimes to seem like they are not like other Democrats. Well, I mean, we're not even dealing with Democrats here, because remember, the breaking points formula stems from the rising formula, which started off with, was it Crystal and Kyle? Or was it Katie? Oh my God, I'm trying to remember who the fuck were the first. Was there somebody before Crystal and Kyle? Anyway, that's what they're going with, and that's what, you know, Sagar and Crystal sort of are, you know, a libertarian and a progressive, and like a anti-institutionalist progressive, right? That's what they're trying to do. That's what they think the formula that worked with Rising was. Some sort of outsider perspective from the right and the left, and Ryan and Emily, I think, are like another pairing in that Ryan is you know, left-wing, but not dogmatic in terms of adhering to the Democratic Party's anyway, chat. But some of this shit of just like, oh yeah, Russiagate, you know how that was all untrue. Here's the deal, okay? We didn't see a piss tape. We didn't see like proof that Vladimir Putin has fucking compromat on Donald Trump. However, we also did not see the counterfactual. We did not see that wasn't true, right? And there's a lot of reason Trump behaves strangely when it comes to Putin. So anyway, it's an unknown, and I prefer to recognize when something's an unknown rather than jumping to the conclusion that proof of absence, or like absence of proof, is proof of absence. You know, and I honestly, like, it's one of the cringiest things in the world when like, you know, when lefties show that they are not like the other lefties by being like, oh yeah, Russia. Look, if you want to call Rachel Maddow cringe, call her cringe, but call her cringe for the right reason. Rachel Maddow was presenting to her viewers, was like, she didn't say it, but she was leading her viewers to believe that right around the corner there is something huge that's going to come out about Trump, and it's going to shake up the world, and his, you know, administration, his victory, it's going to be swept away. That was never going to happen. There was nothing that oh my God, Mueller, you know, could have pulled out of his briefcase to cause the Republicans to impeach Donald Trump. That's the only thing that would have done. It doesn't wipe out what Trump has done. You know, it doesn't, like, you know, Trump being an illegitimate president or whatever the hell they thought they were going to find is not going to wipe out like what he's done. But like, yeah, I mean, you know, if you got the Republicans on board, then maybe they might impeach him. But honestly, like, these Republicans, really? You think that's going to happen? Republicans go after Trump. and they lose their shit. They lose their job. Maybe they lose their lives, right? Because MAGA is in charge, and the institution of the Republican Party, the center, did not hold, right? So, yeah, that was just never going to happen. It didn't matter what fucking Mueller said. And Rachel Maddow kind of like, though, if you watch her program, you got the feeling that right around the corner was something that was going to change everything. We're going to find that smoking gun, and not even the hardcore Republicans are going to be able to deny the obvious truth, right? And it just didn't matter. It just did not matter at the end of the day. So if there's any Russiagate, it's like Rachel Maddow, you know, grifting over hillbots who still want to believe that somehow his election wasn't legitimate, and that it was going to be overturned, and that everything was going to be okay. God out of the machine, and the God was going to be Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton would come down, you know, on a carriage of swans, and she would make everything right again, and we would go back to brunch. That is fucking Russiagate, all right? That is something to complain about. That is something that's fucking cringe, right? You do not have to hand it to the Trump people, right? You do not have to say their god-awful memes of like Russia, and the Russiagate hoax and all this shit, right? Because we don't fucking actually have that information. We don't know what connection that there might be between Trump and Russia, but we do know that it doesn't matter, because there's no way. Like, while the dude is president, he needs 2/3 of the majority of the Senate to remove him from office. And unlike Nixon, who would retire to save his own skin, make a deal with his vice president to pardon him so that he never has to, you know, face any sort of trial or anything like that, right? Unlike that, Trump was never going to do that. So yeah, I mean, that's the hoax, you know, that's the scam, right? Is making liberals think that God out of the machine is going to come and save them, and it's going to be Mueller, or it's going to be, you know, somebody, right? It was never in the cards. It was never going to happen. Anyway, but yeah, people like Matt Taibbi, and to a lesser extent, Ryan Grimm, sort of rubbed me the wrong way with that shit. I think they go too far in an effort to prove that they are not like the other Dems.
It's not an op. It's the entire culture. Like,
yeah.
It's like.
But being driven by the ex-journal reporters who are feeding it around, and like there was a group of people that was you know, talking to David Corn and all that stuff.
People were leaking things, and
it just feels
I wish I had known that back then, you know, because all I had was just doesn't seem right. If I had known about all that, you know, stuff, but though it was cultural. It was this weird thing that now is normal, which is this groupthink culture, which. One of the reasons I liked...
Look, I don't know what he's talking about. There was a groupthink culture in 2016, right? The freaking, you know, Hillary Clinton campaign, right? There was a groupthink culture in 2012. There was a groupthink culture in 2008. Anything that Barack Obama wanted to do to maybe deal with the absolute like hostage situation that the country was in over the financial crisis was ultimately something that he was talked out of doing, if he ever wanted to do it in the first place, right? That's the groupthink. That's the, you know, neoliberal consensus that has existed since the motherfucking late 70s. Yeah, it goes back to Jimmy fucking Carter, right? The Democrats turning away from the economic policy of Keyes to the economic policy of Friedman. That's what happened, and it fucked over the entire working class. That's not a new thing. That fucking consensus has been there since most of us were born.
Journalism early on, when I first got into it, is that it was not that. You know, you used to go into a newsroom or, you know, a TV, you know, studio, and it would be like a comedy club in the back room. Like everybody was busting each other's chops about everything. You could say anything. Nobody cared what your politics were, as long as you did the job well. I thought that was a really cool feature of reporting. And then like overnight, it turned into the exact opposite. I don't know if you had the same experiences.
Like college campuses.
Yeah. I mean,
it turned into a campus.
I missed that.
My God.
Yeah.
But it felt
The
like
cancel culture.
Well, I mean, I went to college campus after they became like thoroughly sanitized, and it feels like that in green rooms now. It feels like you have to watch what you say. It feels like it's very self-serious, and it seems like it wasn't super self-serious before.
I mean, yeah, this is a time when you could write a film script, and like 1 out of every 2 jokes could be like because the person is gay, and it's funny. It's fun. Look the funny way he talks. Look at the funny way that he moves. He's gay. That's the joke, right? The joke is just because somebody is like, right, like that it was very easy to exist in comedy at the time. Like, you know, if that's what he's kind of talking about, right, that he misses. I'm sorry, this is some Jerry Seinfeld shit, right? You can't tell your gay French king joke and have people laugh at it. I feel so bad for you.
For that.
I think the way I handled it, I basically didn't touch the Russiagate stuff. I didn't go either way on it. I was just covering other things.
Right.
So that might have been the way that I just like subconsciously was like, you know what, like go like. If I could break some news,
Yo,
like I think
look, I fucking hate the real like Democratic Party consensus, right? And the media consensus too, right? I am willing to hear Matt Taibbi out on like some kind of, you know, persecution that he received for supporting Bernie or whatever, you know, might have gone on, but I'm not hearing anything of substance here. I don't even know what he's talking about. He hasn't even gone into this explanation. He's just got this vague gesturing of, well, you know how the woke consensus is, you know how everybody's like woke and, you know, like, but yeah, he moved to what, Russia in was it like after the 2016 election?
A good story on Elliot Broidy, who was doing like unregistered lobbying for Russia. But like somebody hacked his email.
Is this the modern Crossfire, just minus Tucker? I mean, this one's not contentious, right? This exchange, like, it was very contentious when they brought Destiny on, and it was almost like, it was like Destiny went so far, like even Emily was kind of, you know, checking Destiny at one point, but yeah, in this one, they're just, I don't know. They're not, as far as I can tell, there's no real confrontation of Taibbi going on here. I don't think they really have anything to disagree with.
And we had the emails and boom, here you go.
Right.
But it's and he was like #2 on the RNC or something. Like, it was it's a big
It was like the
fundraiser. Yeah, it was a big fundraiser. Yeah. It's a big story. I think he went to prison. But that was different than the campaign. That's just classic.
Right.
Foreign governments influencing the process.
But that does bring up an interesting issue, though. I'm curious about this, Matt, like how you decide what to cover now. Because having been in conservative media, there's this, like, the entire corporate press is focused on 3 shiny objects. And sometimes they're doing legitimately important reporting. Like, I'm glad that they are, you know, when there's a hurricane, I'm glad they're down there. Like, there's some reporters who are doing good stuff. But conservative media sees its role as saying, they're all doing that. You know, they're getting every stone on overturned when it comes to Donald Trump. We have a limited amount of time and resources. We're going to spend them over here. And I feel like maybe that's what you were doing with Russiagate. I don't know. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but like you were doing the reporting that was coming to you. How do you decide what to report on now, Matt? Because I'm sure you get a lot of stuff that just comes to you naturally, but you also have limited time and resources. So it's not like the people who expect you to spend every day, this is why Donald Trump is evil in a million different ways. This is why I hate Netanyahu. This is why the CIA, well, like other people are doing some of that reporting. You're doing what comes to you. How do you decide where to spend your time and resources?
So I've always had the same attitude about this, which is that the press basically exists more for people who don't have anybody else to press their point of view than for people who have institutional backing already. So
going back, hey, if only
all the way to the beginning of my career, I always tried to pick stories that nobody else was doing because you know that's that's who needs those stories, right?
So if you're unfamiliar with Matt Taibbi and his body of work, one of the first things he's known for was writing for Rolling Stone. I think his writings were eventually became the book, the Vampire Squid, where he's talking about the financial crisis and the interest that essentially held the entire country's economy for ransom and you know, got bailed out, despite the fact that you know, all the people that suffered through the financial crisis did not get any kind of bailout. And yeah, he's, you know, kind of became well known, at least as far as I know, right around the time of the Occupy movement. He covered some of that stuff, right? He was somebody that was regarded as like as far left economic of a revolutionary as you can imagine. My take on him is that maybe he is not as far left on some of the social issues, and that started to come up more and more. And you know, he got this sense of aggrievement, the sense of cancellation, and you know, you eventually have him become Elon Musk's stenographer, which that's the next subject that we're going to get to.
Right, like for instance, with we started talking about how Russia was being reported. Well, everybody at home is getting, it's great, it's turning into Switzerland. I would go out and say, you know, look, it's subsistence farming and, you know, people getting shot, you know, in broad daylight. So I would do those stories. When Obama got elected, I was a big fan of his when he got elected on the campaign trail. But then right after that, you know, I had to cover finance, and you know, he was involved in a pretty shady series of relationships with cities.
And to his credit, Matt Taibbi was one of the only people to call out some of those, call out the failures of Obama to fulfill, if not like a literal mandate. Because remember, Obama's election, like, it was low on specifics and high on slogans, hope, change, right? This is a candidate who, if we can get this guy elected, because normally what happens is Hillary Clinton runs against John McCain, right? Institutional versus institutional, right? That's the election that we've got. Normally that's who had next, right? But you know, if we can try really hard, if we can pull together, if you can believe in Obama, then you can change things, and you know, changing the outcome of this primary is gonna change the fate of the country, and things are gonna be different from now, right? This is a new day, right? A lot of people very excited about the 2008 Obama campaign, and then immediately had their hopes dashed when Obama did not do the very basic confrontation of the forces that brought about the financial crisis. Obama acted just like McCain would have acted, just like Hillary would have acted, and I think that kind of broke a generation.
Group. I did a big story called Obama's Big Sellout for Rolling Stone that I was heavily criticized for, but I think that's what media is for, right? Like, we're not supposed to be in the friends business. We're supposed to do stuff that is true but unpopular. But I do now, because so much of corporate media is monomaniacal and in this Trump direction, and you know, I'm personally very worried about kind of collapse of civil liberties.
Stephen Gordon says, that was me. I got my hopes up for Obama. Then within a few months of his election, I was completely jaded. Yeah.
And things like that.
The small matter of collapsing civil liberties. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I've probably lost my sense of humor about this a little bit, but that's kind of how I pick it. You know, people say, why don't you criticize Trump more? I'm like, we don't have enough people doing that already. Right. Like, there's 5 million.
That's his excuse. That's his excuse.
So and I think.
No, it's literally because that's who you make your money off of now. That's why you're not for Trump, but you're that's your audience captured. Motherfucker, you are audience captured.
I think the first time
you are Substack captured.
I met in person was at a cafe in New York, because you had finished a novel.
Oh God, yeah.
I don't know if you remember this, and I used to run this with a friend. A little publishing house, because we were like, look, you don't need printers anymore. You can just If you have a
Who to Judge was the exact kind of fake as Obama, except more obviously fake. Yeah, you're not wrong.
You have some books, you could just actually print them. And you had written a novel about a drug dealer, right? And we talked about publishing it. But then eventually you said, you know what, I'm actually going to try Substack. This was a brand new thing at the time.
That was the first time you guys met? I would have thought you knew each other long.
Oh, DC. Well, we had been on a bunch of listservs.
Yeah, exactly. We didn't. We digitally crossed paths.
Yeah,
Sorry.
he's in New York. I'm in DC. I also, after I had twins, I basically haven't left the house.
That's true.
Except to go to work.
Also fair. Yeah.
So
makes sense. Makes sense.
And so you ended up doing it through Substack, kind of serializing the novel. Like, what was that experience like? And you were still at Rolling Stone, if I remember.
Yeah.
How did you decide to make that? Like, how did that evolve into your full thing?
So that happened because the only thing I could do legally with my existing Rolling Stone contract that wouldn't have violated the terms.
Oh, it was like a non-compete.
Yeah, it would have been something like fiction on, a serialized book. They let me write books, so I had to write a book.
Substack was the real death knell for Taibbi. For the first time, he had to chase an audience and followed them right into all the reactionary traps. Because yeah, I can see sort of how his anti-institutionalism was uptaken at a greater rate by people with conspiratorial mindsets. And where did the conspiratorial mindsets end up? They ended up voting for Trump.
And
and that's why he doesn't cover Israel-Palestine. Wow. Because, like, think about it, right? As much as that issue divides the left, right? As much as that issue is what is driving many of Biden's voters from 2020 away from him this time, you have an even sharper bifurcation on the right when it comes to Israel-Palestine, right? And a lot of it is people who are both anti-Semitic and Islamophobic being given the Mr. Incredible option, where there are two buttons. Do I press the anti-Semitism button, or do I press the Islamophobia button? It's really hard for them to like push both buttons, so they're having to pick. And as they're picking, they're separating, right? The Daily Wire and the Candace Owens, and you got like Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes on one side, Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes, Alex Jones, Andrew Tate on one side, Daily Wire. Trying to think who else. Like there's others on the Daily Wire side of things, but yeah, it really is splitting up a lot of the Republican coalitions. The only saving grace, I guess, is that they don't care about it like as much as the Democratic base. Like I don't get the feeling that any of the any of the people that are either disgusted by the people on the right that are legitimately disgusted with the ethnic cleansing in Gaza, or that are or that are just against Israel because Jews, right? I don't think that those people are going to vote against Trump, right? Nick Fuentes, we're talking about, right? Trump is very pro-Israel, like more so than Biden. But I don't see them dropping Trump the way that Biden's supporters who care about that issue and care about it a lot more genuinely. And it's not the situation where as many of them are doing it out of actual anti-Semitic reasons, like most of the Biden supporters that are iffy about their support for Biden in 2024 are people who care about the humanitarian issue there, not people that are using this as a proxy to be to make an anti-Semitic bank shot or whatever the hell is going on with so much of the right. So no wonder he doesn't say anything, right? It costs him money to say anything. If he chooses one side, he loses this money. If he chooses the other side, he loses this money. They won't drop Trump, but maybe they'll drop him.
That came to me early, and I got to know those guys pretty well, and it seemed like a really interesting idea. And after the experience of doing that, which I think turned out well. I also wrote Hate Inc. There first, and I thought this is going to work better just in general if I just leave Rolling Stone and do this for a living. So a lot of people ended up on Substack because they got forced out of their organizations. I'm like one of the only people who left out of greed. I just thought I'm going to make more money doing this over here. So that's why I left.
But a lot of people didn't understand at the time that that was true.
Mm-hmm.
How are
how are you liking it?
Yeah, I was going to say, how are you feeling about the Substack revolution?
I love it. I think Substack is a great thing.
And when did you jump out?
Is Substack still primarily like a right-wing thing? Like, I mean, that's the vibe I've always gotten off of Substack.
When did you fully launch it?
2019, maybe 2020. Yeah. There are some differences. Rolling Stone, they would give me a story and I'd get 10 weeks to work on it, right? So investigative journalism, it's a lot of work and not a lot of content, Substack has not solved that problem, I don't think. The how do you do investigative journalism and monetize it quickly? It's what it does pay for is like the strong take, and there's actually quite a reward on Substack for writing. People like to they will pay for something that they enjoy reading just in general, even if they don't agree with it. I found. So like, as opposed to I do a lot of reporting on Substack, that stuff tends not to do well financially.
He sounds like he's on the verge of crying.
How do you tell us?
I mean, he just kind of always just sounds like this. I don't think it actually, I don't think there's any emotion there. He's crying about Substack. I found Substack and it was so beautiful. It changed my life. I didn't know I no longer had to work at Rolling Stone and put up with those smug liberals. Put up with those
You tell it doesn't do well financially.
those smug SJWs over at Rolling Stone.
Like people are unsubscribing, or it's people aren't converting from the free to the paid.
You can see how many subscriptions you get. I try not to look, but you can see.
And so if it's a well-written piece, then that converts more people,
right?
And you get more. I see. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I generally there are like 9 different types of things that I do on the site, and I know which ones get are monetizable and which ones.
He always looks like the cat that ate the bird. Do you know what I mean? It always feels like I'm Granny, okay, and I'm coming home, and I look at Sylvester, and he's got this look on his face that I just know, you fucking ate Tweety, didn't you? Like, Tweety's like, in your mouth, I'm gonna have to smack you over the head with the umbrella to get you to fucking open up your mouth and let Tweety out, because you got Tweety in your mouth as, he's got this look. He's like, yeah, I ate the bird. What are you gonna do about it? Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. I ate the bird.
Aren't
how do you balance?
Why is all my metaphors are like cartoon based?
How often to?
I feel like Ryan's trying to get tips.
It's not anime, it's Looney Tunes.
Well, I think one pays for the other. You have to do some of those op-ed pieces.
One for the studio, one for you.
Right, exactly.
Well, it's something we've thought about a lot here.
That's what I need to think of, chat. One for the bank account, one for me, as far as videos.
The whole idea.
Do I ever get time to make them?
The way that we've sort of the way that we solve it here is we've got Emily's wrong takes, my right takes.
Exactly.
And then people get to hear them both and then decide for themselves. But it does.
So in other words, if Ryan ever said, or it's not just about Ryan, it's actually, there's Crystal, there's Kyle, there's Ryan. I think maybe, are there like other people there too? Maybe. But yeah, like if they ever, if one side ever pisses off their people, they've still got the right wing audience, right? They're still gonna get views and stuff. If the right winger, says something bad about Trump and pisses off the right wing audience, I guess that's the theory. I think their audiences are more fluid than that, though. I don't think they'd ever lose like all the left wingers or all the right wingers at once.
The audience to difference of opinion and being okay with, like, I say some dumb things sometimes, believe it or not. And but it doesn't mean that you have to go running for the hills.
Right.
Yeah, like, doesn't he somehow I'm trying to think of the one really bad. Did he like, okay, so I feel like he's talked about the lab leak theory, and for him it's like I feel like he treats it like it's not a theory, right? And indeed, I as far as I know, we do not have like 100% like proof of the origins of the COVID 19 virus, but that doesn't mean that it was a lab leak. Right. And when people say lab leak, a lot of them are implying that lab leak, therefore done intentionally, and either they're blaming the Chinese Communist Party, or they're saying the U.S. was in league with the CCP, or, you know, it always connects to some fucking unhinged conspiracy theory. I don't think that's what Ryan's trying to say. I don't think he's made that, you know, link, but, you know, even people like Jon Stewart have like talked about this. And here's the frustrating thing, right? Like the strong argument would be of like the vaccine came from a lab leak would be no, it didn't. And I don't think anybody can say that. I don't think anybody can 100% say, like, you know, we just don't know what we don't know. But it's jumping to a conclusion without proof, and a lot of people have done that. I think Ryan's on board. Whether it was a lab leak or not doesn't matter. Yeah, I mean, it's like, I don't know what's the. I mean, unless you're going to connect it to some like bigger conspiracy theory.
It means you can just flame me and just say Emily's great and move on. But that's very unusual in the media space.
Well, it doesn't need to be, though, because I'm sure, as you've discovered, audiences are much smarter and more forgiving than people give them credit for.
Open-minded.
And open-minded, yeah.
Even partisans.
Yeah. So, I mean, like last week I did a piece about a writer for the World Socialist website, a Trotskyite who's in prison in Ukraine, and there are some conservatives who subscribe to my site, and they weren't mad about it, right? They're not going to unsubscribe because of stories like that. You will occasionally lose people over something that you say, but over time, I think it evens out as long as you do good work.
I've heard from some people. I think.
I just wonder, does he still have an audience? We're about to get into the Twitter files. I kind of like, this is independent journalism is the overarching topic of what we're talking about here. So I'm kind of curious what's in here, but yeah, here's the Twitter files. Here's the really good part, the part that we're all interested in. Like, what's his fucking excuse for being Elon's handmaiden?
I shouldn't say, because I don't remember if I was told this on or off the record, but that people on the left.
Let's go with on.
Let's go with on, yeah. But people on the left who developed sort of center-right audiences, or maybe even like populist right audiences during the Trump years, as soon as...
Wait, what? Who are we talking about? Just please give some examples so we got an idea. Like, I don't know who she's thinking of. People on the left who developed center-right audiences.
Like, Trump was out of office, and then there was October 7th, they hemorrhaged. But then people kind of slowly came back.
Well, I know Glenn Greenwald and Li Fong have talked, I think, openly about that.
Okay, Glenn Greenwald, Li Fong, okay.
Because they picked up right-wing audience.
See, because my concern though, or like what I'm expecting to find is that there's going to be like a name like Jimmy Dore thrown in there. Right, where you're talking about a person that I regard as being a part of MAGA. I do not differentiate like Jimmy Dore from the rest of the right. I do not regard Jimmy Dore as a left-winger with some, reactionary social takes, right? I think Jimmy Dore is just a fucking right-winger. But some people, if you might still give him that. Some people might give that to Dave Rubin, right? There's a lot of people whose grift is to say that the left left them, and that this gets the right really excited, right? This is like the anti-Kasparian. This is one of the Kasparian. There's a few. I feel like I refer to multiple things as the Kasparian effect. The one that we're going with is the phenomenon of East Coast and West Coast liberals who have become conservative based on issues like crime or their hate for unhoused people or something like that, right? That's the anti-Kasparian effect. But another thing that she does is you know, essentially collects a lot of right-wingers because she's useful to reinforce their narrative of what's wrong with the left, right? And she'll sit there and tell you, well, she is a left-winger, but the left has gone crazy now, and they think all these fucked up things, and you know. So anyway, there's a lot of grifts. There's a lot of grifts. It's a big social media universe. Most of the money is on the right. You have people that either are on the left legitimately or don't really much care about, you know, the side, just want to make money. And, you know, they found this track to sort of get to the right wing. This is the road that Brianna Wu has been going down.
Not totally right-wing audience, but a significant chunk were right-wing because they both agreed on the people that they were attacking.
Yeah.
But then they realized after October 7th they didn't agree on Israel. Glenn has, I think, lost a substantial portion of his audience, but he has such a massive audience.
Right.
But now they're freaking communist invading radicals. Welcome.
That it doesn't matter.
Right.
Like, how do you work? How do you think about that?
Or do you?
You know, I try not to think about that. I haven't done a lot of stuff on Israel, but I never liked that story.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
When you did the show,
So it was buried. It was buried. This is the one little section about like the biggest, you know, issue of the day right now.
Katie, how often did that come up? Because like she's big.
It's like
into
Katie's
it.
big issue.
Katie
Yeah.
Halper.
Yeah, Katie Halper.
Yeah, so we
used to post a podcast with.
Yeah, so you know, Katie obviously cares a lot about that issue. We had a lot of guests on who would talk about that issue. You know, I have written about it in terms of things like censorship.
TikTok, you wrote about it when it came to the TikTok bill.
Right. And so, you know, we had people like Ali Abunima on, and, you know, that was after, I believe it was Electronic Intifada had been suppressed. And I had written about that even previously. So had Glenn. Glenn was one of the first people to write about that. You know, I don't mind talking about certain aspects of it, but I find the whole thing super complex. And, you know, I don't know how you feel about this, but I'm always very nervous about subjects where I just feel like there are gaps in my knowledge, you know? I remember being on, one of the first times I was on like CNN, they asked me a question about like Lebanon, and I just had to say, I don't know. I'm not confident to answer that question. And you could tell the camera hates that answer, right? So it's, you know, it's a weird place.
What does that mean? The camera hates that answer? Criticizing leftists for not going more left is different from criticizing leftists for not pandering to right-wingers. Jimmy Dore is the latter. It's way too complex, yeah.
But so I stick with what I do know.
It's funny because if it was just like a complexity issue or whatever, you know, he'd sum up his take on the situation and be done with it. And there's even fence-sitting ways of doing that, right? But he's not giving anybody anything. He is avoiding this issue.
Well, yeah, I just think it's interesting because I do find that even hardcore partisans are more open-minded. There's some that aren't. And I feel like the country right now is 30% hardcore partisan left, hardcore partisan right, and then everyone else is just like, please, I just want to believe something. Please just tell me the truth. Like, I don't care if you're left. I don't care if you're right. Just tell me what you think, and I can make that decision for myself. But like, just do the research and be honest about where you're coming from, which leads me to think, like, if tomorrow the New York Times and the Washington Post said, we are doing journalism from a clear liberal perspective, it would go like leaps and bounds towards restoring trust. I don't know.
But they don't do that. That's such fucking bullshit. Like, I don't know. Look, like the New York Times has a reputation for being left-leaning, and maybe that was true in a relative sense in what, 2008, you know? You know, maybe even more recent than 2008, right? But that's not the New York Times that exists now. The New York Times itself, the fucking magazine, has found a grift, a lucrative grift. like pretending to be left wing, but being like, huh, I guess the left really has it wrong on this trans issue right here, right? This is just. But she's like, no, if they would just admit that we're fucking left wingers, we're fucking in the tank for the left, and people would be like, oh God, thank you. Somebody said, somebody admitted something.
But I feel like that's why people subscribe.
Yeah.
To Racket.
Right. Well, yeah, they trust me to probably admit when I get stuff wrong, or tell them where I'm coming from. But audiences are much. I mean, this is my experience going back decades. People always think that audiences are dumber than they really are. If you go back to the 90s, remember the whole lad mag movement we had in the States, where everybody thought that you had to do stories in 400-word boxes, and that people would not read anything longer than that. And
wait, what did he say? I've never heard of that. I don't know. This is some 90s things that they did where they just dumbed down the articles.
You mean like Axios?
yeah, right. I guess that's the idea there. I'm even going back into the Stone Age when it was still paper. Yeah. But at Rolling Stone, when we started doing those finance pieces, I'm doing 8,000 word pieces about credit default swaps, and people love it, right? Like, as opposed to trying to dumb it down for people. I think audiences like it when you respect them. And
I mean, I feel like I've heard people say that journalists try to write to, what is it, like a 5th grade level or something? That it's like you get the most, traction at that sort of writing level.
Treat them like adults, and don't make assumptions that they're not, they're going to run away if you try to be complicated. So. I don't know. Do you have the same thought?
I was, as I'm listening to you talk, I'm thinking the people on the left who think like that you've betrayed them, that you've left the left. What happened to Matt Taibbi?
That you've sold out. It's all for clicks or whatever.
I mean, my thought is this: like, I don't think we really knew much about Matt Taibbi's overall ideological standpoint early on. He wrote about certain things. He wrote about issues that mainly the left cared about. That obviously doesn't make him a left winger, whether or and actually I don't care. I don't care. Did he used to be a left winger, and then he changed because he felt victimized by cancel culture, and he wasn't allowed to tell his jokes about gay French kings, and nobody thought it was funny anymore. They hated him in the college circuit, or was he just always this way? I don't really care. It does not matter. I don't care about Matt Taibbi.
Do you think your politics have changed, or do you think that you actually haven't been that political to begin with? Or how do you think about that? Like, because I'm sure you still get people.
Oh yeah, all the time.
You can only block so many.
It's just right, what happened to you?
I can't imagine caring about Matt Taibbi enough to shit on him on Twitter.
But I get that stuff.
He never identified as a leftist or socialist, but you'd be forgiven for assuming he was based for his for his writing. I mean, right in terms of the financial crisis, in terms of his writing around the time of Occupy. Yeah.
Question. It's the most annoying question on the planet.
Right.
What
he fell straight the fuck off.
Happened to you?
Yeah.
People send that to you.
Even me. Like, I haven't changed in 20 years.
It's probably Sagar.
But that's because there's within the business, even small transgressions now are unacceptable.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I used to all the time do large, feature-length reports that were critical of the Democratic Party in Rolling Stone, where they didn't like it.
Mm-hmm.
And that was considered a virtue in the business once upon a time. Like, we're going to criticize Republicans, also do this.
I think there's a little bit of a difference, right, between what he was doing in terms of holding the Obama administration accountable, and what he does now in terms of literally cutting propaganda for Elon. I mean, I know kind of, well, we're going to see in a second how he explains it. I almost just want to fast forward it. Yeah, let's do it, chat. I don't care what he says here. We're fast forwarding. I hope, God, there's going to be something good. This is, why I don't do this fast forwarding thing, right? You know why I'm skipping sections, but I try not to skip too much. I do this specifically because on the off chance that there's something golden in here, there's like fucking gold. I don't want to miss the gold. I'm like, well, what if there's gold? What if I'm like digging with my pickaxe and there's like diamonds on the other side, and I'm just like, okay, well, there's nothing here, you know, and the diamonds are just sitting there, right? I don't want to be that, I don't want to be that Minecrafter.
Before we wrap here, we actually haven't even opened one of the most important chapters in your journalism.
And this is so wild, right? They are treating this guy with kid freaking gloves. They have not talked about the Twitter files yet. And if you don't know, this was a shit show. Elon picked a succession of handmaidens. Am I using the wrong term? Like midwives, yeah, midwives for his story about the big evil Jack Dorsey Twitter and how it suppressed the truth, and that if only America had gotten to see the size and shape and girth of Hunter Biden's hog, they would have voted for Trump. And this guy helped him do it. This guy helped, lended his credibility towards one of the century's greatest liars, Elon Musk. And it didn't go well. It didn't go well because, like, you'd think selling out, okay, but you get access now. You get access to, you know, one of the richest men in the world on what is still a pretty influential platform. You're golden, right? Right? Wrong. He thought he could use Twitter, and he could use his fame on Twitter and the good feelings that you know, his quote unquote journalism engendered in Elon Musk's fanboys. He thought he could leverage that stuff to grow his Substack. Elon Musk had no interest in this. And because of that issue, because of the Substack issue, because of the issue, I guess, of like fucking offsite traffic, offsite linking, right? He fell out with Elon Musk. He lost his access. He lost everything. He sold his soul ultimately for nothing. Nothing.
Career at now, which is the Twitter files. And there.
Can we get some WAs in chat? Do we need a WA break? Do we need a WA break? There we go. There's Waluigi for you. There's the WA cam. I got this WA cam. It's super expensive. No, it's not. I actually already had this camera, but yeah, it's just imagine it's super expensive, right? Imagine it's super fancy, super expensive, high-end equipment, and we gotta check in with Waluigi, see what's up. How's it going, Waluigi? We got a WA break. We're doing a WA break because look, as much as I want to get through this, and I do, believe me, I want to get through this. I need to get to bed. Oh my god, I need to get to bed at this point. That's no fucking Fallout stream, no nothing. Chat, we need to go back to Big Empty. We need to go back to Dr. Dalla and Dr. 8 and Dr. Zero and Dr. Klein and Dr. Boris. I remember all their names right now. And we gotta defeat the evil Dr. Mobius and his Robo-Scorpions and all the lobotomites. The lobotomites, the cyber police dogs. We got a lot of shit to take care of over, but like I have streamed entirely too long today.
You've talked plenty about Elon Musk publicly. You've talked about the process in really interesting ways that I think people can go and listen to. I'm curious with all.
But yeah, I hope that wasn't clickbait to say Matt Taibbi's Gaza take, because his Gaza take is nothing, is literally nothing. There is no take there, right? He is not responding, but it says a lot. It says a lot about the right wing right now, and it says a lot about him. He's not a genuine person. He's not an honest person. He is a calculating motherfucker that will dodge one of the most important moral questions of our time, if not the most important moral question of our time. He will completely ignore that and just give you some bullshit of like, oh, that's really complicated. I don't know about that stuff. Foreign policy, ooh, foreign countries. Oh, I don't know about that. That's too complicated for me. Haha. I'm your Twitter files guy.
This context in mind, Russian oligarchy, financial crisis, censorship apparatuses from the Pentagon to CIA and all of that. Where do you think Elon Musk fits into? He's such an interesting person, like whatever you think of him, genuinely an interesting person, but obviously is a defense contractor, is now the owner of a media company. Ryan's reported on how that's gone in different ways with censorship in countries that Americans don't pay much attention to, quite frankly.
Okay, now this is, I don't know if this is a call out or if this is Emily avoiding a call out, but Matt Taibbi, one of the biggest fucking hypocrisies of his tenure at Twitter as Elon's midwife for the Twitter files was to completely ignore any sort of accountability for Elon. The whole Twitter files thing is Elon pretending to be a champion of free speech, right? He wasn't free speech when it came to India. He enabled an authoritarian fascist government to silence dissent.
As someone who's actually like interacted with him and feuded with him and has had this relationship with him, where do you fit him into this?
That's a great question because, as you both know, like when you do any story, you want to understand your sources and what where they're coming from and what they want out of the situation.
Right.
I even asked him, straight out. I said, "What is it you're looking for out of this?" And he sort of said something about trying to restore trust with Twitter's audiences by opening the vault on different.
Not getting the video, that's not good. That's never good. And that's actually not even, that's unexpected coming from Twitch. I'm seeing myself. Try reloading, Spoops. Oh wait, let me type that in chat. If you can't hear me, then you're not seeing the video. Try reloading. Looks like I'm still coming through on Twitter.
Censorship practices, but
oh, that's what you. God, okay, I got it. I didn't turn back to. Here, let's press the. I really like as many. That's cool.
This was, it was such a big step for, no CEO has ever done anything like that before, right? So I can't say that I ever understood where he was coming from or why he was doing anything. And then shortly after we started, there was that incident where he banned a bunch of people for the jet thing.
This is when Bender got banned, I think.
Right.
The first time.
And we had conversations back and forth about it. And I made the decision right away, which I've been criticized for, but I thought, it doesn't matter, right? I'm not writing about that stuff. Like he's giving us access to all this material. The story is the material. I'll worry about Elon and all
like it's so hard to read his facial expressions as anything other than I'm bad. I know I'm bad. I didn't cover this because it would make my conservative Substack readers mad. And I want to make money off of them. And I don't care how much of a hypocrite I have to be to make that money. They love this Twitter file stuff. I'm going to stick on this.
His problems later.
The private jet.
Right.
You have access to this trove of information about the Intel apparatus. And
do you see what I mean, though? This is, look, I don't know. Maybe they just agree with him, but this is the most softball of softball interviews here. She before he even has to answer, she's answering, oh yeah, no, clearly you wanted the access, you needed the access. This is a treasure trove. This is an opportunity of a lifetime. Certainly you serving your access with Elon Musk, which ultimately he didn't do. That's the fucking irony of this all. He didn't get access. He didn't keep access. He lost access, right? He sold his soul and it was a fucking pile of beans And they didn't even grow a vine and a beanstalk and let him go up to get the, you know what I mean? There's no treasure. There's no giant. There's no anything, right? He lost. Willy Wonka laughed in his fucking face after he drank the fizzy lifting drinks. He lost. He failed.
You're going to throw it away for a private jet story.
Right, yeah. Like
It's just a private jet story. I mean, like people getting banned by the fucking guy that the virtue signals free speech constantly, right?
I felt like I mean, I understood that there were people who wanted the project to end. There was all kinds of strange stuff going on inside that whole scene at Twitter early on, where, you know, from day to day, minute to minute, we didn't know whether it was going to continue. And so I was one of the people who was sort of lobbying for, no matter what we do, let's just keep getting stuff in.
Let's keep making money. Let's keep that cash spigot on
until we have a story. And so, yeah, I can't say that honestly that I understand what Elon's motivation was, but I have to give him credit because the stuff that we did.
Okay, my interpretation is pretty simple, right? He wants to be a motherfucking right-wing folk hero, second to Trump. That's what he wants. He wants respect from the worst people in the fucking country. That's what Elon wants. That's what he's doing, right? And he is willing to burn through billions of dollars to get there, because guess what? He's got billions of dollars left over after that. He's lighting a stack of money on fire to make him for his own vanity. That's what Elon, that's everything that this guy's about, is vanity.
Did get was historic and interesting, and will probably continue to be interesting in different.
Yo, I would love, can somebody explain to me like the interesting shit that was found in the Twitter files? Because as far as I can tell, it's literally about Hunter Biden's penis. It's about naked pictures that Hunter Biden took of himself or something, and they came out. You know, people they were supposed to be like linked on Twitter or something like that right before the election, and the government got a hold of Twitter and got them taken down. Like, that's my understanding of what the Twitter files were about. I don't know if there's more than that, but like, if so, like, why haven't we heard about it? Grimm was criticizing the Twitter file. Ryan Grimm's criticizing the Twitter files a bunch of times. He's got to be biting his tongue here. I mean, they must need access to Matt Taibbi, and I don't understand why, because it doesn't look to me like Matt Taibbi is like, does he really have the juice anymore? I could be completely out of it, chat. I don't know the Substack crowd. I don't follow intellectual dark web people. I'm sure there's like a whole new generation of that, just like there's a whole new generation of ultra right-wing reactionaries, of tradcaths and ortho bros and what have you, that have replaced the old guard of theocratic fascism. But I don't know about the Substack weirdos. I feel like I would have to become the Tom Dark. I would have to become the Turkey Tom of politics in order to cover, like, Turkey Tom's thumbnail would definitely be the Substack degenerates. Like, that would be a title for Turkey Tom. All right. I'd have to do it differently, because I try not to use I try not to recycle fascist language that way, but anyway.
Different ways, even years from now, as we keep going through it.
You don't talk to him anymore, right? Like that bridge is burned.
Is that where they want access? You still talk to Elon? Can we get a little bit of clout? Can I have just a pinch, little tiny bump of clout?
Yeah, unfortunately,
You talk to Elon? Can you put in a good word for me? And he's like, oh, not really.
I still think he misunderstood the whole situation, I think.
That was over the Substack Twitter.
And fucking get him to talk about it. This is interesting. Like, ask a question about that. Ask a question about what Elon Musk is trying to, Like what you're following out. Like that's the juice, that's the drama, that's the tea. That's what everybody wants to know. Tell us about the falling out with Elon. But there's some kind of weird way that he just has a hold on them. They need the access to him more than they need to ask the interesting questions. They are willing to bite their tongue for all of the questions that we want to know the answers to, because it might offend him. It might put him in a bad place. He doesn't. You know, I don't know, maybe they've cleared like what questions are okay and what questions are not okay. I just don't see how he commands like this much power for them to treat him with this much deference. And this is very off-brand for how Breaking Points tries to present itself, right? As unbought, unvarnished, on no one's side, willing to ask the hard questions. Not today, not today.
Thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is he still crushing Substack? Oh.
Which anyway proves your point about source management.
Wait, is he still like crushing Substack as in not letting them promote themselves on off of their Twitter accounts, or does that mean something more? Does that mean some kind of interference with Substack's business? Like I'm not sure. Like I mean, I know that he regarded, I guess, Substack as a competitor. He wants people like Matt to, do their content and get monetized on Twitter, rather than, and what he does instead is puts a lot of the juicy stuff is on his Substack, right? Where probably he can make more money off of it, but Elon wants him to settle for less money on Twitter. I mean, that's the feud from as near as I can tell. And unfortunately, these two are not going to ask him the questions that I want to know the answers to. So we're not going to get those answers today, unfortunately.
An important part of doing good journalism is knowing when to push and when to pull. And that proves your point that when there's a level of sensitivity with a source and you're going to lose access to...
Wait, this is the Hill being the Hill? This is no longer the Hill, though. Remember, Breaking Points is called Breaking Points because they broke away from the Hill. And they I don't think they have a relationship anymore. I think like, yeah, right. I don't remember what the details are, but Crystal and Sagar left. Hill kind of floundered around for a while until they got a hold of Brianna Joy Gray and put her up with Robbie Suave. That was a formula for getting some views. Now they fired Brianna, and they are not getting views at all. They're going downhill faster than Vosh.
Information that's in the public's interest, you have to be smart.
Yeah, well, there's a line, right? Like you can't soft pedal your coverage of somebody in order to get something, right? That's like access journalism. There's a word for that, right? The Twitter files, look, ethically, it was a unique situation. I mean,
the only thing that he can say is that he did criticize Elon, like, after the fact, right? He did criticize Elon, I think mostly over the way that he was quashing Taibbi's ability to leverage his Twitter presence for his Substack. But I don't know what, like, you're like, oh yeah, if you soft pedal your criticism of somebody, that's really bad, but what I did was totally okay. Wait a minute, you just didn't criticize him. Like, that's the only way that you can pull yourself out of that like category of having soft pedaled your criticism, is by just saying, oh no, I just wasn't covering him. That's not my beat. My beat was like Hunter's Hog, the Twitter files, Jack Dorsey, all that shit, right? And like it's just not, it never came up. It never came up. No, it's an interesting story. You've got an insight. You've got definitely some insight in it that other people wouldn't now. Oh my God, what a worthless interview. I'm sorry, Chad. I didn't mean to build this up so much. He didn't have an opinion on Israel, Gaza. I mean, it is kind of a, confession in and of itself, right? It tells you exactly where he's at. This guy does not care about anything, and he doesn't really have any juice for us as far as Elon Musk. Did he sign an NDA?
I would say, like, I consulted with all kinds of people, like some of the old dragons in this business. How do you deal with something like this? And I don't think we crossed that line. I still think that the idea was that there was stuff in these documents that even Twitter and Elon didn't understand that we were still getting up until the very end, and that was more important than anything else that was happening. So,
is there more in there, you think, or like?
I think so. I mean, not.
I honestly never saw anything interesting. Like, I don't know if there's stuff in there, you know, about the government or whatever. You know, it would be interesting to hear. I just don't know what the fuck is even supposedly in there. Like, what are we even talking about other than the fact that, oh my God, Twitter did not get to broadcast Hunter Biden's genitalia all over its platform in 2000 and in the 2000 election, and therefore the election integrity was ruined by our inability to see the dude's Johnson.
Not a ton, but we do keep finding things, and as
you still have access to
total puff piece interview. Yep.
To the ones that you got.
Yeah, I'm not supposed to, but yeah. But yes, and you know, there are agencies. You know, when we started, one of the things, the problems was we didn't even just know the names of these different agencies, what they did, like which acronyms meant. CISA, yeah, exactly, like CISA. You know, that's a long story, but there's a lot of stuff like that in Twitter, especially in attachments that we haven't opened and looked at.
Interesting.
That you know, as we continue.
That's wild to me, considering how long ago that was. Like, there's interesting stuff in there, but we have not gotten around to it. It's just, I can't believe you. So yeah, wait, this is a puff piece, right? They talk about his journalist career, going from the housing crisis, you know, when he was actually doing good work, to 2016 presidential election. He's gonna bitch about the Steele dossier here, independent journalism, whatever the fuck, self-congratulatory, glad-handing that was, and now this Twitter files thing. The only thing that's like marginally interesting, and most of it is just them failing to ask any interesting questions.
To do that every now and then, we'll find something. Like Schellenberger's still looking pretty closely at all that stuff. So
Fucking Schellenberger, another fake journalist.
I mean, I don't.
What was Schellenberger's background anyway? He was like a university professor, right?
Envy you for having to parse through all of that, but in the other way, it's a story of a lifetime.
No, it's awesome. Are you kidding? I mean, it's.
Show me. Oh no, I get it, chat. That's on his Substack. That's probably what he would say. Like, this is yo, what if the real reason for him being so cagey was that this is paywalled information? It's on his Substack. Maybe it's interesting, maybe it's nothing, maybe it's a fucking huge nothing. Maybe it's more of a nothing burger than the fucking Steele dossier, right? I very much doubt he's got the equivalent of the piss tape. What's up, Galactic Streamlord? Welcome to the stream. Not sure why it didn't. Oh wait, I know. Let's fix that. Wait, maybe we can fix that. Oh, is it too late? It's too late. No wait, something. What the hell? That's all you got for your. That's all you got for your raid alert. I'm sorry, Galactic Streamlord. Welcome in. Welcome in, everybody. Anyway, it would have been like, wanna be a spicy girl. Yeah, that's what you missed. But yeah, I think I don't have the I don't have the raid alerts on my new. Check this out for anybody who hasn't seen yet. Got a brand new bag here. This is kind of cool. No wait, I didn't do it right. Oh fuck, I fucked it all up. Let's try this again. You press my button. And back to the content, and we're almost done here. Actually, we are almost done here.
A dream. I mean, as soon as we saw like FBI flag this, DHS flag that, I knew.
Jim Baker.
Right? Yeah. You know, I mean, this maybe once in a career you'll get something like that, and you know, it turned out to be, you know, a really big story about this subterranean relationship with the intelligence agencies, and it was very hard to work out.
I thought we were gonna say a subterranean layer with the mole children held captive of mole people, and it's the basement of the ping pong what is it, the Comet Ping Pong Pizzeria, When you said subterranean, I was thinking QAnon shit, but no, nothing that interesting. Just a subterranean relationship between the government and Twitter. That from what I heard is not like, I just haven't heard anything interesting. Look, I'm open to hearing interesting shit if there's interesting shit about the government in the motherfucking Twitter files, but this is not Tybie's best work.
And that's always fun as a journalist, the challenge of it.
We're not gonna do Brett Cooper or Vergonia. I mean, like there's like a vote, and whatever wins the vote, like decides what we cover. And sometimes if stuff gets votes one day, it sticks around for more days, and you have the possibility to vote for it then. But yeah, no, unfortunately, we can't do them all. I mean, like, look, I've only been on stream for, oh my God, chat. I just looked at the time. We gotta finish this.
So, but I
got 2 streams for the price of 1 today, by the way.
I have some resentments too, because I do think that some reporters who
What's up, GSL?
dismissed it early on because they can't stand Elon.
Yep.
Kind of missed the forest for the trees there. That it wasn't really a partisan story, and they should have been looking at it. But I think it's a net plus overall. So.
Anything else?
I mean, I could keep going. I could double the time of this. It's been so interesting.
I already have. I just did. I doubled the freaking time.
And you two are people I've learned a lot from just watching you guys do amazing reporting.
Oh, that's nice of you.
Actually, I do have a question for you both. I mean, like this concept of, Crystal and Sagar obviously did it too. Part of the whole idea is to go against the whole thesis of like the hate Inc. thing and see how it works when audiences aren't just being cheering sections. But I mean, how is it working for you? I mean,
I think it's working shockingly well.
Right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Quite pleasantly surprised at how well it's working.
Yeah.
One thing that was very heartening, actually, because there.
I mean, it is. Somebody said earlier the old CNN crossfire formula. It kind of is.
Was there's this whole you can't on the left. There's a whole you can't platform odious views.
Right.
And here's the platform for Emily and her odious views.
It's like fully anti-abortion, for example. Yeah.
And so
it's not easy for you.
So I went to the GW encampment.
I'm like a forced birther, and Ryan puts up with my bullshit. Isn't that great?
The Gaza encampment.
And I put up with his baby murdering ways as well. Oh my God.
Weeks ago, whenever that was happening back in May. And it's
so fucking disingenuous. Like, I don't know. Like, right? Is trust of an audience important at all?
Felt like everybody there watched the show. Like every single person there. So at least if you're in your teens and 20s at this point, like it's fine. Like people are okay to hear different views. Because also you're gonna hear stuff about the Israel-Palestine on our show that you probably won't find elsewhere. But they're also, those people are okay hearing right-wing views that they don't agree with.
Right.
They want to.
It was interesting how concentrated the audience was there. It's like, wow, everybody here watches this show. It's amazing.
That's great.
That's
great. That's heartening.
Yeah. So, I think, people can answer in the comments section if they agree whether it's working or not. But if they're in the comments section, that means they're
That's right.
They're
They're
heads.
fans. Yeah.
Exactly.
They're heads. They're breaking point heads.
I mean, not necessarily, but I would go back
not
to
necessarily fans.
That is true. Look, if you're doing good, you're bringing more than just fans into your comment section. But
it's true.
Right after the Dobbs decision came out, you and I were on the show together, and I just feel like, as someone who grew up when media was falling apart, like you just want the transparency, and it's almost efficient to get both perspectives. In one sitting. You can hear the best argument from the left and hopefully the best argument from the right from people that you trust are acting in good faith.
Well, the funny thing about this is, though, it feels like you're sort of not getting, like, you're missing the perspective from the left and the perspective of the right. You know what I mean? Like, neither of these are like real representations of the left, whatever the hell that means, or the right. and as problematic as the the Democratic Party consensus and the MAGA groupthink is, it's just like, well, if you want to know about politics, you kind of got to start with the most common views. But
and it's kind of official.
I don't know.
Yeah, I've met a decent number of people who say that they watch both CNN and Fox, or Fox
and now you can watch it at once with breaking points
and MSNBC, because they don't trust either.
It's like if you got Majority Report and put it together with, I don't know, like Louder with Crowder. Oh my God, that's such a cursed idea. Hi, Steven. Hi, Sam. Like, they become the frenemies.
Right.
But they want to hear
should.
both.
Yeah.
And then sort it through themselves. And right.
Sam and fucking Steven doing a show together.
We just cut out the middleman. You can just
Right. You get it. Yeah. One-stop shopping.
There you go.
Awesome. Excellent.
I don't know. I'll stick with Majority Report. Thank you very much. That is it, everybody. We got through it. We got through it. And yeah, sub to GNN if you're not already. That's a great idea, MIDI doctors. I'm the worst of the left in their view. That's why people subscribe to Counterfire, the Brianna Wu and Connor Points shit show. You get Brianna Wu is your representative from the left, and Connor Points is your representative for the right. So you can understand none of politics by watching two just absolute shit shows. Anyway, chat, that is a long stream. I did not mean to give you 2 streams. Oh my God, for the price of 1, but something just happened. I just heard a magical noise. Oh my gosh, Derek, thank you for, you love my streams. Yeah, thank you for the contribution to the DaVinci Resolve speed editor. That is somebody that appreciates maybe me doing more videos, because that's exactly what that speed editor will help me do. It actually comes loaded with the software that I use, the paid version. So I have access to more transitions, to more effects, and to really some powerful effects in terms of the ability to just like transcribe the videos automatically and go to exactly the part of the video that I need to. So much appreciation, Derek W. Thank you for the contribution on Throne. Thank you, Throne Gang. Seriously, y'all have done a lot for me in terms of raising the production value of the stream, and I've been motivated to just try to do as much as I can. If you haven't noticed here, let's get so we're in the I've stolen David Pakman's background. It's not exactly David Pakman's background, but it's basically David Pakman's background. But that's okay, because David Pakman stole Sam's background, so I'm just gonna steal it back. Right? This is the Majority Report background. Welcome, from the Gowanus Canal. Anyway, sorry, chat. I'm like, that's a massive summary, but let's see. Let's go back here. Yeah, if you can tell, it looks a lot cooler back here. Oh my God, I can't. I'm trying to roll off the yeah, like I kind of set up my room. I cleaned my room, and I reorganized my room so that we'd actually have like a good background to look at back there. We'd have some vibes for the first time in a long time, because I'm just so thankful for people that have donated to my throne and just completely upgraded my whole sound chain, right? Not just the microphone cords, cloud lifter, interface, and then into the computer, right? And it's all coming at you so much better. Whoa. Now they're freaking communist invading radicals, and we got the key light up there. That's what's making my picture look better. You think it's a better camera? No, I did not get a better camera. I just got better lighting, and the better lighting makes it look like I have a better camera. So thank you, Throne Gang. I appreciate you a lot. Thank you to the Patreon gang. We are getting stuff started over on Weasel Cord. If you don't know, look through your member stuff. Look if you can find anything that you can click on from Discord. I'm not sure how it works. I know that some people have gotten into Discord, from Patreon, right? Because that's the whole thing, is that like I'm integrating the Patreon with Discord. I'm bringing the Patreons in first, right? And then once I get the permissions set up, we'll bring in members from YouTube and subs from Twitch, and then we'll bring on everybody, and we'll have like we'll transfer. But that's a big project, right? Because it's so hard to get people to transfer over from one Discord to another, and our Discord is already bumping. But yeah, I wanted to have a place to make sure that the Patreons had a way to see like what their perks were, because sometimes perks are hard to find, and people think they're like, well, I was supposed to get these perks. Where are the perks, right? Hopefully the Discord will clear that up for you, and we'll also be able to do some cool things. I think, what is it, fancy weasels and above, get a debriefing, get a post stream, like a stream after the stream with me, and I hang out for them like once a week. That's what we're gonna do when we get some fancy weasels, and you get a shout out as a fancy weasel. So I try to give the shout outs at the beginning of the stream. Let me give a shout out to the Patreons at the end of the stream, because I feel like I've forgotten a few of these. Omega Star, Jules K, Moe Nope, Shakespeare, Funky Monkey, Temporal Insanity. You are all fancy weasels, and you all get a fancy shout out. So that's your shout out. Thank you for supporting me on Patreon, and I have a Patreon. You can go over and support me. Oh, you get the other thing that you get there, and I need to put some stuff out because we do have a video coming out in the next few days about Alex Jones. So I should probably give you the Alex Jones clip, the unedited, uncensored, and early release version of that. You basically get a director's cut of all the videos before the video comes out, so you get to see what it's like in the original footage before before it gets edited and it gets censored and all that stuff has to happen to it. That's one of the perks of being a Patreon. And yeah, I think it's all the levels that get that, and then all the levels get the Discord, and then you start getting more and more things as your Weasel membership gets fancier. So yeah, thank you to the Patreons. Thank you to all my supporters. Thank you to the Thumb Gang, because remember, like, just hitting that like button does a lot for me, right? It's really important to keep growing the community, keep bringing new people in, do better in the algorithm, and essentially, one day I will make ad money off of one day. The money that I make from ads will actually be less than a few cents. So if we can increase the views, so I'm trying to do that through making videos and stuff like that. And I appreciate your help in bringing new people into the community, but just by hitting that like button. So yeah, I thank you. Waluigi thanks you. And look, if I'm gonna do. Oh wait, we need to do the you're on the super secret extra fancy tier? What? The fancy tier? We need to do the premium streamium sometime soon. Oh yeah, that's right. That's another cool thing about the Discord, is I'll be able to actually find out when people have when people are around to do that. So yeah, we'll be doing that a streamium that is premium. That is for everyone who is a member, a sub, or a patron, and then I kind of have a way for people to watch it, even if they're not. Hopefully through the Discord. We've tried that in the past. It's worked to greater or lesser effect. That we're able to sort of simulcast it into the Discord for people who cannot afford to get a sub, a Patreon, or a membership. Yeah, look, Majority Report always had a secret free way to get in, and so I try to have a free way to get in as well. So yeah, so much for me to do. And I've stayed up too late again, chat. This is just gonna be like oh my god, I'm gonna go to sleep, and then I'm gonna wake up tomorrow again and stream, I think. And I don't know, chat. It's a lot, but it is something I am very passionate about, and I had fun despite the cursed subject matter. So much love to everybody, Moe Kyun, and hopefully stay cool out there. If you're on the East Coast, it's very warm this week. So hope you can hope you do not have trouble dealing with that. Take care of your pets, take care of each other, and drink plenty of water. There we go. And good night.